All right, I'll spare you. I'll spare you. Who wouldn't want to listen to that great song 5,000 fucking times? I mean, you people are nuts. The greatest song of all time, made by a very honest guy. We wanted the second encore. Put the music video on now. All right, one more time. One more time. Here we go. What is the look he's going for here? It's like kind of like a, I mean, he's inspired by X, Kanye doing kind of like emo-esque kind of song or whatever the fuck. But he's like going for like the Alabama trailer park, like meth head kid kind of look. So I'm like a little confused what's going on here. Can you imagine being in the car late at night as like a 16-year-old girl and he looks at you like this? Can you imagine that? What are you gonna do? Are you? I think you're gonna want to just stay past curfew. Far away from me.
Run right back to me. Run right back to me.
All right, I'm done. I can't, dude. I can't. We get it. We get it. Okay, we get it. So, for those of you that don't know, somehow, yesterday's stream was very successful. Okay, and it's very funny, actually, because Mr. Chud Logic was insulting me in his Discord only a week ago. People are like, you fell off. And I'm like, well, Chud, you've reacted for, I don't make any content, yet you've reacted to the content I've made 6 times on stream. He's like, well, I haven't in months. And I'm like, that's a very good point. And then yesterday, after the Cameron interview, who's reacting to my fucking content? Chud. So they can cope, they can seethe, yet I always bring the content. So, yeah. What happened to Aiden Projects? I killed him and ate him. But anyways, so I did the interview. He was obviously, it was a disaster for him. Could it have gone better? Yes. I'm open to some of the criticisms. I could have come more prepared. But like as a piece of content that stands alone, I felt like it was, overall very useful. It makes him look like a disingenuous liar. And I mean, we already kind of knew that, but I feel like it was the most like overt form he's ever displayed it in. So 199 from Toki. Who asked, lil bro? Well, speaking of people who never asked, that actually brings me into my first little bit greatly. So I go ahead and I made a tweet saying, can someone please explain why this is a problem? In regards to Noah Samson platforming and speaking to, not in regards to Noah platforming this in particular. This was a response to the original poster saying, he's currently hosting a self-confessed Houthi pirate on his stream. How is this okay? So my question really is, why is it a problem in general to host a Houthi pirate on your stream? What is the problem with that? If you want to say there's a problem with hosting them and not giving them any pushback, that's an entirely different criticism, which I'd actually agree with you on. But I make this tweet, responding to this public comment, and in my replies, Aiden, you ass clown. Bad Empanada has people trying to find my docs because I tweeted this, and you're signal boosting it for attention? Can you don't? I missed the part where that's my problem? How's that my problem? How's that my issue? Bad Empanada is trying to find my docs, okay? Did I ask? Did I ask? Can you don't? Can you speak louder? I can't hear you.
Is this good enough for you?
I forgot I had my gain turned up. Is this a sketch of you? No, this is not a sketch of me. This is a sketch of the Delphi murder suspect. Which, yes, people did say this looked a lot like me. It's obviously not me. Yes, I was in that state at that time, but I was nowhere near where it went down. This obviously was not me. And they caught the guy that did it, who looks exactly like the sketch. Okay, the guy they caught. See? It's identical. The guy they arrested for this looks identical to the sketch. So, no need to worry, folks. They caught him. They get the wrong guy all the time. Nope, they clearly, case closed. Nobody look. They clearly got the right guy. He looks exactly like the sketch. So, everybody, let's just move on. Nothing to see here. Anyways. So, following the interview that I did with Cameron, after he said he's never going to talk about this again, case closed, Cameron wants to think, and he wants you to think, that this was a slam dunk and case closed, because he has this out of context, potentially out of context clip of his victim, his alleged victim, crying, saying, you didn't sexually assault me. There's no context. We don't know how she was led up to that point. And I was suspicious of her statement because it is so out of context. It's a short clip. And because she's young, right? I don't have too much of an issue with the age gap here. I think it's inadvisable, but I don't have like a super fucking big issue with it. But because it exists, it would be very easy to go and convince a girl like that what you did to her isn't sexual assault. So I don't know if there was a call where it was like 40 minutes of him berating her and then getting her to that point. I don't know, which is why I wanted to see the full call that he never provided. And I noticed he does have this like huge like temper to him, and I could totally see that like being intimidating in his course of communications with the girl. Now that we're here, though, after saying he's not going to go on anybody else's streams to talk about this, last night, immediately following my interview where he got completely destroyed, made himself look like a fucking ass, it's a members...
Hi. Do you like emotes that you can spam in the chat?
Do I have to pay for membership on this, like, insane VTuber's channel to get access to this stream? I'm just gonna watch it secondhand off Queeman. This is fucking ridiculous. I have to go... I'm not paying for membership for this fucking octopus's stream. Alright. That was the VTuber. So Cameron goes...
It could never...
And he calls in to the stream of a VTuber. As soon as he was done talking to me. And here's how that went. This is the most bizarre thing I've ever watched. Oh, okay, I'm gonna have to watch... Wait, no, not...
Very clear.
It's here. It's here. This is... I thought Now Recording was like the cringiest, like most boomer show on the internet. And I need to like issue an apology to Now Recording because I watched... This is just the beginning when they're first talking to Cameron. Okay, and you have this like... you have this like big-breasted octopus VTuber accompanied by a bat avatar that's like supposedly a lawyer, which I'm highly skeptical of. And then you, later on in the stream... These two, Cameron, some other random guy, and then Gator, the former co-host, the white nationalist that was a former co-host of the Kill stream that I debated like about a year ago, they all called in to go and like watch some Dark Side Phil video, and it was like 6 avatars on screen reacting to one video, laughing at every single moment of the fucking. It was the weird, like most bizarre thing I've ever fucking watched. Oh, you DM me the stream? Morale coming in for the clutch? Thank you, I appreciate it. Hold on, I just want to make sure I don't leak anybody's email because you sent me a Google link. Oh, I think we're good. Just in case, just close access when you're to only people who have. Never mind, just leave it open. Is the email private?
Many years ago, up
1.5 days.
What do you think it was for?
I don't know. That's a good question. Hello there.
hello.
How are you doing today?
There he is.
Didn't play my intro sound. What the fuck?
Oh, my
Hey, good.
apologies. No, I don't have your
Bullshit.
sounds
But you know
off.
what? It's fine. There is a little bit of like a silver lining here for you.
So the bat lawyer uses like a fucking the bat lawyer uses like some sort of voice changer or something. I mean, this is just so weird.
Hassan was just banned on Twitch.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Yeah, 20 minutes ago.
Hassan was just banned on Twitch.
It's not. It's really.
Well-
Even if you don't like Hassan and are happy he got banned on Twitch, it doesn't warrant like that much laughter. Like, it is very rare you would ever hear me laugh that hard. That is the most like forced laugh I've ever fucking heard.
Good riddance, fucker. For what?
Well, I don't know.
We have
We're-
no idea.
Let's see.
Doesn't say on stream bans or his page.
Let's see if I can find
Is it-
something.
There's no way it's for his past behavior. There's no way it's for his past behavior.
I think it's something he did
So this was after he got destroyed in the interview.
in his last stream.
Dude, imagine not being blocked by Hassan Piker.
Let's see.
I don't think I'm blocked by him, but like I'm super small, so
I was blocked before my content.
Oh, he blocked you before your content.
You don't laugh because you're miserable. I am not miserable, but yeah, it is very hard to get me to like super like I laughed super fucking hard yesterday for the first time in like a week over when he was like spending 30 minutes looking for the full call, and then he sends me the full call and it's like a minute 44-second clip.
And cop, that's interesting.
Yeah. But
he
it
knew
was after we
coming.
met.
He could feel it in his jimmies.
It was after we met on Creator Class. At Creator Class.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
is crazy, man. Yeah, he has not tweeted about it yet. The last thing he said is,
I said Hassan's like in his like multi-million-dollar mansion like kicking his feet and he's gonna come back in a few days. And what do I know? Today he like posts a video. He's like laying on a lounge chair out in the sun. So I got temporarily banned, guys. In his like multi-million-dollar mansion. It's like, yeah, so owned. He's so owned, guys. He really won.
this is why I never game on stream SMH, and then he's showing a screenshot from Zionism.wtf, which I'm not going to show on
Whatever
screen.
it was justified.
Whatever the ban is for and however long it's for, it's not long enough.
Yeah.
No, here's the thing, actually. Here's my actual take on it.
I don't care about his Hassan take. I want to see when he talks about the interview.
Really, nobody would care, personally. I was banned in his chat. Well, it might have been for something funny. Personality disorder.
Yeah, it's a cluster B.
How much do I have to pay you to cover the woman versus VTuber with Lego Chris Pratt? I'll check it out. Just link it in the server. I'll check it out later. You don't have to pay me. Of course, if you want to be nice, as always, you can optionally donate. We have super chats now, and the Streamlabs link is in the description. Also, we're incentivizing clipping in this community, so if you have funny clips of the stream, post it in the server. And make sure to like and sub.
Personality trait, yeah, for sure. I'm leaning towards BPD, but I couldn't be sure.
Mm-hmm. I kind of felt like an ambush,
Oh, here it
probably. Yeah. Fine. I don't care.
There you go. Okay, well now.
But
you're
retard is
officially
retard a slur to you?
No,
You're super
absolutely
no,
not.
not at
Retard
all.
is not
Okay.
a slur.
No, it's no.
Dude, this guy's like the next content cop, and he's calling into every stream. Is retard a slur? Does the word retard offend you? Is retard offensive to you?
No,
Like,
because retard
yeah.
is a descriptive term used in multiple industries beyond just that of the like psychology industry.
Used to describe me.
Yeah,
Why,
I use.
why is there a bat here?
Listen, I'm autistic.
used to
I
describe
reclaim.
me
I'm
as
Really? You are? I couldn't tell. Really?
reclaiming the term. It's not bad. In my personal
I
opinion.
reclaim the term.
Exactly. Go right ahead.
Oh wait, I forgot I was supposed to have my VTuber voice on.
Oh, did you?
This
You
is
have
just
a
like so
VTuber voice
bizarre.
now?
What's up, retards?
Am I?
Oh, that's.
I sound like an absolute.
These people just laugh at like everything. I don't get it. I don't get it.
It's so
That's
bad.
beautiful.
It's so bad.
Oh my god.
Never.
And you know, like the person behind the bat with like the voice changer is some like fat, grotesque woman who's like been smoking for like the last like fucking 25 years of her life. She has like her voice sounds like I don't know. You ever seen that one Family Guy episode where like Brian finds out he has a son and has to meet the mom? That's probably what the VTuber behind the bat avatar looks like.
We're doing that again.
Oh, please don't. Please don't.
Never.
Listen, I spent multiple hours like making mine sound as like nice as it did. So please don't do that again.
I'm never doing it again.
Oh goodness. Well, so before you came in, we were kind of talking about the interview that you had earlier today and how wonky it was, kind of on both
What
ends.
interview?
Well,
I don't know.
it wasn't really an interview. It was more like
This guy's always burping into the mic too. It's like, mute your fucking mic. You low, I don't want to say low class. That's very classist, okay? I don't support classism. But, I mean, it's just like, mute your mic. Have some basic decency as a fucking human being. He thinks, somebody said it. Listen, if it was Queeman that said it, I'm going to be accused of skinwalking Queeman. It might have been Dickers. But Dickers was like, this guy's like humor is like stuck in like the 2016 era. And he thinks like randomly like burping is like the most like hilarious shit ever. $5 Canadian from Skyhawk. Put Lego Chris Pratt over the woman. I don't know what Lego Chris Pratt is.
I kind of felt like an ambush, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, the only way that could have been more of an ambush is if Donald Trump was in the room and said, "Everybody dim the lights."
What if a bomb drops on your head right now?
Nobody laughed except the bat at their own joke. Why is the bat even here? Why is the bat here? No, literally nobody laughed at that. So the bat had to go like laugh at its own joke. The bat has some sort of neurological condition, possibly rabies. We need to call animal control and process the bat.
I love the Lumbee tribe.
But apparently, yeah, so apparently my interview was an ambush, even though I had a call with Cameron before the interview because he initially only insisted on doing a private call. And we did a private call, and I'll be honest, in that private call, I gave him virtually no pushback. I was very friendly. I gave him no pushback. I made him comfortable speaking to me. That wasn't really intentional. I just didn't really care enough to like start questioning his claims if I wasn't on stream, because if I caught him in a lie or something, it wasn't really going to do anyone any good because it wasn't going to be streamed. So I got him to the point where he was willing to talk to me on stream, and it was then on that stream that I started giving him like more actual pushback. I don't know if he was expecting to just come on my show and it was just going to be like me agreeing with him the whole time. I think that might be what he was expecting, which is like honestly fucking pathetic if you're like posturing yourself as like the next content cop. But I mean, yeah, this is just sad stuff, man.
There we go. But no, yeah. So like, I guess kind of walk. You told me a
Okay, do not ask mods to ban people. Only I can do that.
little bit about this off camera, but kind of just walk the audience through like why this happened. Because like when you last talked to me, you were kind of just like, oh, I'm not going to talk to any more people. I'm just going to let what I did speak for itself. So kind of just like,
plan.
Yeah, just kind of like talk me through why that changed and why you ended up doing it.
So, you know, I don't necessarily regret doing it. And there's a few reasons for that, but
I allow everybody in my chat if they're actively behaving themselves in my chat. Unless it's like some like super extreme case. But if you're like behaving yourself and not necessarily chatting anything that I don't like, then you can stay for the most part.
I feel like it was important. Just if I'm gonna
now, my Discord is a different story, but chat
in the commentary space to I guess talk to like talk broadly and openly about one thing that I feel like
who rated us?
I should have addressed in my document that I didn't, and that was why I was not honest with FPS Diesel. And because I know that can affect my credibility, I want to clear that up.
Yeah.
And just take it on the chin and move forward. And
you weren't honest with anybody. Everybody can see you lied yesterday. People can see you lied to Diesel. There's another conversation we're gonna bring up where he lied again. This guy's a pathological liar, and the problem with being a pathological liar and what's so effective about asking these people the same question about 5 times is it is very hard, even if you have a great memory, to keep up with every narrative and every lie you've given to each individual person. So if you ask him the same question 5 times, inevitably you're going to get a different answer, and then that's when you can just catch him.
Just establish my credibility through my content. That was the idea of the interview, and I also just wanted a space as well for people to hear my side of things.
Put a Lego minifigure on, we'll put Dr. Anthony Fauci on the screen. How about that? Will that be better for you?
And hopefully, gaining a new perspective and kind of get questioned a bit. And I've been a fan. I wouldn't actually say a fan, but I've been a watcher, I guess, from afar of Aiden's streams, and for the most part, he seems to have been pretty level-headed on many occasions.
True.
I
Very
don't
true.
watch
I
his
agree.
content
That is the first truth he's ever spoken.
enough, and probably not enough as much as I should have. But I've been
If I had
I've been
watched
well
his
aware.
content more, I would have realized he was going to disagree with me. His exposure to me was probably the Weddle interview, where he realized I gave Jake very minimal pushback in the course of that interview, and he thought that's what it was going to be like between me and him.
And from what I understand, he's kind of in the center of the two I guess extremes of the commentary community. But
I'm extreme. I'm just the extreme of the center. I'm the extreme of the center, okay? But yeah, I don't like the sides. I think the sides and the clickiness is super gay. I like being my own man.
what I soon came to realize is he's very susceptible to, I guess, his chat or public pressure, or whatever big YouTubers are talking to him, and everyone in that chat was just, there was nobody there who
What the fuck are you talking about? That's the opposite of me. Even if you don't like me, even my biggest, even the biggest people who criticize me like to say I'm a contrarian. What are you talking about? Scammer Aiden? How am I scamming? Who am I scamming? But I disagree with I have no problem disagreeing with popular people. Who's the most influential person that I regularly speak with? Diorio. And up until maybe recently, and I haven't seen evidence otherwise, Diorio liked this guy. I disagreed with Diorio publicly on Twitter a few days ago. So to say I'm susceptible to the influence of larger creators is just really fucking dumb.
To counter the retarded things being said. So he was it seems like he was buckling under that pressure. And I will say I started off extremely weak, but I think I finished pretty strong. I think I was in control towards the end.
Okay. I do think, yeah, for the most part you were.
I think I ended that interview where I wanted it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that again, the reason why I said this before you came in, I kind
got
of
really bad faith halfway
Sorry, I'm back.
through.
It did.
Wait, let me just rewind this.
I think the why you ended up doing it.
Your disagreements are largely superficial. Like which? Like which? I can substantially argue for any disagreement and why I believe in it that I've given to somebody. I've disagreed with both sides of this argument on various things. What disagreement have I had that you find to be superficial? Okay? Come up with an answer in 1 minute, or your fucking reply is superficial and you're banned for life. How about that? Okay? I'll make you a deal. Your replies are superficial. Your replies have no substance. Because you're just throwing shit out. You have no idea what you're talking about.
So you know, I don't necessarily regret doing it. And there's a few reasons for that, but I feel like it was important. Just if I'm gonna be in the commentary space.
Fuck, what was so you can't give a reason? So you can't give a reason. Well, at least you're admitting it. I'll let you stay just for that.
Is to I guess talk.
$2 from Bobby B. Both sides bad. Both sides actually aren't bad. You can criticize both sides, but one side I will always lean to more than the other.
To like talk broadly and openly about one thing that I feel like I should have addressed in my document that I didn't, and that was why I was not honest with FPS Diesel. And because I know that can affect my credibility, I want to clear that.
He wasn't honest with FPS Diesel for the sake of self-preservation. I knew going into my discussion why he lied to Diesel. I think he lied about not having sex with her because he believed that people would interpret him as being a pedophile if he admitted that he did have sex with an age gap like that. So by saying that he didn't have sex, he could get away from a criticism that really wasn't applicable, but he thought was. So he didn't need to lie about that, but he did for self-preservation. But what that demonstrates to me is he's willing to lie if he thinks something can be used to go after him. So with that in mind, even though the criticism he was lying to get out of wasn't really applicable, I have no doubt in my mind he's just willing to lie about anything to get out of criticism. And that's why he's so untrustworthy in this situation. And also, he's always trying to muddy the waters. Every pause, he'll take the opportunity to tell you, this girl's a pathological liar. This girl's always lied. This girl lies about everything. This girl lies about everything. Every, 2 seconds, you can rewatch the interview. And it's like, yeah, but so have you. You're literally, by your own admission, you've lied about things related to this situation. We have no evidence that she's made a lie that's, directly relevant to this. And we have no evidence that she's ever lied in the sense of, trying to falsely accuse someone of doing something that they haven't done.
Up.
Yeah.
And, just take
I believe she's lied about things, but you two are equal for me right now.
it on the chin and move forward and just establish my credibility through my content. That was the
Can you replace, if anybody's a PNG of Xylee gets real, please send it in the server.
idea of the interview. And I also just wanted, I wanted a space as well for people to
Okay, Tay Perks, please do not send your hospital bracelet in the fucking art section of my Discord. Thank you. This is your community service announcement. What is the reason people feel the need to send personal documents to me or in the server?
hear, my side of things and hopefully, gain a new perspective and kind of get questioned a bit. And I've been a fan, I wouldn't actually say a fan, but I've been a
Thank you for the comments, Rita.
watcher, I guess, from afar of Aiden's streams, and for the most part, he seems to have been pretty level-headed on many occasions. I don't.
But I'm not gonna do this. I kind
got
of
really bad faith, and from what I understand, he's kind of in the center of the two I guess extremes of the commentary community. But
one of the things that annoyed me about that interview was how disrespectful he was towards you, Aiden, like trying to tell you how to conduct the interview. It was worse than a Cheeto, honestly. It was worse than a Cheeto. There's nothing wrong with trying to lil bro me. I'll take offense to it. I'll find it to be like a bit disrespectful or whatever, but like I can brush it off. But it does offend me when you try to lil bro me and you're an admitted liar and I know you're fucking stupid. That's what pisses me off. And I should have pushed him back more on that, but I was really tired. But like to try to lil bro me when I know for a fact you're not smart, you're not talented, and in your shoes, you're the one being accused of something and you've lied about this accusation. You're in no fucking position to be lil broing anybody.
what I soon came to realize is he's very susceptible to, I guess, his chat or public pressure or whatever big YouTubers
and also,
are.
I disagree with my chat all the time. I've just done it like 2 seconds ago. I'm susceptible to my chat. I think I disagree with you guys about fucking 10 times a stream. I'm susceptible to my chat. That's a very funny joke. That's the first funny joke that Cameron has ever fucking made.
Talking to him, and everyone in that chat was just, there was nobody there who to counter.
Queeman made you press him. Queeman wasn't even on the fucking stream.
Retarded things being said. So he was it seemed like he was buckling under that pressure. And I will say I started off extremely weak, but I think I finished pretty strong. I think I was in control towards the end.
Okay. I do think, yeah, for the most part you were.
Huh?
I think I ended that interview where I wanted it.
Yeah, I think that,
What?
again, the reason why
You ended the interview where you wanted it? That's where you wanted the interview to be. Aiden, then make me available to post pics. Wait, Tay Perks. When I say don't send a picture of your hospital bracelet in the art channel, you think my criticism is that you did it in the art channel and I want you to instead post it somewhere else? No, I don't want you posting it in the fucking main channel either. Don't post your hospital bracelet or your docs in my fucking server. The art channel isn't the fucking problem. That's not the issue I had with you doing that.
I said this before you came in. I
got really bad faith halfway through.
It did.
It did.
I think the
bad faith. It got bad faith. You want to tell me how? Because I disagreed with you. It's bad faith.
The problem I was having is because one, you're like, oh, I'm not going to do this anymore, and I was like, oh, okay, he's walking into something. I know that because I don't hate Aiden because I know very little about him. I know that, like you said, he's kind of like on both ends of the commentary sphere. But like,
oh, well, it's good to know because I fucking hate you. So, but at least you're still able to have a balanced opinion on me.
I didn't really feel like you were going to gain anything out of it. And so like I was watching and I see Dickers.
Why are you an octopus? Why are you a big-breasted fucking octopus with a bat sidekick? What is wrong with you?
And I see Dickers trying to like get up in your face, and then I see him just like saying, "Oh."
Genuinely curious, and forgive me if you've already answered this, but why did you press so hard for call 1 when Cam wouldn't? Because I think he had something to hide in call 1. He kept referring to call 1 as the slam dunk proof she was lying. The only evidence that we received of the only part of call 1, I think that was publicly accessible was a few seconds of a clip where she says, "You didn't sexually assault me." She sounds distressed. Okay? So with that in mind, I want to see the context that led up to that, because it is not unheard of for victims of sexual assault to go and recant or reframe what happened to them, or be easily moved from their opinion about what happened to them. And what she described happening to her, if we're to believe it's true, is sexual assault. So whether she thinks it's sexual assault or not is not really relevant. But I then was wondering to myself, why did she say it was sexual assault, is now still adamantly claiming it was sexual assault, and then the only time we've ever heard her deny that it was sexual assault is when she's in a call with him. So I believe there was potentially a call where he was either berating her, coaching her, or gaslighting her, if he really did sexually assault her, to get her into saying that. So I wanted to see what led up to that statement.
Oh, you should let these people in. And it's just like, That's not
Do you believe? Yes, I believe her.
like what this is supposed to be.
Upon talking to him, in my personal opinion, okay, this is not to say he definitively did it, but I believe her. I absolutely believe her. You could be like, it's innocent until proven innocent until proven guilty. Yes, in a court system. I don't think there's enough to go and convict him of a crime. Okay? But I'm able to form my own opinion with what's available and what's in front of me. And if there's new information presented to me, I will happily go and change my mind. But where it stands now, upon talking to him, upon reading her statement, I believe that some form of sexual assault or a sexual act via coercion, which in this case would be sexual assault, more than likely occurred. That's my assessment of what happened here.
An interview is not like letting in a whole bunch of random people like this. I just didn't really like it too much.
There were multiple occasions where I was gonna walk out, and when he started just,
Okay, Spinal, I let you be in my chat. If you want to hear I don't know if did you even watch my interview with him yesterday? You're a borderline pedophile that hates women. Okay? I'm not surprised you'd be sympathetic to one party and not I'm not surprised you'd be sympathetic to one party and not the other. But did you even like how are you ever going to take hit? Like, they're equal liars, right? But the difference is the nature of each of their individual lies makes me more inclined to believe her narrative of events on this than his.
There's multiple occasions he just went full retard and started like honing in on the stupidest shit possible, dude. Like, what the hell is this? Like, the other thing is,
that's the other thing. People are like, you got so fixated on call one. I think everybody said this. This was their main criticism of me. I don't accept that criticism. I reject that criticism. That's bad criticism, because call one is the thing that he has referenced repeatedly as debunking her allegation in its entirety. Call one is his key piece of evidence. And if we can go and refute call one and the evidence that he used in call one, then it kind of puts his whole story into question, right? So call one is one of, if not the most important piece of evidence available to us in this story. So of course I'm going to heavily scrutinize that specific aspect of evidence. So no, I don't accept your criticism on call one. And honestly, I should have focused on call one even more.
Also thinking of it from the perspective as another, content creator myself, I'm like, this is really what you're going to spend your time asking this person? Like, do you actually want information, or do you just like, what's the goal here?
Well,
and like,
oh, go ahead.
The goal was to get you to discredit yourself through your own words or your own explosive outburst or whatever.
I mean,
that was the goal, and that's why it was bad faith, for those who are wondering.
No.
I don't know.
Huh? The goal is to figure out what happened. The goal is to figure out what happened. But if you're lying, and I believe what you've now said is a lie, my following questions are attempting to, yes, hone in on that lie. Because you've given me something to lead me to believe that what you've just said is a lie. I'm not going in there with that preconceived assumption. If his document added up to me, if the things he said added up to me, I could totally accept the lie he told Diesel as like a lie of self-preservation while also believing he didn't sexually assault her. Why is Dr. Fauci on my screen? Because for some weird reason, people want me to cover up the big-breasted octopus woman on the screen.
Like what they wanted me to do. Like, if you're gonna like blatantly lie to my face or just like accuse me of something that just didn't happen, I'm not gonna sit there like a robot. Like, yeah, I'm gonna get emotional. Like, yeah, I'm gonna, I'm not like a fucking sociopath. Like, that's just human nature.
I can't blame anybody for that, but it is something I impress upon them that, listen, it is important to know the difference between raising your voice and sharpening your tone.
Why is there a bat here?
Right. And I think
sharpening your tone is far more effective at conveying your emotion without somebody shutting you down or not the CQ.
I paid for Lego That's not an option. You can't just give me money and then I have to do whatever you tell me to do because you gave me money. If we've never made a prior agreement, if you give me money, I'll do something. Like if somebody donates money to me right now and says, Aiden, gouge your fucking eyes out with a spoon. I'm not going to go and gouge my eyes out with a spoon. And it's not scamming you because scamming is if I agree to do something for money, you give me that money and I don't do it. Not you throw money at me telling me to do something and I don't do it.
Oh,
Right.
she's just hysterical.
Right. I think once I was kind of blindsided by like, cause like there was a moment where I was blatantly lied to my face by one of the people that Aiden had on, and they were saying that like I just had contradicted myself in a place where I hadn't, and that I had
Right.
hadn't addressed something that I had verbatim earlier in the interview. So, yeah, I was
Now we have big-breasted octopus Fauci on the screen.
getting frustrated. After that, once I like caught myself getting frustrated, and I just kind of had to like correct myself and just, you know, I guess try to, you know, take a more measured approach. And I feel like towards the end, I kind of,
You definitely recovered far better than what
You
I've seen
did.
most people who
You did.
really
No,
like
you
crash out a
didn't.
little bit.
You
By
did.
the end of this, he was seething with anger by the end of the screen. Seething with anger. He's like, let's get this going. Ask me this. Let's hone in on this. Like telling me how to conduct my own fucking interview. You could tell he was seething with fucking rage. This guy sucks. You handled it so well, says the fucking bat. We need to call animal control on the bat. The bat needs to be taken into animal control. The bat has fucking rabies.
But
Yeah.
I will say, in terms of like it's gonna like people get upset.
Wait, apparently something is dropped. Let's look. So Jelly, Cameron's accuser, allegedly on a Blue Sky account, is making several posts. These posts are now being publicly posted on Twitter, so. Oh my god. How many fucking... Watching the Diesel stream right now, it's 10:26 p.m. New York time to give y'all context when I'm writing this. Cameron wouldn't let me out of the car until I kissed him. I was begging to go home. He would not let me out of the car. He grabbed me and pulled me over to kiss him and wouldn't let me go. I'm fairly certain that Cameron is claiming I blackmailed him with his alleged gay rape story. Huh? But you can't blackmail someone with info that makes them seem more sympathetic. You can. That's not true. Just to be clear. If the info is something that they would very clearly not want out there, and it's totally plausible that like a victim of gay rape wouldn't want that knowledge out there for the world, you could totally blackmail them with that info. So whatever. But you can't blackmail someone with info that makes him seem more sympathetic. I didn't blackmail him ever, and I do not care to. He makes himself look bad enough without my help. Also, I just realized this is the first time we're ever fucking hearing this info about what the blackmail entailed or whatever. Why was he okay with like publicly shit talking her while knowing she still had this info if the blackmail was so detrimental to him that it made him lie? This is a totally sane person and not a deranged liar. We have evidence that Cameron has lied. I've just accepted she's a liar. I haven't seen any evidence she's actually lied about anything. You just don't like her because she's a woman and she's the victim. And you hate women and you love victimizing them. You play a game where the point is to go and torture anime women. So I don't expect you to be very sympathetic to the person in question here, freak. Cameron did not lift me up by my waist to hug me. Cameron lifted me up by my thighs in a motel room to put my crotch on his face. He was trying to lick the slit, and she was saying he was trying to put her vulva on his face. And I kicked him because I told him no for like 10 minutes beforehand repeatedly. yeah, keep admitting to stuff. I got home early because my mom drove me. I had Cam drop me off near my grandma's house, and I went there and calmed down. Then my mom drove me. If Diesel is down to talk, I'll send him the Google timeline data. Well, Jelly, I'll talk to you. This person's apparently 18 now, so I'm okay with interviewing you on stream about what happened. I believe her. I believe her. And I listen. Sometimes I've made a lot of jokes about this situation because Cameron is such a ridiculous character. He's funny to laugh at. Okay, right? And I that's what I do. I sometimes have a hard time taking certain things seriously. I joke about them. Maybe at times where I shouldn't. But in all honesty, if this is true, I feel really bad for this girl. This isn't okay. I would have been terrified in her position, and I would have been terrified if nobody believed me. So, I believe, not only do I believe her, you know, I feel bad for her. I really do. I feel bad for her. She didn't deserve it, even if she has a really weird history. That doesn't warrant what happened to her. And I, allegedly, but yeah, I don't know. Is Diesel partially responsible for both sides bad? Both sides have done bad things, but one side I have evidence has done bad things directly and related to this situation. And Cameron has changed his story. She's apparently changed her story. She actually hasn't changed her story. She's only changed what she's thought of her story, which is very different than changing the details. If the details stay the same, but at one point you think these details mean sexual assault and at another you don't, that doesn't mean you've been inconsistent with your story. It means you've doubted your own opinions on that story. I mean, I don't trust either of them because they're both rats. I just don't like when people ignore the fact that the girl... Ignore that the girl is also a liar? How many fucking times has everyone who's talked about this had to reiterate, the girl lied, but the girl's a liar, but she lied about Yandere Dev fucking 3 years ago, but the girl's a liar. Every 2 seconds, Cameron being like, did you know this girl lied? She lied? She lied? Hey guys, do you think we should mention the fact that this girl lied? Did you guys know this girl lied? Does anyone know she lied? I don't think I've said that enough yet. Do you guys know this girl has lied? Do you know that? I don't think anyone's talked about it yet. Why is nobody bringing up that this girl lied? Why is nobody bringing that fact up? Why is nobody mentioning that the girl lied? She's not honest? No! No, she's not! This is the first I'm hearing of this. I've only been presented with an image of her as an angel and a perfect manifestation of honesty. Thank you so much for informing me. Thank you so much for informing me that she's not honest. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Cameron keeps saying that he hasn't spoken to me, but he was calling me at like 4 a.m. about 2-ish months ago while I was sleeping, so that's bullshit. This is something she'll easily have evidence of. If it was 2 months ago, and it was on mobile, she can easily provide evidence of this. I've never seen the screen or made him delete files like ever. And he has 3 drives. I didn't believe that too. He said he apparently had this piece of exonerating evidence. He had this piece of evidence that would completely exonerate him. Okay? And apparently Jelly found out about this evidence and made him delete it. And he voluntarily deleted evidence that could have exonerated him. But that's not even actually... He said to Diesel, I have evidence I'll have to get for you off stream. He couldn't give Diesel the evidence, so then he said she made him delete it, which is something I feel like you'd remember at the time when you were recounting that to Diesel. Now it kind of sounds like you've just totally made something up on the spot to come up with a justification for why you lied about having exonerating evidence. He's also not provided proof of this. Cameron wishes he had my foot over his head. Okay, that's a weird comment. If my shitty laptop with a OneDrive backs up everything without me asking, I'm certain he would have something similar to it on his big boy PC. There are 3 possible things he could have told Diesel. I blackmailed him with his butt plug thing. His butt plug, his alleged butt assault, and his numerous suicide attempt stories. What? It gets worse? Wait. Oh, and life update. I'm married and stuff. She's like either 17 or she's just turned 18. Huh? I'm married and stuff, so I'm not always available for drama. I graduated early with a 4.0 to start my life and family with someone amazing. Your family? Is she pregnant? You just got out of high school. So all this is old. This happened like a year ago, right? She's... What? Who are you with now? Huh? Yeah, how old is your husband? That's probably a better... Listen, I get it, okay? I get that in the 1940s, I think when my grandparents married, my grandma was like 18 or 17. Okay? I understand that was the thing back in the day. I don't really see that happening a whole lot anymore. And yes, I think it's a little bit bizarre to be like getting married as soon as you get out of high school. I think that's like a little bit strange. But yeah, I don't know. She's back with Yandere Dev. True. So true. My grandma got married in 16 and had kids after. Yeah. I'm not trying to say my grandpa was a creep. My grandpa was about 14 when he married my grandma. She was like 17 or 18. So my grandpa's not like he wasn't a pedo or anything. All right. We didn't trauma bond. There was no trauma on my end at that point. I was just baiting Alex for funsies because I was bored and okay, that was obviously a joke. That was obviously a joke. It was a joke. Reverse predator every time, man. True. Bro missed my oh, sorry, man. I didn't mean to. What was your dono? My bad. My bad. Lord AIDS, please write these arguments down so you can kneel next time you talk to him so you can't make stuff up later to this woman. I will, man. I will. This crash out is so funny. Please, someone clip this. I wasn't a honeypot. I was 13. It was a joke I made on Canva because pedophiles always play victim and called me a honeypot. There weren't any other girls involved, just me attention whoring in Discord servers. Yeah, apparently everyone keeps calling this girl a liar. I actually need to see evidence if she's actually told any lies besides lying to pedophiles, allegedly. One of my accounts isn't even gone. It was the one I gave the login info to. Alex and Cam both had the login so they could do whatever because I had stuff to do, like high school finals and getting high. Sounds like a very healthy life. Read mine again too? I didn't I already read yours? Okay, I have an actual life. Sounds like it. So I'm gonna abandon this account after tonight and never touch this drama again because I've come on my fucking stream. I'm giving you. You said you were willing to talk to Diesel. Now you're never talking about this again. Talk to me. I'll talk to you. I'd love to talk to your husband as well to see how old he is. But come on. Come on my stream. I'm a fair guy. Okay, I'm a fair guy. on every single recorded call with Cameron that he's released so far was scripted. He would DM me while we were in VC and tell me what to say. That's why I won't show the DMs. Well, according to him, she deleted her Discord account. I don't know if I believe that, to be honest. Okay, apparently she turned 18 in February. What month are we in now? It's May. January. She turned 18 like 3 months when she's married? Huh? She's fucking married? Okay.
Said it's fine.
Wait,
It's not a big deal. But how you handle getting upset and like and reeling that back is important. Like people like Hassan or people like Destiny, they don't reel it back. They go instant to 100, and then it's just there. There's no apology. There's no look. I'm getting a little heated. I don't appreciate the manner in which you've ambushed me. I'm gonna go ahead and head out. You know, SpongeBob
What am I? Wait, why can't I hear anything? Oh, I unplugged my headphones.
me
Right.
shit. Don't go freaking on a rampage.
I think that there also is, like, I guess the streamer in me that just kind of wants to be amped up for the content side of it in a way. But that's not obviously my main goal in that specific scenario. You know, we're talking about something serious, and I'm being asked about what the homepage of my fucking browser is, and I don't want to leak my next video.
Why do you say professional streamer like I've ever fucking claimed to be one? And also, this is another lie. The homepage of your browser. You didn't have to show the homepage of your browser. Nobody was asking you to do that. I never asked you to do that. And actually, you did do that. You did do that. You had no problem doing that. What I asked you to show me was your recent open files, because I believed what he did. He said, this is the original file. I had multiple files called Call 1. He's like, actually, no, I retitled it Call 1 for you. And then I said, okay, click on the file that you're showing me the properties of, because I wanted to see properties, to see the date it was created, to see if it was modified. And what he does is, he's screen sharing, he's showing me the properties of the file. He then closes his screen share, and when he reopens it, it's the media player with it open. So he could have clicked on a totally different file. So I wanted him to show me his recent files so I could see what the fuck he was was going on. And if these were the same file, etc., etc. And he was very unwilling to do that and only showed me like the top 3 most recent ones that he's all pulled up.
Yeah, sorry.
Also, another thing that I have.
Dude, it feels like the side of my face is like fucking paralyzed. I don't know what the fuck is going on right now.
Have a problem with regarding their interview is it very much felt like how it caught my interview, or rather interrogate somebody, especially with the repetitive questions, trying to get you to trip yourself up.
Yeah, that was
stuff and stuff like that. It's classic. It's classic interrogation 101. I'm like, guys, you are not good at this. Stop it.
Yeah, no, with all due respect to Aiden, I've seen a couple of his streams. I saw his Weddle interview. Like, from what I've mostly seen of his streams, there have been.
Wait, what did she just say? Hold on, I missed what she just said.
Fine, it's not a big deal. But how you handle getting upset and like.
I'm not having a stroke. It's not. No, it's not paralyzed. It just feels paralyzed. Like I can move it. I just don't like. Just feels a little strange. I'm not having a fucking stroke. It's been like this for the last like few minutes. It's not. I'm not having a stroke. I can lift both my hands. I'm not having a stroke.
And
I can lift both of my hands. See? No biggie, guys. It's no biggie. See? Both my hands.
reeling that back is important. Like people like Hassan or people like Destiny, they don't reel it back. They go instant to 100, and then it's just there. There's no apology. There's no look. I'm getting a little heated. I don't appreciate the manner in which you've ambushed me. I'm gonna go ahead and head out. You know, SpongeBob me
Right.
shit. Don't go freaking on a rampage.
I think that
Huh?
there also is like I guess the streamer in me that just kind of wants to be amped up for the content
The
side of it.
streamer in me, the one I played it all up for the content. I agree. People play things up for the content. I agree. It's very rare you should be playing things up for the content when we're talking with you about rape allegations, but your rape allegations. I don't believe that for a second, by the way.
In a way, but I that's not obviously my main goal in that specific scenario. You know, we're talking about something serious, and I'm being asked about what the homepage of my fucking browser is, and I don't want to leak my next video.
I'm not
so
asking you what the homepage of your everyone's acting like I was asking you. By the way, everyone who's saying that he got so caught up on call 1, he got so caught up on this, he got autistically fixated on this, is letting this guy get away with this. That was a totally appropriate thing to get fixated on. That was a crucial piece of evidence that he was using to refute this entire fucking story. So no, that was actually a total, like, I should have fixated on it. I was in the right, actually, for fixating on it.
So another thing that I had a problem with regarding their interview is it very much felt like how it caught my interview, or rather interrogate somebody, especially with the repetitive questions, trying to get you to trip yourself up.
Yeah, that was
stuff and stuff like that. It's classic. It's classic interrogation 101. I'm like,
the bat is right. The bat is right. But when you use that technique, what you're doing is if they're lying about what's occurred, when you ask them the same question multiple times, they're going to give you different answers. And that's when you know they're making something up. If your story is consistent and you truly remember what happened, or if your story is consistent, you remember what happened, that shouldn't really work on you. You shouldn't be getting major details wrong. You shouldn't be switching major details. You can make a minor mistake, but you can tell the difference between a misspeaking. You can tell the difference between misspeaking and an outright lie. So I did ask him the same question multiple times. Yes, that was to see if he was lying. That was to see if I'd get a different answer. Because when you're a pathological liar like he is, you cannot keep track of every narrative you've given somebody, and you're inevitably bound to change your story.
guys, you are not good at this. Stop it.
Yeah, no, with all due respect to Aiden, I've seen a couple of his streams. I saw his Weddle interview. Like, from what I've mostly seen,
I'm not watching a video about this guy's suicide attempt when he was 15. No, it's not happening. You want to go watch that? You could go to like Parry's channel. Parry was like, Aiden, you should have brought me in. You should have brought. And I can't do his accent. It's like this weird accent. But he's like, you should have brought me in. And it's like, Parry just wanted to come on here and ask him if he was molested and about his suicide attempt when he was 15. It's like, huh? What? He would have left immediately. Jelly's honeypot rules. Don't dox him if you DM him first. Okay, this is, if you're, don't do a white font on like a bright pink background, okay? He isn't in a place to resist if you seduce him on purpose. No leaking. Like a girlfriend, you are not his groomie. Getting feted by someone who loves... Okay, so it seems like Jelly was attempting to get money from pedophiles, right? Very evil girl. I don't think this is evil. Oh no, money out of the poor pedophiles' wallets. I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, she was probably dishonest in her course of doing this, because that's what it involves doing. I don't think it's a good thing to do, because you're incentivizing other minors to put themselves into these, like, super risky situations, and you're allowing these people to continue getting away with the predatory behavior that they engage in. So I don't think this is a good thing to do. But that's very different from you falsely making an accusation of sexual assault. You don't think manipulation is evil? Not inherently. No, not really. No, I don't think manipulation is inherently evil. Nope. Nope. Okay, I'm not gonna pull that one up on screen. Thank you. Diesel. Active. Okay, so Diesel sent me proof that... Yeah, so Diesel sent me proof that Jelly was essentially involved in like this weird degenerate like porn server where minors interacted with adults and they were honeypotting pedophiles, I assume for the sake of extortion. But to say she manipulated pedophiles is very different than saying she's an outright liar and cannot be trusted in regards to this story in particular. So for the people that are using that to claim that that her word can't be trusted in its entirety when she's accusing someone of sexual assault, do we have any evidence of her willing to make life-ruining lies? And obviously, if she's a history of lying, that still is a testament to her credibility. But the types of lies she would do here would be for some financial motive, right? There's no financial motive to her lying about Cam. So why would she be lying about Cam? That's my question. Spinal, you're the target demographic of who this girl would extort for money, so I understand why you're sympathetic. Yeah, Diesel, this is all good evidence attesting to like weird behavior of her as a minor. And so Diesel, yeah, Diesel's proven to me the honeypot shit is all real, but that's not really changing my outlook of like her allegations against him at all. The girl has a weird past. She did weird shit when she was a kid. But that doesn't change that Cameron is the one who's lied about this situation in particular. We have evidence of him lying. So. Yeah, and she was a kid when this was all going down. Probably a kid that I wouldn't be surprised is a victim. This is a big assumption. A victim of some kind. I mean, there are rumors that Cameron decided to tell the world that she was sexually abused by her father. She was on... The fact that she was online doing this kind of behavior shows she was probably neglected by her parents in some regard. And now she's freshly out of high school and married. Okay? So if she was like doing weird shit and engaging in like antisocial behavior as a teenager or as a kid, I'm not going to judge that too harshly now when we're looking at her present allegations of sexual assault. You are so disingenuous for many reasons. Diesel is a grifter. He doesn't even believe what he is saying. Who the fuck are you? Do you want to call in? Do you want to call in? Who are you? She's back. Wait, hold on. Okay, we need to do some things. Bro, this is like 3 years old? Yeah, 3 years when you're 18 is a pretty substantial period of time, Spinal. Yes. Yes, when you're 18 years of age, 3 years is like a pretty substantial amount of time for growth. Doesn't matter who I am. What matters is you, as you're the one covering this situation. You obviously take issue with something I've stated, so why don't you go tell me what issue you take with my coverage? It's the bat? It's the bat, dude. You know, like the thugs in Arkham City? It's the bat. Wait, no shot. Is that actually the bat? Wait, dude. No fucking way. No shot. Hold on, my Chrome disappeared. How do you get it back up? Isn't it like tab Windows? There we go. Wait, there's no way that's the bat, dude. There's no way that's the bat. Why do you guys think that's the bat? Where is this account? I just lost it. Go to channel. That's not the bat. Why are you guys saying... Who is this? Huh? Is this like a resident of Pedophiles Anonymous? When was this account created? Lover baby. Huh? Are you might be a pedophile. You might be a pedophile. Be careful, it's a honey pot. Thank you. Thank you. Is this Spinal? Did Spinal get banned from the chat? Is he back on an alt?
Streams. There have been many occasions where I've personally disagreed with him and his tactics in many ways, but
wait, let me go back.
It's not a big deal. But how you handle getting upset and like and reeling that back is important. Like people.
There's not a single flaw that any other content creator has not had, that Keemstar has not had, but hundreds of times. What are you even typing? What are you saying? Who are you? What issue do you take with my coverage? What the fuck does that even mean? Can you speak English?
People like Hassan or people like Destiny, they don't reel it back. They go instant to 100, and then it's just there. There's no apology. There's no look. I'm getting a little heated. I don't appreciate the manner in which you've ambushed me. I'm gonna go ahead and head out. You know, SpongeBob me that shit. Don't go.
Can you please go back? Wait, Spinal, you want me to go back to this channel? You want to stare at the profile picture a little longer, buddy? What is wrong with this guy?
Freaking on a rampage.
I think that there also is, like, I guess
I typed something before that, it didn't show up. I don't know why. Let me check. It might have got auto-filtered. I don't see anything.
the streamer in me that just kind of wants to be amped up for the content side of it in a way. But that's not obvious.
175 watching, only 43 likes. If you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure to like up. Make sure to dono is a good way to support us. If you're not, if you can't dono, make sure I already said like, sub, yeah, all that shit.
Obviously, my main goal in that specific scenario, we're talking about something serious, and I'm being asked about what the home page of my fucking browser is, and I don't want to leak.
Yeah, I never asked him that question. He's retarded if he interpreted it like that.
My next video.
Also,
Sorry.
another thing that I had a problem with regarding their interview is it very much felt like how it caught my interview, or rather interrogate somebody. Especially with the repetitive questions, trying to get you to trip yourself up.
That's true. That's an accurate statement.
It's classic interrogation 101. I'm like, guys, you are not good at this. Stop it.
Yeah, no, with all due respect to Aiden, I've seen a couple of his streams. I saw his Weddle interview. Like, from what I've mostly seen of his streams, there have been many occasions where I've personally disagreed with him and his tactics in many ways, but if there was anyone other than maybe like fucking Diorio or something that I would talk to, there's probably some other people, but he was like the best available option at that, I guess, point. And
why do you keep watching the same 5 seconds? I rewinded. Do you want me to rewind again? That's literally what you do. Your chat accuses you of constantly rewinding the same 5 seconds. It's total projection. It's total fucking projection.
Regret doing it. I may regret the way I kind of went into it, but I
would still say that it wasn't like it didn't ruin your reputation. It might have a little bit, but I think
but not with my target audience.
It especially was exactly. That's not your target audience at all. The people that this harmed your reputation.
They already didn't like.
He's trying to reassure himself. He's trying to reassure himself this isn't gonna make him look like a total loser. That's why everyone needs to push this. That's why everyone needs to push this. Okay. That's why everyone. I'm just gonna get out of this, guys. No, you're not. No, you're not. This is my new Cheeto. Cheeto is nothing on this guy. Nothing. Okay. Every time you eat, every time you sleep, every time you shit, I will be live covering it. I will cover everything you do until the end of time. I will scream it to the fucking mountaintops. Okay? This doesn't end in a week. It's not like we're just gonna forget this. We're not. I'm not gonna forget it. I'm not gonna forget it. I will always be covering you. I will never not be covering you. I'll be covering you for the rest of your tiny little career, you pathetic man. Oh, didn't mean to click back on that.
Like me.
People who kind of already had made up your mind. Gee, exactly.
Yeah, they already didn't like me, so I don't really care about that. But mainly it was just to establish that, yeah, I made a dent in my credibility with Diesel. So I mean, I was already there to like say, hey, I fucked up, and here's why I fucked up. But I mean, we went so off base with that, trying to establish context with a clip that already has the context in it, and like, it's just like.
I am calling upon AIDS Gang to unleash total rape krieg on the alleged rapist, okay? I'm declaring total rape krieg against CameronF305. This guy will not get away with this. This guy will not get away with this. Until we get Call 1 in its entirety, I will never stop.
So ridiculous, like the questions that ended up being asked.
Another funny
They were
thing
not
too.
ridiculous. All the questions that were asked were in relation to specific evidence that he invoked. He just didn't like me questioning that when it was used against him.
That you have, because like he had that big problem with you lying to him, right? The reason why I don't think he did. I don't think he had an actual problem with being lied to. It was a white lie. It was more of like,
I was embarrassed.
Not wanting to be like, exactly. So, it's not necessarily a lie, but a big thing that will happen, especially in court and stuff. There's a term in Latin called falsus in uno, falsus in omnibus, which means if you're lying about one thing, you're lying about everything. So him focusing on that little lie is him trying to discredit you with everything.
But is that not what he did to the girl? I'm sorry, is that not what Cameron does to the girl? Oh, well, she honeypotted pedophiles 3 years ago when she was like 16. Therefore, she can never be trusted on anything. And he'll invoke that every 5 seconds. That's literally what Cameron himself does. So obviously, he doesn't agree with that. He doesn't agree with that point. Is he going to question it, though? No, because it works in his benefit. So he's probably just going to be like, and fucking agree with it. Even though it is a criticism of his of his way of going about this entirely.
You said to his audience because of this one lie he caught you in.
Right.
What channel can I put it in? Put what in? You want to call in, join waiting to call.
And I understand that. And
that was the attempt to be made, yeah.
I just don't really feel like that was successful.
No, it wasn't. It got you.
You looked like a liar on everything. What do you mean it wasn't successful? Everybody thinks you fucking lied. Your biggest contacts have broken ties with you. This guy the other night was reacting to June the King on this girl's stream. He said that he's a big fan of June the King. Guess who's a good friend of mine, buddy? Good. We go way back, years back. We're not good friends. That's a total exaggeration. But June the King. Okay, we went to In-N-Out Burger together, me and June the King. That's a true, I'm not even kidding. Okay, we went to In-N-Out Burger together. I am going to make sure June the King sees your lies for what they are. I'm going to make sure everybody sees your lies. This isn't going away until I get Call 1. This is not going away until I get Call 1.
Stuff, and some people like, oh, look, he's emotional.
I'm serious, by the way. He's like, I'm a big fan of June the King. I've eaten burgers with the guy. Okay, I'm telling people who don't even know about you. They're going to think I'm a schizo for how much I talk about CameronF305. Skyhawk, please cover the woman. I'll take anything. Just cover the screen. I don't know. Are you in, like, Iran? I don't know what to tell you. Okay, you've been donating to me all stream, being like, cover the woman. I agree. She's a cringe octopus lady. But if you can't help but get a boner when you look at the fucking screen, that's not my problem. That's yours. So look away from the screen, or I don't know what to tell you. I'm not covering up the screen just for you. Go move to fucking Iran.
Oh my god, he's a fucking human being.
Look, if somebody walks up to me after I've exited the grocery store and said, you stole that Gatorade, I'm likely to push that guy in the face. I'm sorry. Like, don't fucking accuse me of a crime.
That's
It's a hit to your pride. It's a hit to your ego.
I wouldn't
and
punch
it's
somebody
just
in the
not,
face.
It's
What is
not
the
a smart
relevance
thing
of
to
this?
do.
What is the bat talking about?
Yeah, no, I think as well, a part of it is like they know my prior association and they want me to be the lolcow that my boss was, and that's just not who I am. So
Gotcha.
I've stated to Cameron outright repeatedly, I don't care about your association with Yandere Dev. I don't care about your association with Yandere Dev. I don't care. The reason I don't care is because he was very young. And I haven't looked too much into the details of it. So I was charitable to him on that, and I don't care. And I actually don't even know anything or all that much about Yandere Dev. I just don't care about the guy. And I've afforded him that charitability, just like I'm affording to the girl in regards to her past mistakes of honeypotting. So no, this has nothing to do with your ex-boss. 199 from Patrick Starr. VTubers give me the creeps. Me too, buddy. Me too.
I mean, I think that's easy not to do.
yeah. Dude, I could
even know who your previous boss was.
I could tell a lot of stories.
It was Yandev. He used to make music for Yandev.
Oh, that's right. Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
I hate breathing. I hate being alive.
Yeah. So,
that quote will be spoken by Cameron when Rape Krieg is over. If I don't fucking get call one, little bro, that quote, I'm gonna have a sound bit of you saying that.
I lost my train of thought there, but
Sorry.
no,
He does that to people.
No, you're good. You're good. I do think I agree that there was a lot of semantics. I kind of understand. I understand the point. I don't really enjoy the execution where they wanted to hear the entire clip of you talking to Jelly, and I can understand.
I gave it to them. I gave that clip.
So from my understanding, it didn't seem like enough to them. Because it didn't include the beginning and the end, and I can understand that when somebody is trying to prove their innocence, you want to hand as much unredacted or as much clean, uncut information as possible. And so I can understand saying, I want this call.
You advocate in court. You would advocate for the totality of the film or video to be released.
Yes. This bat, by the way, is like apparently a lawyer, some sort of legal autist. But what the bat just said is exactly how I feel about Call 1. Just like him releasing a super fucking out of context clip of this girl crying, saying, you didn't sexually assault me. Just like I'd like to see the context of that statement when she's repeatedly gone over the same details of what happened, why she all of a sudden in a call with you is saying it wasn't sexual assault. So yes, I would like to see the call in its totality. Is Cameron going to agree with that too? Even though he's just gotten off an interview with me where he's attempting to use this out of context clip as evidence without the full call being present. Is he going to agree with that too? Of course he is.
Completion's sake.
Yes, and
I was willing to do that. The reason I haven't sent him anything is honestly just because of the way that interview went. Had things been,
I would say no. Don't send him anything. Don't talk to him anymore.
Yeah.
Like he's not somebody I would trust to platform.
I just caught him in another lie. What are we at? We need to make a comprehensive document of this fucking rapist lies, okay? We need a comprehensive document of this rapist laundry list of lies. Okay, because he's just done it again, and let me tell you how. Okay, he's acted like the reason he didn't send me the additional evidence to contextualize his fucking prime piece of evidence that was supposed to totally exonerate him was because, and I quote, okay, let me show you. The reason behind it was, all right, watch this. He DMs me as soon as the stream is over. Hey, Aiden, with all due respect, I will not be sending you the call. Nothing in there is relevant to the situation, and I have no interest in further engaging in a situation where I know I didn't do anything to the girl. I'm not giving irrelevant information for it to be twisted. I'm just moving on with my life. Have a good day. And then he says to me on the stream, he's not leaking it because her full name is in it and there's private details in it. Now, he's saying on this stream that the reason he's not giving me the evidence to contextualize this exonerating clip is because he didn't like the way I handled the stream. You're a fucking liar. You lie about everything. You're a pathological fucking liar. The more you talk, the more I'm convinced you've raped. Not only am I now inclined to believe you've committed sexual assault this time, you've lied so fucking much about this. I think there are other people out there that you haven't been caught for. I think there are other people out there that you haven't been caught for. I think you're a fucking danger to society and need to be locked away, okay? You need to be locked up. This isn't normal. It's not normal to lie this much. You fucking maniac. And then, if that is not enough to even further prove my point, about how dangerous this guy is, I just need to reiterate this piece of evidence. Never mind, I don't have it. I was gonna play Run Right Back to Me, the music video.
Form your evidence in a non-biased manner in which he wouldn't try to spin it.
Correct. If I ever feel the need to release that evidence, it'll be on my...
Just imagine him putting on the rape face, being like, I need you to run right back to me.
...terms on my platform. And I don't feel that need right now, first of all. And second...
Dono? Sorry, I missed it. Sorry! Draftel with the 10. We're getting that call, little bro. Vine Boom. We're getting it whether you want us to or not, Vine Boom. We're gonna break in your house, little bro. Vine Boom. That was a joke, ladies and gentlemen, but I appreciate the dono, Draftel.
Of all, majority of that clip has nothing to do with me, and it was just this individual crying, and I felt uncomfortable continuing the recording, so I stopped it.
It has nothing to do with me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Cameron, when he thinks he can lie to me, dude, I'm basically exonerated. Call 1 proves everything, man. Call 1 exonerates me completely. She admitted it wasn't sexual assault. Call 1, man. Call 1. It's all about call 1. And then I prove, hey, this could be like extremely out of context, right? Can I see the rest of the context of the call? Honestly, there's nothing in that call. It's just like this individual crying. There's nothing in it. I'm not sending it to you because she reveals her full name. I'm not sending it to you because she reveals her dad raped her. Oh, wait, I just said that publicly, so now I can't use it as a reason anymore. I'm not sending it to you because I didn't like the way that interview went. I'm not... 15 different reasons why he's not fucking sending it to me. I hate this guy so much, man. So much.
Yeah.
I feel like that's extremely reasonable. When my name was mentioned, however, I started the recording back up because it had to do with me.
Mm-hmm.
So, and where she said straight up, you know, that I didn't do it and that I...
She didn't say that. She said you didn't sexually assault her. We don't have evidence of her saying you didn't do the thing that I've said you done that I've previously believed to be sexual assault. She's now just saying that it wasn't sexual assault. So what that could indicate is her opinion of what it was has changed. But her opinion of what it was, quite frankly, doesn't matter. The facts of what actually happened matter, and then we can interpret for ourselves if it was sexual assault. And yes, you attempting to forcefully press her vulva against your face while she's hitting you and saying no would be an act of sexual assault, whether she believes it is or not. Okay? Also, with no context, we don't know, considering how young she was, which was repeatedly emphasized, we don't know if you gaslit her, berated her, etc., to get her to that point, and she said that in the heat of the moment, or to appease you, just like, which is the reason you claimed you admitted to forcefully trying to kiss her for 5 minutes, because you were just trying to appease her. So that could equally apply to her. Yet without the difference between you and her is that she gave us the full call. She gave us the full context of you failing to deny and at points outright admitting behavior that was inappropriate, right? For all we have of your exonerating evidence is a 40-second fucking clip that you have lied about repeatedly in order to not release the context to it.
It was just me lifting her up, and I put her down.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. it just kind of confirmed my context. So that minute clip, that was the full clip of that call that I recorded. When we got back to the regular conversation, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna stop recording this.
Yeah. I understand your mindset. I definitely do, because like again, like this was an individual.
Do I wish I recorded the full call now in hindsight? Absolutely.
I imagine you do. I imagine you do, because it definitely makes it easier.
With your own personalized FBI agent. Sure, they have it somewhere on record, you know.
Oh, and then the other reason is he didn't record the full call. He only recorded, apparently the 1 minute and 44 he sent me was when he started the recording, and he conveniently starts the recording as if it's a perfectly cut soundbite, conveniently right when she starts her sentence and ends right when he has the info he needs.
That is
The call wasn't cut, by the way, guys. Oh wait, if I'm gonna go from showing you the perfectly recorded call to the property section after I'm playing it on media player, I need to unscreen share and then re-screen share because I'm definitely not going and clicking on another file. What was the 504 clip then? That was the precursor to call 1, which I accidentally discovered on the stream because he was sharing the wrong screen. And I'm saying, wait a minute, what you're just showing me is 5 minutes and 4 seconds. The full call you just sent me is 1 minute and 44 seconds. And he's like, oh, wait, this is the precursor to call 1. And this precursor to call 1, he's refused to send me, giving me at least 5 different excuses. And if he didn't show me that on the screen share, I wouldn't even know it existed. So I have reason to believe that that precursor contains something that he doesn't want getting out there.
Yeah. Some gooner in Discord.
Something like that. I say that because like I understand what people are seeking, and what they're seeking is like more evidence. I'm not really.
I mean,
if this pink person is 17, ban them from my fucking server. Pink, if you have anything you need to say that's related to this at all, or like an actual like person of value, and not like the most useless fucking chatter I've ever read, maybe go and like type it in here. Message Diesel for it. He doesn't have it because Cameron's not releasing the call. We're not even supposed to know that this call exists. The only reason we know the precursor to call 1 exists is because he accidentally revealed it in his screen share. I'm telling you to watch out, Aiden. Watch out for what? Watch out for what? You think I see like an anime profile picture in chat and I'm like, awooga, and I'm like hitting myself on the head with a fucking hammer? I got fucking hearts bulging out of my eyes. What do you mean watch out? What do you mean watch out? What are you talking about? What is wrong with you? Aiden, watch out! She's 17! Watch out! Watch out, man! I don't need to watch out because I have no interest. I have no interest in these people.
There are at least like 10 fucking clips. But
Here's the problem. Other people can be looking for evidence all they want, but when you provide evidence and it's not enough for you and you ask for more and you ask for more, at this point we're getting into the whole bait foundation of our court system, which is innocent until proven guilty.
Yes.
What evidence in the affirmative to the accusations against Cameron has been presented? None of it is
nothing. Absolutely nothing other than testimony.
No, we have evidence of you making an admission. We have evidence of you either making an outright admission or not denying and accepting a claim that you tried to forcibly kiss her for 5 minutes. That establishes to us, or in claims where she said she was saying no and hitting you and you didn't immediately put her down. You don't deny that either. Okay? So we have a recording of you admitting to not respecting consent in other contexts, if not the context of the main situation, although that one's a bit more vague. We don't know if the picking up is the parking lot story or the motel room face vulva story, okay? But but the kissing one, you were totally willing to accept in that call. So that is evidence. Yeah, that is totally evidence against you. If it was just her word, Cameron, we wouldn't be having this discussion. The problem is we've caught you in multiple lies in relation to the situation. You've had a hesitancy to release evidence that would supposedly exonerate you. And we have your word admitting to not being able to respect consent in other contexts. So that is why I've made the conclusion that I have. Typically, I'm very skeptical of these kinds of stories, sometimes too skeptical. But the reason I believe her is because of what you've said and how you've behaved.
It hasn't even met the standard of like what you could get like a warrant or an injunction against you, right?
Because even in the clip that like goes against me, I
more like
evidence is the perpetrator, the alleged perpetrator. Okay, so like, okay, would proof be the better word? Would proof be the better word? If I'm like accusing you of, hey, you stole this ice cream sandwich, and then I have a call of you, like admitting to stealing an ice cream sandwich, yeah, that would be proof or evidence. It's not like the girl just said this happened. The guy who's being accused is on call saying that this happened. That's like that's the problem. A call to someone admitting to it would be probable cause to get a warrant, okay? It wouldn't be evidence to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that you've now just totally shifted the goalpost. You've now just, I hate using that expression, you've just shifted the goalpost.
believe that not that it happened. That's 51%.
Yeah.
We don't even have enough evidence for that, let alone enough evidence for conviction, which is 99%.
Because even in the clip that's being used against me, I admit that, like, I straight up say, I put you down. Like, I agree that I put you down when you said stop. Like, I didn't admit to doing anything unconsensual.
Okay, at first you said testimony is not evidence. And then you said testimony is not evidence that proves it beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand something can be evidence without, like, definitively proving that something happened. It can just lend credence to that notion. And then in aggregation, along with, like, other facts, such as, like, the various lies he's told and the consistency of her story, we've actually not found a single inconsistency in the facts of her story. We've found several inconsistencies in his, and we have an admission. So in aggregation, yeah, that's, like, enough to lead me to believe that he's probably guilty. That I said before, I literally said at the start of this stream, I prefaced this by saying, I don't think there would be enough here to convict him of anything. That's very different than me formulating my own opinion. Right? I think Casey Anthony murdered Kaylee Anthony. Okay? I think Casey Anthony is a murderer. Casey Anthony was found not guilty by a jury of her peers. That doesn't change my personal opinions about what happened. Casey Anthony, in my opinion, couldn't be retried. Retrying her would be illegitimate in, like, a legal framework, because double jeopardy. That doesn't mean I still don't believe she murdered a child
whatsoever in that clip. It does sound bad.
That doesn't mean we should try, actually. That's a good point. We should try. I just don't think it will work.
I'm being accused of it to my face, or whatever.
I don't think he can be convicted off of just what we have.
Or at least it comes off that way. But that's not what happened. And I have evidence of the contrary. Yeah. So at this point, we have a testimony and evidence that...
All right, that's super fair. So you believe that there is a ponderance of evidence, but not enough to convict. Ponderance? Ponderance. Huh? New word to add to my lexicon. ponderance. Ponderance is a noun, meaning the act of pondering, or the state of being weighed. Okay, you could have just, you didn't need to use the word ponderance. But yeah, that is what I believe. I'm not claiming to be a judge.
It doesn't even prove the accusation. But we have plenty of evidence that goes against the accusation.
But
I'm adding that one to my lexicon, okay? I'm writing that down on words I should know. No way you needed to Google that. I can admit if I don't fucking know something. I actually don't know everything. I don't know every word. I don't know every word. I have a pretty, I'd like to think I have a good vocabulary, but there are a lot of like very basic words that I actually don't know. That's not a basic word. I've never heard that word used before in a sentence, like ever in my life.
But this is the whole thing. You can't prove a negative. You can't prove you didn't do something. Okay.
You can prove you didn't do something. It's just not what's expected of you if we're going to accept the validity of a claim. You absolutely can prove you didn't do something. If somebody is making the claim that they got punched by you at a restaurant in New York, and you have flight tickets and like footage from TSA that you were getting on a flight in Texas like 30 minutes at the time that was happening, yeah, you can prove you didn't do it. So yeah, you can prove you didn't do something. But that's not like, if you can't prove you didn't do something, that's not gonna be an assumption of your guilt, because because it is hard to prove you didn't do something. But we can go off of what's available to us, and everything that is actively available to us suggests that this guy has admitted to not respecting consent and has various details of this to hide and has had an inconsistent story. Look at what QQ sent you. Okay, so apparently the person that's been in my chat for the last 30 minutes with some super substantial message that tried to join my server despite being 17 and we had to ban them has now messaged one of the mods, and they've finally been able to get their message out there. So let's read this from Ariana, who is definitely not being groomed by some adult man right now on Discord. Definitely not. With that profile picture? No way. No way. Here's the text. You can unfriend me later. Okay, mods, do not friend this person. Please block them. FPS Diesel doesn't believe a single thing he says. An easy way to prove that is by looking at the people he currently associates with. He seems to believe he can gain views from them, yet they are all still guilty of the very things he accused Cameron of. One of the most ironic associations he has is with Keemstar. Every criticism Diesel has made in his videos applies to Keemstar, not just in part, but to an extreme degree. There is not a single vice or flaw or issue that Keemstar has exhibited multiple times, making it clear that Diesel doesn't actually care about these things. Why are you having this sent to me? Okay, to be fair, as like a rhetorical point, I did kind of get all of chat to like tell Cameron we wanted to have Diesel thrown into a ditch. That's not how I actually feel about the guy. I'm like neutral, right? I haven't really watched his videos all that much. I disagreed with some of his conclusions in the Cameron video, but overall I thought it was pretty good. I'm not like a Diesel enemy, but I'm not like a Diesel fucking like everyone go sub to this guy right now. So I don't know why you're sending this to me. The fuck do I have to do with any of this? I've been super critical of Keemstar. You were the, oh my god, you were there. Wait, why would you ever admit that? I totally forgot. I did meet you once. I forgot about that. Holy shit. Unironically, a Mama Oka orbiter. A Mama Oka. I don't even. I don't know these. This is such like a weird fucking community, man.
Okay, it's not possible.
I think I have.
So, in the middle of that, and the fact that they have not presented evidence, the fact that you keep giving more and more evidence, they're just going to ask for more and more. You're
Yeah, Diesel used to be. I think if I remember correctly, Diesel was in the I'm Alex, Wild Spartans, Blues Dank-esque friend group, and there was some like internal split that happened between all these people. It was like a civil war in their friend group, and Wild Spartans went and had his like own thing going, and I think Diesel sided with Wild Spartans. It was like a whole fucking back in ancient commentary.
Obligation to both the courts and the court of public opinion is zero, nada. You don't have to provide any of this stuff because they haven't provided any evidence to actually support their claims.
They have actually. They actually have. She has provided evidence. And actually, it's impressive she's provided evidence. Because typically, if somebody is sexually assaulted, I don't really expect there to be any evidence. Because, like, what are you doing? You're pulling out your camera and filming it when he's sexually assaulting you? The best you can do, the best I'd expect somebody who's sexually assaulted to, like, get some form of evidence substantiating what they say is getting an admission from the perpetrator. Getting them to say something in a call. And she's got that. She hasn't got him substantiating everything she hasn't got him agreeing to everything, right? The face vulva thing or whatever. We don't have him agreeing to that. But we have the admission of trying to kiss her for 5 minutes. Is Mama Oko in chat? What is going on, dude? Dude, what is happening in this fucking chat right now? They're in the chat? Side note, I'm not trans.
AIDS gang represent, okay?
I'm a man using a model that... I've been calling you a woman this whole Okay, so Mama Oko, you're a man. My apologies. My apologies. If this person is in my server, point them out, please, so I can ban them. I do not want kids in my server. Well, that's very noble of you. I don't know if they're in your server or not, Mama Oko. My apologies. Okay, who just donated? What the fuck is going... What is happening right now, dude? Hold on. Recent events. Draftle tip 10. What happened to us? We used to be a proper community with a strong dictator. We used to kill people. Now Aiden is some washed old dictator who's getting replaced by a British guy. SMHing my head, I weep. Crazy how fame changes a person. We haven't made it yet. This summer, though, man. This summer.
And so it is your duty and obligation to not respond to
Thank
that.
you for the
Because if
$10.
you respond to that, this is what happens. People just ask for more, or they'll move your goalposts, and there will always be a reason why what you present as evidence is not enough for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because it isn't. Because it is not enough, actually. No, it's not enough at all. That you have a clip that could have very easily been taken out of context, and your unwillingness to provide evidence to the rest of the call adds credence to the fact that it was probably taken out of context. A clip of her opinion of the matter differing. Not a difference, not her ever differentiating the actual facts of what occurred. Just her perspective of it. Whether or not it qualified as sexual assault. Oh, look! I've spotted... Is that an alligator? We've got a rabid bat, and is that an alligator I've spotted in chat? Gator time. The overweight, stupid, retarded, former co-host of the white nationalist Killstream, who may or may not still be a white nationalist, a associate of a retarded Australian guy by the name of Ranbot, who, I'm not shitting you, joined the Australian army to serve his country bravely and was so bravely taken out by a fucking ammo crate that fell on his head during basic training. No, I'm not kidding. That's what actually happened. So Rambot gets out of the service, and he proudly admits to showing his 6-year-old son footage of the Christchurch massacre that occurred in New Zealand. Anyway, that's besides the point. Those two are buddies. But I debated the both of them, and Gator got fucking wrecked. And he's been coping about it for a very long time. I hate my enemies. They're fat, ugly, dysgenic losers. They're just disgusting people.
Yeah.
With ugly wives too, by the way. Randbot has like the ugliest looking wife I've ever seen. Very hard to look at. Very disgusting.
I agree.
But yeah. Yeah, the only like thing that like really I think makes me look bad is the call. And that's because
my admission makes me look bad. Yeah, it does actually. Yes, Cameron. Yes, I'm glad you're picking up on that.
On the call, I don't agree with how I handled it because the way she was framing things, she kept changing subjects that definitely to manipulate it to make it sound bad because she knew she was recording and she knew she could try to make it look like something that it wasn't.
She provided us the full context. We have that full call. The only thing you've given us is like a short clip. Well, she was conflating situations. Well, the part that you actually outright admitted to, she outright states. She states outright, you tried to kiss me for 5 minutes. I didn't want it. And she says that. So it's not like she could have been conflating that with a different situation and getting you to agree to that. She outright says what she's getting you to agree to. So that cope doesn't fucking work, Cameron. That doesn't work. God, you're a fucking moron.
I fully believe that. That's the type of person she is. That's the only explanation that makes sense to me as to why she would bring these topics up. And at that moment in time, I was doing anything I could to like kind of appease. So
it's fucked up. She looks more honest. I'm gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it. Everyone keeps going, this girl lied, and we've all just accepted it. Okay? And yeah, this is like partially Diesel's fault, albeit I don't think he had bad intentions. The honeypot things that she did when she was a teenager have absolutely no relevance to my idea of who she is now and whether or not she's willing to ruin a man's fucking life with fake allegations of sexual assault. His lies have been way more recent and relevant to the facts of what have occurred here, as opposed to her lies, which are totally unrelated from years ago.
Wait a minute. So she was recording you. Were you living in the state that you live in now when this happened?
Both states, two-party consent. So
she lied to pedophiles, apparently. She could have lied about something else. I just haven't seen proof of it. No, okay, so I've actually lied before in my life. I've lied in my life. I've lied in my life before. That's not really... If tomorrow I came out and said to you guys that for weeks and years, for weeks and up to a year, told you the same repeated story about how I got stabbed by somebody, right? And have them on record admitting to it, etc., etc., the lies that I told as a kid bear no relevance to my credibility. Have you ever lied to ruin a man's life and reputation? Has she? Can you tell me whose reputation she's ruined? Because Spinal, the only people I have evidence of her lying to are like actual pedophiles. She was extorting pedophiles for money when she was a kid. Is that why you're so sympathetic? Yes. Yes. Wait. The reason you're so angry at this girl is because you think she's lied about Yandere Dev. Don't we have Yandere Dev on record admitting to engaging in inappropriate conversations with her, and like while he was in his 30s and she was 16, being in a call with her while she was fucking masturbating? Don't we have evidence of him admitting to that, his like own words? She ruined Yandere Dev's life. We have a recording of Yandere Dev saying, I sat in a call with a 16-year-old girl while she was fucking masturbating. That wasn't grooming? No, we don't. We actually do. We do, actually. No, we do. We 100% do. I actually even remember the exact part. Let's take a trip down memory lane. Courtesy of FPS Diesel. We 100% do. Okay?
A year ago, unless you want to think about the cum chalice guy jerking off.
Yeah, these conversations got out of control and I should have stopped them and I didn't. And, well, I wasn't going to mention that in the video. Yeah, okay, I saw a little bit more than I should have seen. Okay, timidly, pensively, and only like one time. There were 2 times I saw. There was only one time I implied I wanted to see it. When she said the conversation got sexual, what did that mean? Well, she said to me, "Hey, I'm really horny. Do you mind if I masturbate?" And I said, okay. And then she just started. She was just moaning into the microphone, and then she finished like a minute later. She said it was my voice that did it for her. And another time, you know how like when you're having a conversation, it's just so easy to just give a reply without thinking, hey, wait a minute, this it's kind of inappropriate to say that to someone who's young. I didn't show her. She just said, "How big is your dick?" And I said, 8 inches. I never saved a single thing.
So there it is. There's the admission.
Ban this fucking guy from my chat, please. Can we ban Spinal from chat? You're being so annoying. If anything, it shows how weird she... Get this fucking freak out of my chat. Please, get this pedophile-loving freak out of my chat. Sometimes you just be on autopilot. What the... Get this guy out of here, man. Get this guy out of here.
Yeah.
So you did not give consent to that recording, did you?
No. So yeah, technically
So
that's not
she
illegal
broke the law.
recording. Yeah, but
no, it's absolutely, it couldn't even be admissible as evidence. But what I'm
Yeah.
telling everybody here is everyone who thinks that this recording is a gotcha. It's not. It's a violation of the law on one party's consent over Florida statute. See, here's the thing. Florida.
Castro, what did you need a screenshot of? I could just screenshot it. Oh, you guys don't need to ban Green from the chat. Okay, mods, just screenshot Spinal's message for Castro. We almost have 200 viewers and 62 likes. Like up, people. Holy shit, 200 viewers and we only got rated once?
Florida's like, Mr. Free Speech, Mr. Like, if Florida of all fucking places is saying that you did a bad thing here and what you did a bad thing.
Yeah.
Like,
Technically, her recording you admitting to non-consensually trying to kiss... her recording you admitting to non-consensually trying to kiss her for 5 minutes is against the law because it's a 2-party consent state. I don't care. I actually, honestly, don't care about laws that don't align with my morality. I just don't care. Would I break those laws? No, because I don't want to face legal repercussions. But in like a discourse like this, a recording like that, I don't give a fuck if you're in a 2-party consent state. I genuinely don't care. I don't care about the law in that case, actually, at all.
I don't know what to tell you. There's a reason why we have the Florida man. There's crazy people in there, and we have it because of sunshine laws.
hey,
But
I don't dislike murder because it's against the law. I dislike murder because I think it's morally wrong in certain circumstances to take someone else's life. Okay? I don't dislike, the reason that I dislike rape is not because it's against the law. I dislike rape because you're non-consensually having sex with another human being, causing them harm. That is bad. Whether it's part of the law or not, I think it's bad regardless, right? So when people like to invoke, well, the law in this state is this, or the law in that state is that, when we're having a discussion relating to morality, is like super fucking dumb, and I just hate when people do it. I just like despise when people do it. If you want to claim she did something wrong morally by recording, because this is a moral conversation, go and do that. But we don't care about your 2-party consent state.
I'm sorry to say, Jelly, or whoever had recorded that conversation absolutely broke the law when they did that because they did not get your consent.
no, yeah.
When has my main criticism of him ever been... Wait, Kevin, show me one time I've said anything that just contradicted the criticism I've made. Can you please just, like, show me evidence of that? If he is truly innocent... I've criticized Cameron if I'm to assume his innocence, I've criticized, will you disavow the IDF? I've disavowed the IDF like every fucking stream at this point. Obviously. Yes. I don't like the fucking IDF. How many times do I have to make that clear? But where was I? Where was I? Oh, you're agreeing with me? Okay. I'm sorry, man. Kevin, you're disagreeing with me. You're disagreeing with me, Kevin, every stream, so I just have like a trauma response to your comments.
No. But beyond that, I was just trying to appease and like calm her down because I mean, you know, this is someone who's I've seen go back and forth.
Clifton sent to the 80. Dude, Jonathan Greenblatt is gonna be on CNN tomorrow, saying I'm a danger to Jewish college kids on campus. It's like Mad Max when Jewish college kids are walking to their fucking communications class. Just that walk, it's like fucking Fury Road, just trying to get there because of my streams. So true. So true. The Hebrew hammer. Okay, good one.
So I, you know, just kind of tried to downplay and like say, hey, look, we've been over this. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, I apologize. Instead of saying, no, this isn't you. You are misrepresenting the situation, which I should have done. Because like with the kissing thing, she totally misrepresented that. She misrepresented.
How?
You know,
how?
She was very vague about the picking up situation.
Wait. He says she misrepresented the kissing situation, doesn't say how, and then attributes the vagueness to the picking up. I actually agree with him that the vagueness, the picking up thing was vague. I even said that before, right? Because he's claiming the picking up happened in a parking lot. She's claiming the picking up happened in a motel where he tried to like forcibly put her fucking vulva on his face or whatever, right? So those are two different things, and when she's getting him to talk about that, she's just saying picking up. She's not specifying which of these things she's talking about. So that's the vague thing. The thing that's not vague, which she immediately moves on from upon bringing up, is the kissing part. The kissing part isn't vague. She outright clarifies what she's stating and gets him to agree to it.
When she
Stop, I'm only using the word vulva. I actually unironically don't know. I know it's like a part of somebody's vagina. I don't know what part that is, but that's the word that she used. He definitely doesn't want to talk about that. Yeah, he's immediately moving on from it because that's the part he agreed to. Why would you self-report? Honestly, I just didn't have a good health class in high school. I saw somebody like complaining the other day on Twitter. They're showing a diagram of the vagina to my high school freshman. Yeah, it's for a fucking health and anatomy class. Yes, they are showing a diagram of the vagina to somebody in high school. Yes, that's not like a weird thing if they're in high school in a health and anatomy class. Aiden's non-existential contact with women is showing? Have I been secretive about that? No. I'm like a prideful virgin because I dream of a world where like virgins come to realize they're superior. They're superior in the sense of self-discipline. They're superior in the values and qualities they see of another human being. They don't see them as a temporary object for sex, just to discard and throw away when they're done with it. They want meaningful connection. I believe in virgin superiority, and I believe that virgins need to walk the street and be proud to be a virgin.
knew none of those things were accurate. Like I never forced her
Virgin
to kiss
nationalism.
me. Like that's a lie. So like, I mean, it's all that. It's just like, obviously, if I knew it was being recorded, or if I knew like that this would come to haunt me in a year, I would have been specific and I would have said no instead of I'm sorry, because like the real situation was like that. I was trying to spend more time with her, and she felt the only way that she could get home was if she just, you know, gave me a kiss at the time or whatever.
Why'd she feel that way? Why'd she feel that way? Is it because she was... So her version of events is he needed to drive her home. He wouldn't let her get out of the car for 5 minutes unless she kissed him. His version of events is she was asking to go home, and for 5 minutes he wouldn't drive her home, and then only drove her home at the end when she kissed him. And this was a 16-year-old girl. It's nighttime. She's in his car. Apparently, she doesn't even have a driver's license. And his response to me was, well, why did she could have just walked home? If it's a 5 to 10 minute drive, her walk could have been 20 to 40 minutes, right? Depending on how fast or slow she's walking, whatever. In the dark at night, a 16-year-old girl isn't going to feel comfortable doing that. To be honest, I don't know many grown women that would feel comfortable walking alone in the dark at night. I don't know many grown women that would be comfortable doing that.
I mean, this is a really, like, vague, like, I guess, rehash of it, but she told me that's how she felt later on, and I apologized for it. So that's what I apologized for. That's what we had already been over. So
I'd say 20 to 30, not for okay, but huge difference. That's why I said 20 to 40, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, go ahead.
I wish I hadn't just, you know.
I walk at night, but if I was like I mean, no, I do walk alone at night, but there's sometimes if I know I'm going to be like in like a super remote fucking area walking alone, you know, I keep something on me. But so I'm not always like totally comfortable walking alone in certain areas. But like most people, I'd reckon, especially if you're a 16-year-old girl, that wouldn't be comfortable for them at all.
Been like, oh, we'd already been over this. Come on.
Dude, my 16-year-old girlfriend could walk alone at night. Totally normal. Well, I'm glad your 16-year-old girlfriend is stronger.
Like, I already apologized.
Yeah.
But I didn't know that I was being recorded, so I obviously didn't feel the need to clarify everything.
I didn't know I was being recorded, so I couldn't like be like a fucking master manipulator piece of shit. Isn't it funny? Isn't it fucking like he keeps saying I didn't know I was being recorded, as if fuck it. He keeps saying I didn't know I was being recorded, as if like that substantially changes anything. I'm not gonna fucking condemn you super hard on the hugging part, because that was vague, right? I'm not gonna say that you've definitively admitted to like the motel room claims that she's now making, right? But the kissing part, she wasn't vague about that at all. And you were willing to agree to it. So you being on record or not isn't really gonna change a whole lot. Oh yeah, that is a good point that Kevin was making before and I totally ignored, but you're not Kevin, so I'll give you credit for it. Why didn't he ask Jelly for consent to record her? Like the bat brought up that they're both in two-party consent states. And he's admitted that he's recorded her multiple times, and most of his recordings are just the two of them goofing around. Who cares about what? Who cares about what? Why are you here if you don't fucking care? Why are you here?
Every little detail at that moment in time.
I think for me, again, just and this is really just more prior criticism that I've had. I think the biggest problem is you already knew that this girl was.
Get this guy out of. Oh no, you can leave him. I'm kidding. You can leave him. You can leave him in chat.
Like crazy, and you still kind of like were with her even afterwards. I get that like there was some self-preservation entwined with it, but I think that like I don't know. Biggest thing moving forward is don't be with crazy people anymore.
Don't stick your dick in crazy. Just don't do it.
Well, here's the thing: is like you guys were all telling me this a year and a half later. I figured this one out a year and a half ago.
I mean, that's good. This is fair, but like I'm allowed to say it.
Any big updates? The updates are he's just told several more lies because he lies about everything. These people have accused me of I have a history of bad tactics, and there's like a fat white nationalist that I debated a year ago in the chat being like, Aiden is one of the most bad faith people in commentary. Okay? He's like, heart's about to give up on him. Okay, very sad stuff. Very sad stuff, folks. Please pray for my boy.
Because sometimes you need to hear it multiple times.
This is lessons learned, but it's like, yeah, that's what's so.
Oh, and then the bat is making several points against me and against the girl that he's agreeing to when the points are like equally applicable to him. So the bat will say, she couldn't record you because it's a two-party consent state. And the thing about he's admittedly recorded her repeatedly, over and over again.
Annoying about follow these controversy cycle. It's like, oh great, hi.
Hello from Russia. Privyet, Droog. How's it going, man?
I have to relive or rehash shit I already freaking did from a year and a half ago. Even like the Shy Lily and Cinder stuff. Like there was freaking
my Russian is very bad, sorry.
Messages from almost 3 years ago, and it's like, really? I had to go this far back for this bullshit? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
It's kind of unrelated to this, but yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Well, I'm just saying in general, a lot of people love to bring up stuff from a while ago and use it as like, oh, this is what you did back in 2016. How dare you? It's like, why are we talking about it?
This is an important clarification. Okay, so someone in chat said, didn't Cam admit he was pushy about
Russian? We like, okay, I know it's a controversial time to say no. I don't like the Russian government. We like Russians here, folks. We like Russians here that are unrelated to Ukraine war. It's my ancestral lands. My ancestral lands, man.
the kiss last time he was on? No. I was being pushy about spending more time. And
I was being pushy about spending more time. The accusation is she wanted to go home and you wouldn't let her for multiple minutes. So that is a way of wording it, right? It's kind of like the thing that people have accused like the Trump supporters of doing. They'll take like crimes and then like oversimplify them, like what would it be? Fucking if like you had if Trump did what Destiny did, that got him in trouble, the Trump supporter would describe it as, oh, so it's just like illegal to share pictures now? People just can't like send pictures of their like their interactions with other people to people? It's illegal to do that now? That's how he describes it.
in her head, she felt the need, she felt like the kiss was her way of going home. Because it was like...
Russians don't like us, Lamau. Who's us?
She had like a 30-minute curfew, and we were like 5-10 minutes away. I just wanted to spend a little bit more time. So we were like hanging out for a good 5 or so minutes. I asked for a kiss, and then we went home because she felt like that was her ticket of going home. The only thing I was being pushy about was spending more.
Aiden, I heard you had a Chinese mod that just vanished one day. Did you ever find out why? No, I am actually like a little concerned for the guy. I'm not kidding, but I don't know what happened to him. And I had somebody working for like Weibo or whatever join my. It was a whole thing, man.
More time. Nothing to do with the kiss. It was literally have a kiss, we kissed, it was over.
Yeah.
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 But yeah, no, there is no doubt that a lot of the things I was doing during that time were stupid. And I was operating very fucking dumb, and I regret it. And
well, as are most of the actions and behaviors of a...
He never likes to go into specifics, this guy. He never likes to go into specifics. He hates it. Oh my god! Holy sweet mother of God, what is that? What the fuck is... Huh? Huh? The profile picture? The person behind it? The profile picture? The person behind... Holy fuck, dude. It's like the SpongeBob episode where like Plankton becomes manager and somebody complains about getting like a Krabby Patty and Plankton's like, what's wrong with it? And then he zooms in on the patty. He's like, oh my goodness. That's that, man. I'm sorry. I autistic I make like autistic SpongeBob references. My bad.
A 19-year-old kid.
Yeah.
I have definitely grown a lot.
I hope so.
Since that period of time, you know, I hate to pull Ian here, but I have, you know, spent a lot of time in therapy and moved forward and gotten a lot of that past trauma out.
That's good.
And guess what?
Oh,
It didn't
no,
turn
you're
me.
not gonna, like,
And it didn't turn me into a
disown
fucking
your content
bumbling.
cop episodes, are you?
No, it didn't turn me into a bumbling, illiterate retard who couldn't fucking take accountability.
What does therapy have to do with any of this? Huh? What does that have to do with any of this? Aiden is basically just aping Destiny. He does the same thing, where he'll gish gallop until he finds something he can endlessly repeat. No, I normally have to endlessly repeat things with fat asses like you. Because you either want to move on from it because it makes you look bad, or you totally misrepresent what I just said, so we have to stay on a single point until we can move to the next one. And that's kind of like the opposite of what gish galloping is purposed to do. You're just throwing a million points out there regardless of their merit. I stick to 1 point at a time. And yes, sometimes if we can't move on from it, I will stay on that point until we can, or I get a fucking answer. Gator said this. The fat guy who I met because he was friends with the Australian neo-Nazi that lost his first battle in the army before he got deployed to a falling ammo crate and admitted to showing his 6-year-old son videos of the Christchurch massacre. Yeah, he's friends with that guy. That's how I met him. Yeah. The guy who's rabidly, not Gator, the guy I met because he's friends with, the other guy is like rabidly anti-Semitic, which, oh, he's anti-Semitic. It's whatever, right? The anti-Semitic people exist. Wow. That's not the funny part. The funny part is this guy's rabidly anti-Semitic. It's his whole personality, but he married a Jewish woman, and I guess it got exposed or something, and he hates it. He hates it when you talk about it. He's super anti-Semitic, and his wife is Jewish. His wife got exposed as being Jewish, and he just, like, he fucking, like, if you bring it up, he just, like, seethes with anger.
Or anything. It didn't turn me into this fucking cuck brain.
That's good.
It turned me into a better person. Like
That's
most
good.
therapy does. He like I said in my video, he's walking anti-therapy propaganda.
I agree. Especially because as someone who has had to go to therapy in the past for a couple of different reasons, mostly just related to family.
He's shit-talking iDubbbz right now. You're 100 million times worse than like iDubbbz can like dream of being. Just in like your blatant lies. Is iDubbbz not like a? Is iDubbbz like a not super cringe? iDubbbz is super cringe, obviously. But that's just it. Like he's cringe and he's a bad friend. Like a kind of a shitty friend, a pretty shitty friend, right? But that's way what Cameron. Somebody like iDubbbz. Like, you can sit at the table with and kind of, like, look past that briefly, right? You can sit at the table and look past that briefly. Doesn't mean you move on from it, but you can look past it. Somebody like Cameron, you sit at the table and you're constantly suspicious of this guy. And, like, that's why it's so hard for you to position yourself as the next content cop. No one worth anything. Yeah, nobody will. Did I just say you can sit at the table with Cam? Did I just say that? No, what I meant is if you sit at the table with him, you would look at him suspicious. Not that you would willingly sit at the table with him. If I said that, that was wrong. I would not sit at the table with Cam. I would not sit at the table with somebody like this. No.
When I listen to Ian talk about therapy, I'm just like, can you shut up, please? Because some people do actually need it for reasons that don't actually concern your sorry ass.
Yeah, no. Dr. Lipschitz has had enough.
Oh, yes.
What a disgusting last name.
Pretty much.
Oh.
Pretty much. But no.
So I'm saying for okay, this is the last time I'm addressing chat.
That's like the worst last name I've ever. When your like your grandparents, I talk about this. If your grandparents, if you have like a last name like that, and your grandparents came to America and didn't change your family's fucking last name, like they did you so dirty. They just wanted you to grow up and get bullied.
Why not let her go home? I did. She agreed to stay. If she didn't want to stay, I would have taken her home. But I was just trying to like. It was stupid. I shouldn't have like. The second she said you want to go home, I should have taken her home.
Aiden, when I just brought up the Xylee incident. You took that off. You were gone, I guess, when that was happening. Talking about therapy outside of therapy is never a good look. True. It's a scam. Therapy is a scam. Huge scam. Also, no, I don't want to encourage you guys to not get therapy. That's very reckless. Okay, some people need therapy. In my personal experience, I think I had like a therapy session once. When I was a kid, and it was therapy is a total scam. Anyone could be a therapist. Anyone could be a therapist.
But
look, this is cringy, freaking like
this is
old teenagers pitter-pattering around each other and the relationship they're trying to establish. Like, this is stuff that should not be aired out publicly.
I don't want to say that. If you're like suicidal. Or so please go to therapy. I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that. What I should say is therapy, I don't like if you I think that like if you have proper social support in your immediate life, I think for a lot of people therapy might not be really necessary. Like I think a good friend, not somebody you're just trauma dumping on, but if you have a good friend, they could do you wonders. And I'd always try that before pumping thousands into therapy.
Exactly.
Okay, like,
I agree.
Why not let her go home? Would you have done that as a 19-year-old for fresh out of high school? Do you know that for? No, none of us did. So
this
let
is
us
like
write it off as what it was. Teenagers being teenagers and freaking move on, because that's even what the alleged victim wants.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, come on, people.
Such a brave take. Okay, not every one of my takes is going to be contrarian. Sometimes I'm going to give takes that, like, everyone universally agrees with. Okay? Not every single fucking take I give. When you're always trying to give a take that you're like, I'm just going to say it. Like, those kind if you're trying to do that with every single take, yeah, you'd actually be a contrarian, like a full-blown contrarian. So a good portion of your takes will just be shit everyone agrees with, and that's fine.
Yeah, it was an awkward situation mainly. It wasn't like some like in all reality, if she really wanted to, if she felt that scared, she could have walked out. Okay, she wasn't locked. She wasn't trapped. Like it was probably maybe like a 20-minute walk at most. Like she would have been fine. Okay.
Yeah, she would have been. We're moving on though, because you're gonna start getting one died here by chat if you're not careful.
And I really don't want to loop on it, but especially since
I agree.
I really feel like again the biggest thing I can say is the burden of proof on any of this is on the accuser.
Which for relative to a sexual assault accuser, she's provided more evidence than I would say your average sexual assault accuser will provide. I mean, she has a recording of you admitting to some like pretty shitty behavior that's like totally in character for somebody who could, if she wants to go home and you're not respecting that fact, right, and trying to kiss her for 5 minutes, that like gives a very good indication as to what type of person you are. And if we have you admitting, we don't know if this was an admission to the motel room or the parking lot, but to be good faith, it very well could be the parking lot, which wouldn't make it necessarily sexual assault, but you're hugging her and she's apparently saying no and hitting you and you're not immediately putting her down. That also gives us some good, a good indication of what type of person you are. Apparently, this person is not a female. This Mama Oko person is coming to my chat saying, I'm not trans, I'm a man. So I've been saying she the whole time. Apparently, this is he.
And right now, the accuser is deciding to sit in comment sections and try and
Change
get
the
on other
story.
people's people's streams.
Yeah,
and
it's really weird.
She's not changed the story. She's just changed her opinion. There's a very big difference. There's a huge difference, right? I keep saying this. Her thinking it's sexual assault and then not is a change of opinion. And then her thinking it's sexual assault and then supposedly not, which is questionable because he won't give us the context of the call where she says that, and then saying it is again is just a change of opinion. She's never changed her, as far as I know, she has never changed her statements about the facts of what occurred.
She's trying to get on streams?
Well, I think that she is. At the very least, I thought I read comments where she's like saying, hey, I want to give this to people and all that kind of stuff. And I'm just like,
oh, good
like,
lord.
Like, again, this is my message. Jelly, if this kid raped you, go to the fucking police. The statute of limitations is 5 fucking years in most states. I want to see a police report before I can begin to believe you, because I do not believe you.
For something like this, it's like closer to 10 years usual. So
Here.
like, yeah,
take it from me. Take it from me, Jelly. I haven't spoken to you in a long fucking time. I think you're the scum of the earth. I think you're a massive piece of shit. If I did these things to you, go to the fucking cops.
Also, supposedly, just so we're all clear, she has blackmail on him that's getting him to retract certain things, that he's so scared of getting out that he's retracting certain things, and supposedly is so scary to him that it was supposedly on his mind in the call where he's admitting to certain things, this blackmail that he doesn't want to get out there. It's by the time of this stream, as far as I know, the blackmail still hasn't been released. But yet, he's comfortable. Supposedly, this blackmail was such a fear of his, he was doing certain things to appease her. But now, knowing she still has the blackmail, he's comfortable on live calling her a piece of shit. So it's like very like, so it's like Schrodinger's blackmail. The blackmail that she denies blackmailing with, by the way, only plays in effect if it playing in effect benefits him. At other times, we can just forget the blackmail even fucking exists.
You have my honor. Go ahead. Do it. But you won't, because you know it didn't fucking happen. Yeah.
Aiden hasn't even considered that he's the proof of her blackmailing him in a call. That's the thing, buddy, old pal, which I know you're probably one guy me, but I'll answer anyway because there are some people that are probably watching that are stupid enough to not understand what I'm saying. He supposedly, when it was to appease Diesel and it was in the heat of the moment, he supposedly does have proof of her blackmailing him. Yet off stream, when he's not confronted with immediate pressure and is outside of like the immediate threat or pressure of a call, all of a sudden it's, oh, I actually don't have the proof of her blackmailing me because she used the blackmail to make me delete it? I think that's how it went. I could be wrong about that story. It was something like that. I think I got one thing wrong there. To make me... I think that's what happened. I'll have to go back.
Yeah, pretty much. Again, it's just like... they're really, again, I will repeat what I said to you earlier. There is nothing else that you should be saying, because the more that you get on these and the more you talk, the more people are going to ask you questions, the more that people are going to try and twist your story and try to get new things. And the more that you have to tell a story, the more opportunities you have to say it wrong. And so really, when it comes to, like, if this was a real lawsuit or something like that, a lawyer would tell you to let the lawyer say something, and then you say nothing, because the lawyer will write something out.
You can, because I got in a call with Cameron earlier today before this stream, and like, one of the first things out of my mouth was, "You probably."
Sorry, I'm getting something. I'm sorry, I know it's dead air. Hold on, guys, one sec. Sorry. All right, sorry.
We should have not said things.
Yes. Pretty much.
I know, dead air. I'm sorry. Let's talk every 2 seconds. Sorry. Oh, get it? Because they're laughing. You see the part where they laugh? I like that part. I like the part where they're laughing at like at nothing that's actually funny. I really like that part.
Yeah, no,
No could mean several things. You could talk about no as in don't or stop, something that he allegedly doesn't acknowledge, or he could be saying no as in he's aware of certain information. That could mean several things.
it was genuinely like not something I was planning on doing. There was some like, I guess, pressure among the community to do this.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He shouldn't do it.
I know.
I mean, look at Taka.
Who?
Taka.
Oh, this is the biggest tell of like a fucking of like an autist, of like a commentary or drama autist. Their entire frame of reference needs to be brought back to some obscure drama that nobody knows about. So like, Just a Robot is like walking down the street and sees somebody getting raped. He's like, this reminds me of the Spocter and Peaches drama. And this fucking bat, this rabid bat that's on the stream is like gonna bring up some like autistic fucking drama as like their frame of reference, because they have no other like experience. They have no other like, yeah, jarring. We'll call it jarring. Yes. Or Beckett coded. Yes. Yes. She's pulling a Beckett. She's doing a Beckett.
Is fake Takahata 101. He's another VTuber. He's facing very similar accusations. It's like they're very dodgy, unless no one's like outright saying it, but it's believed it's essay allegations. And he has said, okay, well, here's what's happening. I'm gathering receipts and gathering my thoughts with the help of a lawyer. I don't intend to go after the person who is the source of these accusations, but I am letting them know that I'm prepared to defend myself. That is as far as you need to say anything.
Also, yeah, so like their entire worldview is just based on like the things they're interested in. So this person, we're talking about the morality of a situation, and every piece of commentary that this bat has to bring up is like relevant to, well, legally, in the state of Florida, legally.
Bubble click. You don't need to be going on interviews.
If this is my fucking lawyer, I'm getting the chair. If this is my lawyer in traffic court, within a year, I'll be executed by the electric chair, okay?
You don't need to be getting ambushed.
I was actually saying this to Queeman the other night. I heard a rumor that Florida is looking into the use of the death penalty for sex crimes of some sort. And I was wondering, apparently there's an above 0% chance, because the statute of limitations hasn't expired, there's an above 0% chance that charges could be filed against Cameron, and within a few years, the state of Florida puts him to death. What do you guys think? I'm legally qualified to tell you that was obviously a fucking joke. That was a joke. That was a joke. Okay, that was a joke, people. YouTube, it was a joke.
By weird ass bad faith actors, none of that shit.
To give you some
say, I have the receipts. If Jelly wants to file an official report, I will see her in court. Until then, I'm not going to talk on it. That should be always, at least especially when allegations this insane, that should always be like the response.
To give some clarification as well, Takahata is the guy who did some of the abridged series. To give you so you know, he did.
To give you some context, because this bat is talking about some like obscure autistic drama that like nobody's gonna like understand like any reference to. Yeah, thank you for that. We did need context because nobody knows what the fuck is being spoken about. Can we just talk here for a minute? About this? Where is it? Oh, I can't find the fucking... Is it on his second channel? Wait, I need to bring this up. Can we just talk about, like, how insane this Bad Empanada thumbnail is? This video? Holy shit, man. Hold on, I have to crop it. This is crazy, dude. What the fuck? Holy shit, bro. Holy shit. This Bad Empanada guy, I really don't know a lot about him, but like, this was the person who someone was on Twitter being like, he's coming after me and you're signal boosting the tweet that I've left up? Apparently he's done some unhinged stuff. Okay, I'm told by sources up above, but I gotta be honest, the few things I've seen of him started making me sympathetic. The few things I've seen of him are making me a little sympathetic.
Yeah,
Ultimate Ridge.
pretty much.
Dude, when like somebody like has like a stupid take on Twitter and he doesn't like it, he'll reply will be like, address now. Or like somebody says something he doesn't like, he'll be like, I want this person's information within the hour. Dude, I need to start replying like that. That's just how I need to start replying.
He did some of the Abridged series. He was one of the voice actors in that, just so that you know who he is.
So is Taco Hut good or bad?
Takahata, we don't know. Like, we don't know where he stands. We don't know. The thing is he has put out his statement where he's saying, hey, people are saying things. I am not saying anything because my lawyer.
Are you serious? Wait. Dude, you're joking. You're joking, bro. There's no shot. If you're lying about this, just say you're like joking. Now, this Elvira person is the bat. Remember I just said this person was like a legal autist and everything needs to be like framed in the context of the law? That was the person that was in here earlier being like, is that really evidence? Because in a court of law, you could use it to like I'm saying why I believe he did it. And they're like, in a court of law, you could use that to get a warrant. You could use that to get a warrant, but it wouldn't be used as like the be all end all of like a conviction. I'm not talking about a fucking court of law, moron. What have I spoken about a court of law here? Wait. So the comment I just made about everything needs to be framed back in the context of the law, that was the chatter earlier who was doing that. I should have seen that. I should have caught that. If you want to call in, Bat. Look, you're upset at me coming in from the legal standpoint, but that's what I was asked to come onto the stream for. Are you actually a lawyer?
See?
Let's look at this channel. And can I just ask, are you like a woman or a man? Because apparently this octopus person is a man.
So, in the fall of 76, Internet Historian posted 5 years ago. Now, I will be completely fair. I am an avid player of Fallout 76. I did not play when Fallout 76 actually came out, like when it...
Okay. Dude, this is my lawyer. I'm getting fucking put to death, man. I'm getting put to death. This was the other chatter that came in. This is the new chatter that we're just... Dude, we're getting all these people coming in, bro. This is the one that streams with Lolly Minds. Do you want to call in? Do you want to call in, Batwoman? If you want to come on, Batwoman, the link to the Discord is in the description. You could just join, and I'll bring you on.
I'm just gonna. So we're not watching all of it tonight.
It's fucking how long?
3 hours. How you doing today? But
Aiden, I just gotta say, my favorite clip of yours is your clapback against Flamenco. Do you remember that? I don't. There were probably about 500 of them, but nobody listened. Nobody listened for years. They said I was crazy, Aiden. I was crazy. I was nuts. I was right about this guy from day one.
my natural voice.
Just do that to everybody.
Yes. If you really,
So, it's for your protection.
exactly. If you, I would assume that it was a good attempt. Seen a couple people follow.
Wait, oh wait, I'm actually watching the dude. I'm so not focused right now. I actually clicked on the Queeman stream. You told him that allegations are not evidence, and he lost his mind. Yeah, he's very stupid.
Lawyer has told me to say nothing, and I am telling the victim, I don't want to sue you, but if you don't come to the table with me, I will fucking sue you, because you are damaging my reputation.
Hey, and respectfully, I've been enjoying your coverage, but it's after midnight. You're doing a good job covering this. I don't take your critique with offense either. Okay, if you want to call in some other time, you can. I get it. I stream late. I get it, folks. I get it. I don't actually think people are running if they don't want to call in because I'm live at 3 in the morning. Okay, I'm fair, people. I'm fair. I'm fair. It literally is like actually 12:30 or whatever on the West Coast, 3:30 on the fucking East Coast. I'm not gonna be offended if somebody can't call in right now.
Right now,
I've said this before. Like just because someone doesn't call in the second you ask doesn't mean they're running.
Really, exactly how somebody should. Now we don't know a whole lot, but I will say he has shown evidence proving his.
You don't need to say this person's running. It's not reasonable. In all honesty, it is not, because I want people to show. I've shown up to debates late. I've had to reschedule several times. I'm lenient with that kind of stuff. I'm not gonna accuse you of running because you don't show up the fucking second you're asked.
Innocence to a couple of his closest and oldest collaborators, and they are the only people who are in his like content creation sphere who are sticking with him and saying, "Look, I saw the actual allegations. I saw what Taka showed me, proving his innocence. I choose to stand with Taka." So his very guarded and appropriate response, coupled with his closest collaborators going, "Look, I've seen what he's talking about. It's not bad. I stand with Taka." I think he's
This is the guy that was so mad that I said I'd be watching chat over him if I was live. This is the guy that was mad that I got mad and forgot about it, that he said he'd be watching chat over me like 6 months ago, and he's still whining about it in my chat. Banned again. Banned again. You could go DM me an Aiden apology form. Take him out, Janice. Take him out. Take him out. Your Aiden apology form can be submitted via Discord, and I'll unban you.
In a very good position to overcome these allegations, and the reason why is because he is his lips are sealed.
All right, I guess we'll await Taco Hut's response.
Yeah.
I don't know shit about VTuber drama.
Taco Hut. Taco Hut. Dude, I think the most awkward moment from yesterday, like the worst moment. Hold on. Who's in my... No shot, this is the same fucking person. Wait, why? How do I move him up? Hello?
Hello.
How's it going?
Going pretty good.
The bat is in the cave.
I've been prepping the lesson quite a bit.
So
at your coverage, it's pretty good, and your chat is brutal, man.
Listen, they're brutal to me. They're brutal to everyone.
Yeah, no. I mean, literally, Glenn. It's no hold. There are no friends in your chat. I've seen them go at you. I've seen them go at everybody.
It's not every day though. It's not every day we see a talking bat, so we're a little bit It's just it's a culture shock for us. We're not.
Yeah, your critique is fair too. I will say, like who's this bitch coming in with this law talk all the time? I was actually specifically asked to come on because I'm a lawyer at the bar in California. I was a family law, and I was what's known as minors advocate or minors counsel. So in the state of California, if there's any kind of dispute, domestic divorce, anything like that happening, the state of California appoints a lawyer to the minor, to any of the kids there, so their needs and interests are represented as well. So that is my background in law.
Do you ever stream with the filter off, by the way? I'm sorry. I don't mean... It's just a huge call. Do you ever...
No, I don't, because I have 3 fans going on right now. I have a Precast AI. It wouldn't sound much different maybe a little bit pitched down, but the AI is filtering out what would sound like a jet turbine if I turn it off.
Got it. Got it. So yeah, I guess the problem it's not like a super big problem. A lot of this, I've been kind of laughing at this, but I'm speaking like almost entirely from a context of like morality, as opposed to like criminal prosecution or anything legal.
Morality, yeah, I can, and I will say largely I agree with you. Morality. In terms of that, but that is not why I was brought onto that stream, and it was not the points I was asked to bring up or stand on, because morality needs to be tailored with law, otherwise you get groupthink and then all of a sudden Salem witch trials are happening and stuff. So morality is very important to adhere to, but you have to temper it with the law.
I agree that the law should be like a reflection of morality, but I don't think in moral conversations, I don't think the inverse needs to apply. I don't think you need to bring the law into conversation about morality unless you are ultimately making the argument that somebody should be legally condemned in some way.
And I will say this too in terms of my critiques of Cameron, because clearly they weren't stated well enough on the stream, but like Cameron should not have been going on all these people talking about it, showing you partial evidence that wasn't actually like the whole clip or the whole tall, because it's in court law we call that for completion's sake, which means that yes, absolutely, is he wants you to believe him and he's already presenting you evidence, he should provide the totality of that.
Yeah, but it's not even just
like
like
believe that it was really cringe what he did and what he admitted to. I would say that it is a preponderance of evidence, which means more likely than not, that maybe something would happen and maybe an investigation could be opened. But like you said, and something I agree as well, I don't think there's enough here to like get a conviction.
Okay. I would agree with you. The thing is though, the thing is, this evidence as well it wasn't just like he quickly got some together and he referred to the reason this evidence came into question is because this is what he put into his actual document that he keeps advertising as like the slam dunk that should totally exonerate him in the court of public opinions.
Look, I'm gonna tell you, yeah, and that's the thing. His fight is in the court of public opinion, and he's losing that.
Yeah,
and the reason why is because he keeps getting one guy. He comes on and he gets angry and he gets defensive. And when you do that, I'm sorry, but like, as a lawyer, look, the only way that you would get the chair if I represented you is if you didn't listen to what I told you not to do or to do. You
also,
go by
the
me,
state
go,
of
hey, can I
California-
see this to defend myself publicly? Oh, California is also a two-party
moratorium.
consent state, and
on the death penalty,
yeah. Oh God, yeah. I look, but a lot of liberal lawyers will call them believes that the death penalty is horrible. I am not one of those people. I'm sorry. I think that our prison system is completely overpopulated and it's a waste on the taxpayers' resources to keep violent criminals alive. But that's just an opinion.
Well, I would absolutely love, on like a separate stream, to have that argument with you if you'd ever like to come on about that.
Sure, are you for or against it?
Super against it. And I totally disagree with your reasoning. Super fucking against it. Yeah, like insanely.
Okay, I'm interested. Yeah, we could do that for sure. That'd be a lot more fun than what this is. I've decided to, and I did this because I told Cameron when I last talked to him, you need to stop going on and talking about this shit. Let what you said stand on its own. It's good. The dust is gonna settle and ships are gonna lie where they may. But if you keep fucking poking at it and responding, it's never gonna end. So you need to stop. He did not take that advice to heart, so now I'm no longer interested in covering it unless I see like a report, like Pitsy filed a report against Destiny, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like, if something truly actionable happened, I encourage Jelly to do that because it's the only way she's going to see justice.
Well, a lot of people don't think that legal justice equates to like satisfaction and closure. There's like guilt tied to that.
No,
and also
true.
The trial process, as you would probably know, can be like embarrassing and extensive for the victim, especially if this is like an experience that's like traumatic or they're trying to move on with their life. right?
That's true.
Their
I
characters
will
called
say
into
though,
question.
because they were a minor when the alleged events happened, they would be able to have
Their name
the
redacted.
their name and everything sealed, and
yeah.
they'd sue as a John Doe.
Yeah, I don't know. I know that it wouldn't be even about doxing though, but they would still. I know you can have child sex abuse. Is that on a federal? That's not on a federal level. Is that in the state of Florida?
Oh yeah, big time. Yeah. No, it goes. Oh, I mean, they would be if this were to happen. They had the preponderance of evidence, which is evidence that more likely not than not happened. That gives them the ability to actually launch an investigation and press charges depending on what they find. If they press charges and were to get it, they would probably charge him on the state level and the federal level, which means that he would be facing 2 different convictions if he was found guilty of both the federal and state level charges.
Wait, why do you think it would be on the federal level?
I believe it meets the standard to be elevated as an aggravated sentence. Let me check real quick though.
They did cross state
Again,
lines, didn't they?
all a lawyer is a professional student. Like there is so much of the law that I don't know. I just try to what I do know about the law and the process. I try to bring my opinion to.
Well, listen. It's not every
but-
day you get to discuss the law with Batman, so I thought that would make for interesting convo. But okay, yeah, because he crossed state lines. I gotta imagine. Could there be a case for false imprisonment?
Oh
with
yeah,
the admission.
Yeah. So that's absolutely. If he crossed state lines to do this, 100% federal.
And also, with the admission on video or on audio recording, that she wanted to leave and he didn't let her leave or whatever.
Yeah.
Could a case of false imprisonment be made?
Probably not, given how short of a time frame it actually happened. I think it depends on the state. I know California unlawful holding is more than 10 or 15 minutes. They change it every few years. But if it was only about 5 minutes, I wouldn't say a case couldn't be made, but it would be very difficult to get there because there has to be some reasonable amount of time to give the person a chance to do the right thing.
Okay.
Which I don't agree with, by the way. Because it allows crimes to happen. Oh well, hey, he has 15 minutes to make up his mind to be a good person or not. I see that's inappropriate, but that is what the law usually says on those matters.
Okay. My final question would be, and I'd be much more interested in discussing the death penalty with you. But
I would actually love to do that debate.
Yeah. So my last statement would be, how much would you estimate, and if you're comfortable sharing, how much does the average VTuber weigh, in your opinion? Would you say on average it's above like 800 pounds?
That's a good question. I only know a couple of VTubers, like, where I know them in real life, but both of them are, like, weirdly underweight. So I will say that
so
VTubers
like
probably
500
in general have a
pounds.
weight problem, but if it was, yeah, exactly. 420 pounds, actually.
Yeah, got it. Gotcha. All right, well...
But, yeah, so...
Oh, keep going, sorry.
Yeah, I just want to make my little my statements and my critiques of Cameron clear too, because it clearly didn't come out through on the stream. I don't think he did good things here. I don't think he's been handling this well. I think from a PR, morality, and even a legal standpoint, he's pretty much bunkissed this.
On what?
It is my suggestion to him he stop talking about it. He stop going on his streams, getting into interviews and stuff, and let what she has presented stand. And if there's an escalation, then that goes to court, and then that's up to them to deal with.
Yeah.
But in terms of like morality argument, I'm sorry, Cameron, you've more or less lost this.
Yes. Yeah. And inevitably, I want an admission. I want him to quit. That's what I want. That's all I'm really looking for. Or a full release of Call 1. I mean, I'll be satisfied when I get the entirety of Call 1.
If he has it, absolutely. I mean, look, the only reason why I say that too is because he presented part of it to you.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
honestly, if you want, like, it's bad faith. We've been talking a lot about bad faith. It's bad faith to present like a snippet. Go, there's my evidence. Well, where's the whole freaking clip, man? Like, come on.
Mm-hmm. Are you a lolicon, by the way? My chat's saying you're a lolicon.
No.
Yeah? No? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said no.
Oh, okay, got it. The voice changer.
Like
it.
in real life, I get it, but again, if I were to take out my filter, it would just sound very loud in fans, and then my voice as well.
Got it. Got it. All right. Well, we'll talk about that death penalty discussion. Thank you for calling in. And if I ever end up killing someone with an axe again, I'll make sure to call you. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Again.
Bye-bye. All right. So, folks, we're back to business. I've apparently just been sent something by Dickers. Let's look.
What the fuck? What? What the fuck?
What is the what?
What? What the fuck? What? What the fuck?
What is the context of what is the context of this? She doesn't look like she's into that. Huh? What? What? Yo, what? Dude, what the fuck? What? There's a full clip? Send it to me. She does not look like she's... I said to you there would be more. I said to you this wouldn't be the last week. There would be more. There are 2 against him. According to Diesel, one of them has just been debunked. But I said there would be more.
What? What the fuck?
She looks like very uncomfortable. And like, if my friend did something like that to me, I would not be that uncomfortable, right? So either she has some like trauma with that kind of thing, or something about the way this guy behaves is making her like very fucking uncomfortable. Actually, wait, no, the act alone, he's like actually fucking holding her pretty hard. That's not jelly. But she looks scared of him. She looks scared of him. You don't go out of nowhere and choke. Yeah. You would let your friend... If my friend came up to me, I didn't realize how hard he was grabbing her. I thought he was just putting his hand on her neck as like a joke for the camera. I didn't realize he was actually applying pressure. So yeah, on its own, that's pretty fucking bad. If my friend came up to me while I was on camera and like put his hand on my neck or some shit and like pretended like he was choking me out, like I'd be like weirded out. I'd probably awkwardly laugh, but I wouldn't be looking at him like with like eyes of sheer terror, unless this was like a friend or somebody that I was uncomfortable with due to previous behavior that they've shown. But actually, yeah, just like that, it is on its own. I could see why she's uncomfortable, but I wouldn't be surprised if her reaction is also rooted in some prior thing that he could have potentially done that makes her so uncomfortable with the notion of... I don't want to get too speculative here, but... I echo Eva's opinions. I've said on Twitter that coverage goes against my own standards now. I'm saying prayers for the truth. True. I need to know the context of this. Is this guy gonna call in? Holy shit. What the fuck? Look at her face. Look at the body language. Okay, Diesel, at this point, you've gotten me to... Do you have... Okay, so apparently Diesel... I took Diesel's word on the original accuser being full of shit. I now want to know what happened with this Krexa person. Because, yeah, it is actually pretty abnormal for 2 different girls to be making allegations of, like... That's not really a be-all, end-all that you're guilty. But, like... That's, like, pretty... Yo, Diesel, what's up? What's the deal with this Krexa person?
Okay, all right. So Krexa is a big bag of worms. So during the... I'm sorry if I autistically, like, am ranting about this, but just ask whatever questions and I'll help you out. Yeah, so basically during the run of allegations, this other prior person enters, Krexa, who was going through some housing issues, and Cameron offered her a place to stay. They start a relationship, and basically at a certain point, Cameron says that Crexa acts crazy, right? They have a bunch of arguments. They separate and distance themselves. Cameron gives Crexa an ultimatum, like, you need to find a place or not, right? And he basically kicks her out of the house, right? Crexa accuses him of domestic abuse and listening to women scream in his sleep, which is a crazy one. Another thing that happens is that Crexa courts the charitability of an anti-community from Yandere Dev called r/Osana. And r/Osana provides a GoFundMe for her, and basically she and this other person were supposed to be getting the GoFundMe together, and Cameron releases his response video that he's now taken down. He basically exonerates himself from this pretty fully. He has a lot of evidence for this. And then she runs off with the GoFundMe money and leaves the other person holding the bag. The other person being a former mod of r/Osana, who's like a Cameron sweeper now.
Okay. So when you say you refuted this pretty heavily, can you give me like one example of something did he like show her admitting that it wasn't true or something?
Yeah, so he plays the full context of that, and honestly, either way, that one looks pretty bad. But there is a bunch of arguments where Crexa acts very deranged, and he has these in his old response video that he took down.
Do you have an archive of that video?
Yeah, it's on PreserveTube.
Okay.
I can provide that for you. I cover some of it in my hold on one second. I cover some of it in my like 3-hour, 34-minute video. I know I also sent you some other screenshots. I show all of those too. So, you know, it's not, you're just re-getting the same stuff I've already posted.
Yeah,
so,
I'll check all that out.
Yeah.
Your 3-hour, 40-minute video was on Yandere Dev.
So it was on the Yandere Dev stuff. And, you know, there's also like, I know that I spend a lot of time talking about, you know, dev, but a lot of that context is, you know, important for the stuff surrounding Cameron.
Well, you did a good job with. Okay, I'll say you did a good job with your new video of like giving context, because a lot of us just don't.
Yeah, I figured that I don't know, it's like a normie commentary topic, and I don't know, I've been on it for so long that it's just like, here you go.
Yeah, thank you. Well,
just word of warning, it's also about 3 hours long.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and another thing, there is a call between Ali, Crexa, and Jelly, where Crexa is like, if you've got to convince him, basically if you got to get him to sleep with you, or get a recording of him saying that he'll sleep with you, do it. Basically, Crexa is like telling Jelly, do these things to get Cameron in a gotcha.
So
in a voice call.
So Crexa wants Cameron, because Crexa thinks that will make him look like a pedophile.
Yeah, Crexa wants to ruin Cameron using Jelly because it would make him look like a pedophile. Yes.
Got it. Okay. What do you think about Jelly's allegations against him?
You know, there's some things that I think are true and some things that I think are not true. The problem, and here's why I don't trust Jelly, and I understand she's a minor, and that's a very valid criticism. I'm not even going to refute that. During the original run of this, she portrayed a completely different person and story to a YouTuber named Ali, who produced the original expose on Yandere Dev. In that she basically tells people different things based on what their relationship is. And in the group chat, which Cameron showed you a small clip of, she admits to liking the chaos of it all, and just kind of just poisoning the well because she just finds it fun. And so that's why it's difficult to trust her.
Has she ever done anything like this though before, where she makes a life-ruining allegation that isn't true?
To public-facing individuals?
Well, is there what in the case of private-facing individuals, either one?
Yeah, so it's hard to tell. She alludes to saying that she like got other things from other people in the past. I mean, if she did or didn't from like pedophiles, like I don't care. But she had mentioned how she has a history of this. and then would walk it back because she didn't want it out there.
The thing is with pedophiles, it's very like if I'm assessing your morality and like what you would be willing to do, it would be easy for someone in her shoes to justify to herself what she's doing if she's not a total sociopath. What she's doing by saying these people are pedophiles, therefore I can extort them or do anything I want to them. That's not going to be enough of like a character assessment for me to then think that she'd be willing to like entirely falsely accuse a random individual who isn't a pedophile for without any like seeming financial motive. So I guess I wanted to see if there like any of her lies were like more relevant to her character in regards to this situation.
Yeah, so in regards with the stuff with Yandere Dev specifically, because I can talk about that more fully, she had a history online, but it's pretty sporadic, right? Like she would post pictures of herself on 4chan. She would advertise like the server that I sent you. But with Yandere Dev, she had a weirdly positive disposition of him and wanted to exonerate him early on in the drama. And then she flipped on that and changed her position, and she wanted to make sure that Cameron was defended. And then after having a very positive opinion of Cameron, she went on like a stream with him that was also, I think, privated. You know, they meet up. That first meetup happens and it's fine. And then the second meetup happens and she's like, it actually wasn't fine the entire time. And then after accusing him, she eventually walks it back on Twitter, and then her Twitter was deleted. And so there's that where that lies. Again, I have all those as well.
Because also when I'm thinking about her, I have to remember as well, when the time this goes down, she's a 16-year-old girl. She's somebody that she was groomed in the past, right? By other people. She had inappropriate experience with Yandere. Allegedly, she was sexually abused by her father. This is a girl who very easily someone could do something terrible to her at that point in time and then rationalize it to her and potentially get her to believe that nothing wrong happened, which is why I wanted to see the full context of his call with her when she says, you didn't sexually assault me. I want to see what he said to her prior to that, because she seems like somebody that potentially, if she has feelings for somebody, could be very open to suggestion and manipulation. So that's why I wanted the context with Cameron's call.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I guess I'm just less charitable because of how much time I spent in it, and how often I would chase down a lead in the story, and it would ultimately end up with her just telling something contradictory to something else somebody heard before. So I'm particularly not charitable of her, right? I understand that she is definitely a victim of plenty of things, but it's one of those things where it passed the threshold for me, where I think, you know, that's where my opinion lies. And I know that's just like a moral standing opinion on that based off of the evidence I put together. But, you know, that's just where I am. I understand why you don't agree with that.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're obviously, I'll admit, you're way more knowledgeable on like the details of this and have more experience communicating with these people than I do. So I'm not.
Yeah, I don't want like to. I don't know. I'm not like trying to gatekeep any of the information or like say that you got to watch the video, but it's just like, you know, it's she hopped in my Twitter DMs, gave me like a different story, and I think one of the moments where I was like, oh, I don't like this girl is a way smarter than she lets on, because I think she's actually the smartest person that was involved in this. Is she shoots me a DM and I don't answer right away because I'm waiting for her public response. She makes a public response. I reach out to her and I'm like, oh, I didn't see your message. And she clocks it instantly and is like, I think you saw my message. I think you were waiting for something to happen before you reached out to me. Because that's just how you drama YouTubers work.
What potential motives do you think she could have about lying about Cameron? If you know of any.
Yeah, so she accuses Cameron of buying Sims 4 DLC for her. Cameron in the group chat attests that it was a birthday gift, to which she basically mocks. I really do think it was just for little prizes like that, or like rewards or things like that that you could get out of those people. Yandere Dev said the same thing happened with him, and obviously, again, no charitability to him. The buck stops with Dev because of the age gap, right? But I mean, the Sims 4 DLC ain't nothing to sniff at, right? I know that's been brought up more than once with this. It was like $40 just with Cameron alone, based off of the expansion or whatever.
Okay.
But I also do think part of her liked Cameron too, and wanted the best for him. Maybe not like as a romantic partner, but as like a friend, or maybe even the trauma bonding thing is reasonable and true. I've been in it so long, and I've heard so many different stories from these people that it's just I can't trust any of it.
Got it. Well, I'm gonna definitely check out your 3-hour and 40-minute video. I can't say
I'm so sorry. I know. I hate saying go watch it, right?
I can't. It is very rare I will sit down for 3 hours and 40 minutes to do anything.
Yeah. No, I know. I get it. I mean, again, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. You got me. I'm usually on most nights, so.
All right. Thanks. Take care, man. Peace.
But.
Peace. Oh, did I just hang up on him? I think I just prematurely hung up on this guy by accident. Okay. My bad. So apparently this was like rooted, this all could potentially be rooted in a Sims 4 DLC? Huh? I was a little lost there. Great job, Aiden. Wow. Why am I still in the call? How do I get out of the... Am I on the call on my phone? The fuck is going on? If 200 people watching and nobody's liked, we have 0 likes and 200 people watching. So like the stream. I'm kidding. I know it's 82. Like up, people. Dono up if you want to support the channel. 200 viewers just at random is pretty crazy. So I appreciate it, guys. Why didn't you ask what DLC it was? Because I don't fucking care. Have you ever considered that? Have you ever considered I don't care? Alright. Well, I don't know what the context this Crexa shit is. I'm probably gonna have to save that for a rainy day. As Mr. Gawk Logic would call it. We're probably gonna go here for another hour. Not counting the quick break. We've been going for 3 hours and 20 minutes. So, while we wait, I'll be back in a few minutes. If you're watching, make sure to like up. We're going to be checking out Cameron's conversation where he lies to somebody else, as well as some exclusive DMs I received of his aftermath and his reaction to everything that occurred last night. So we'll be back here in a few minutes with CameronF305 coverage tonight on Aiden Underground. Like has an arc. You could ask what the correct says shit. I could have. I didn't. Go cry about it, stupid bitch. Archive to the actual video. I could
just give me a minute. After we went home, I texted her, said, hey, you left your water bottle in the car. She came back and kissed me on her own again. So, yeah, fucking real forced of her.
Okay, well, okay. So, but I guess what I'm trying to ask her okay, so when she was telling you she wanted to go home, you didn't you didn't, like, take her home immediately? Like, how long?
Not immediately. It was... Yeah, 5 minutes is probably right. Yeah, 5 minutes is probably right. But I just wanted to spend more.
She kissed
you have to understand, like, the 30, like, this is like a big period of time, and it was like 5 minutes to get home. Like, we had plenty of time. She got home 20 minutes early.
Okay, so only after she kissed you did you start taking her home?
I mean, not immediately, but yeah, and like, I was like, okay, I'll take you home, whatever.
But in the 5 minutes of you trying to convince her to stay longer, you didn't mention anything about kissing her.
No. Other than, hey, can I get a kiss?
So you did mention something about
just one time.
One time in the 5 minutes of while she was trying to
yes.
say. So okay, okay, let me get this straight. So she was trying to say she wanted to go home. You were trying to convince her to spend more time with you, and then mention in between that, telling her to give you a kiss, and then after she gave you the kiss, you took her home.
It wasn't even a tell. It was an ask. I asked, hey, can I get a kiss? And she did it without question, without thinking about it, without pushback, nothing. It was a patent, consensual fucking kiss. Okay? I didn't even lean in for one, like she alleged.
But didn't that... Okay, but the kiss happened...
Okay, yes, the kiss happened. I regret just going along with it, and I call in hindsight, I didn't realize that she was manipulatively twisting and describing the situation in a certain way to make me look like shit. You know, I was just assuming we were talking about something else entirely. And what we were talking about beforehand was this whole question of people trying to essentially swat me because it had leaked that this, fling had occurred. And people were like, had feigned a concern for, police getting involved with her and with me. And I said, well, for me, I didn't do anything wrong.
Did she have a driver's license, by the way?
I don't fucking know.
Okay. Were you the only way she could get home, right?
I guess, yeah. I mean, she could have, it was like a 5-minute drive, so it couldn't have been that far of a walk if she really felt that scared.
Was this at night?
It was dark out, yeah.
I mean, yeah, for a girl walking alone in the dark at night, like a 5-minute drive.
In a small suburban town, yeah, she's fine. Okay.
No, realistically, she could be fine, but from a young, like walking in the dark would just be like scary for a teenage girl or whatever. Right?
I guess, but I'm just trying to be like realistic here. Like I'm not going to, submit to any, retarded shit. I'm not saying what you were saying is retarded. I'm just saying like I'm not going to play into some fucking bullshit narrative because this girl in regards to me is no fucking victim. She's a piece of shit. She's a liar. She's a manipulator. She's cunning. And by the way, that shit about my girlfriend dating. No, my girlfriend lives 10 minutes away from me. I met her on campus. Okay. And we've been together for 2 months and we're very happy. And she is aware of the situation, obviously.
How does she know you have a girlfriend right now?
Probably because I tweeted about it. I haven't spoken to this person in a long time.
Okay. God, man. I mean, I'm just trying to like put myself in like her shoes here for a minute, and it's like, and your shoes, and it's like, were you?
I get it.
Were you her first like boyfriend that she ever met up with?
No.
Okay, but like. It's at night, she's in the car, she wants to go home, and she tries to convince you for 5 minutes.
No, it wasn't like that. It was like a 2-minute little conversation, and like she stopped, like she seemed to be fine with hanging out at that point. It didn't feel like, if in the moment, if I felt like she actually like this is like a life or death thing, like she needs to go home ASAP, I would have fucking done it, no question.
But in the midst of that conversation. While she's trying to get you to go, you throw in the idea of her kissing you, right?
I do? Oh, I thought you were talking about the call.
You.
The converse, like in the car, yeah, that was me. I was like, hey, can I get a kiss? Because like things were cordial, things were fine.
So would the statement that for 5 minutes you tried to kiss her, would that be inaccurate?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay. Got it. I guess I'm also trying to look at this from your perspective, and Dade, I just don't understand. Like, if things happen the way you said they did, I don't understand why you would ever like not give pushback in the call while she's talking to you about it.
Now,
and if anything, when you say you don't know you're being recorded, I feel like that adds like even more like credence to the idea, right? Like, because
I completely disagree with that. And the reason I say that is because you have to understand the situation. This is a person who at that point in time I had realized is, trying to, in some, I guess, instances, ruin my life. At that point, I'm trying to appease her, keep her calm, you know, and like not, I guess, poke the bear in any sense, and slowly distance myself. Like I'm very uncomfortable with this person at this point. I'm not trying to like get like.
Why are you giving into the demands though? And like giving into her narrative?
Well, let's go back to point one. No blackmail.
But you said she didn't
I
blackmail
have this massive foot over my head.
But you said she didn't blackmail you into saying anything.
But I didn't know what she was capable of at this point. I'm not saying that she was blackmailing me into, I guess, you know, following a script for this call or whatever. I'm saying that I knew she had this shit that, you know, is really uncomfortable to talk about, frankly. And I didn't want that getting out. I know the type of person she is. I'm trying to appease her in this moment where she seems upset over things that she has expressed to me multiple times. She, I guess, hates me over because in her mind, I was forcing her to stay, and her only ticket to get home was a kiss. And in her mind, I triggered.
All right, sorry guys, I'm back. I know we probably lost viewership, but we've kept almost 200 the whole streams for like almost 4 hours, so I'm satisfied. Let's get back into this real quick. Hold on. Hold on. Cool, back in time. I was about to do German. Okay, appreciate it. All right, let's check this out. So apparently last night, after the, I guess we could finish this real quick. See how much more it goes on.
No, that's totally fair.
We'll try to rush through this.
That's the thing. Like even like, but
That's smart.
It's.
Will you be drink? I've always drank weird. I don't know what it is, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm gathering the information. I getting the help of a lawyer. I have no intention to go after or sue the individual accusing me, but I am prepared to defend myself.
Are we being bought? How do I still have 185? If you're here, type something in chat. If you're still here, type something in chat. AG4L's in chat if you're still here.
Yeah, pretty
That
much.
is about as thorough and as detailed as you need to be when it comes to making a public statement regarding allegations against you.
Yeah, and
Right. The only and the reason I did it earlier, as I said earlier, was just like,
Okay, the bat says it was purely legal claims that were being made. But they're clearly also talking about like public statements against allegations against you, and the bat was criticizing, Batwoman was criticizing my performance in the actual interview itself. So I don't think they're making purely legal claims. But I guess I could go over that again in my death penalty discussion with them. The weird, like you'd expect these VTubers, based on like how strange they are and the sexual perversions they have, to be not right-wing, but for some reason, VTubers tend to be like insanely right-wing. I don't know what this person's politics are. There was this Kirsch person I saw where they were getting like canceled for edgy jokes. Asmon was saying it was edgy jokes. I actually like looked into it, and apparently it actually wasn't edgy jokes. They just have some like insane like political opinions that like no sponsor would ever willingly put their name on. I don't know what it is about this community.
to kind of admit, yeah, I
Alright, the whole stream, Nico's just been commenting sleepy emojis, how he doesn't like it. So, Nico, I hate to do this to you, man. You're banned for life until you agree to, like, start glazing. Where were we?
you know, content creation.
Big things that will happen, especially in court and stuff. There's a term in Latin called
we're already there.
uno. It's not. It's a violation of the law on one party's bring up stuff from a while ago and use it as like, oh, this is what you did back in 2016. How dare you? It's like, why are we talking about it?
Oh, this is an important clarification. Okay, so someone in chat said, didn't Cam admit he was pushy about the kiss last time he was on? No. I was being pushy about spending more time.
Yeah, but you conceded that you were pushy about the kiss itself in your actual call with her. So you did admit to that. You absolutely admitted to that. You've changed it to pushy about... We already saw this. I don't know why I'm re-reacting to it. I was being pushy about spending more time, meaning she wanted to go home, and I was being pushy about her not going home.
A good sight closer to 10 years, you
Also, just to keep in mind, just so you keep in mind, the reason she was saying she wanted to go home was it was curfew. But I would honestly not be surprised, like genuinely. This is a girl who her engagement online is obviously completely fucking unmonitored, right? Like totally unmonitored. She is 16 at this point, but her engagement online is completely unmonitored. She's interacted with adult pedophiles online. Do we think there was any actual curfew to begin with, or she was just coming up with an excuse to go home because it would be awkward for whatever reason she was uncomfortable by something? Because also, according to Cam, the reason he the reason he was arguing to keep her there was because it actually wasn't even that close to her curfew and she could have gotten home in time. So why would she be so worried about getting home for curfew? Was that just an excuse to go home because there was something that was making her uncomfortable? And if that's the case, what previous behavior had occurred in the night that would make her uncomfortable? The reason he activated the child lock. Wait, I'm sorry. He had a child lock in his car? Hold on. Did he state that he had a child lock in his car? Did he ever state that? Oh, you're okay, got it. Cool.
Sound.
Here. Take it from me. Take it from me. Jelly. I haven't spoken to you in a long fucking time.
No, stop. I'm just asking a question. Stop asking a question. I get it. You're joking. Calm down. I get it. You're joking. I get it. All right. I understand.
I think you're the scum of the earth. I think you're a massive piece of shit. If I did these things to you, go to the fucking cops. You have my honor. Go ahead. Do it.
You have my permission to go to the police. Oh, because she needed your permission to do that. Also, people who like invalidate these claims because people are unwilling to file a police report are just like so fucking stupid. I'm sorry, even if this really did happen to you, a lot of people who have been victimized by this don't feel like there's any closure they're gonna get by seeing legal consequences for the person who did it, if they even do face any legal consequences. And a trial is super fucking invasive. It's embarrassing, okay? They're gonna, if he gets an attorney, they're gonna be like assessing your character, attacking your character, like to say that to invalidate these claims because somebody's unwilling to file a police report is just really stupid logic.
But you won't.
Yeah, we did watch this part. I gotta go forward.
Thorough and as detailed as you need to be when it comes to making a public statement regarding allegations against you.
And
right. The only and the reason I did it earlier, as I said earlier, was just like to kind of admit, yeah, I fucked up. I shouldn't have been dishonest with Diesel, and I totally understand why.
And you shouldn't have been dishonest with me, and you shouldn't have been dishonest with the people you're talking to right now, and you shouldn't have been dishonest with the person we're about to watch, and you shouldn't have been dishonest. Dude, this guy's dishonest about literally fucking everything.
You know, changing the, what the blackmail was on could be seen as emotional manipulation.
Every day I'm forced to see your Jewish curls. I'm sorry. A lot of people would kill for curly hair, little bro. Keep coping.
And I own that.
Keep coping because you don't fucking have any. Anyone who comments shit like that is bald.
And I regret that, and I think I should have never done that. I think that was totally fucking wrong of me.
Yeah.
And it will never happen again. I think that was important. And I mean that.
It will never happen again. Proceeds to do it every time he fucking opens his mouth. Don't forget food shops. Yeah, that's the person I'm talking about that we're about to watch.
I say that. I totally mean that. And as far as ever addressing the allegations again, I won't be. Yeah, I have no plan to go on people's streams and talk about it.
You better keep to that. Not
drop the curly. I'd have to change my genetics. I'd have to change my drop the curly hair. Oh, tutorial. You wanted a tutorial. I thought you were telling me to drop the curly hair. Sure, let me just snap my fingers.
Not for my sake.
I'm going to say it right now. If I see you on a stream, I have you added on Discord now. I will call you and I'll be like, listen, boy, you know I'm on.
Yeah, no, but
that being said, though,
I do have a hilarious.
I do have 4 minutes until I have to go. So that being said, what is hilarious?
I have a hilarious opportunity to use these accusations to lampoon the fuck out of Noah Samson, which I will be taking full advantage of.
No, you don't. He likes to pretend, and he's gonna get very pissed in other interviews if you claim, even if you're on his side and acknowledge the truth of, actually, both of you aren't credible, and there's no slam dunk here to substantiate that she's lied. He gets very mad. He wants to pretend like these are completely debunked allegations. He wants to pretend like these are completely debunked allegations. So what I'm imagining he's going to do is, Noah Samson came after me for false allegations. I could slam dunk him. No. The only thing you'd be able to do is go and, like, make a video talking about how, like, the age gap you were involved in technically is not pedophilia. Which is still gonna, like, make you look super cringe, because, like, that's not the part anyone's worried about. He wants to pretend like it's a slam dunk. He wants to pretend, for those of you who are new to my show, the show, guys. To those of you that are new to my, like, streaming from my tiny apartment that I do very irregularly, somebody supposedly, for the sake of making a joke that not everyone got, wrote like a fake document on me with fake allegations, pretending to be a 16-year-old girl once. This person forgot to unlink their email to the account they wrote it from, and my accuser was actually a 27-year-old man that I've never met in my life. That would be an example of, like, an allegation where you could say, yeah, this is totally debunked, because I'm being accused of grooming by a 27-year-old man. It's generally hard when you're 18 to... No, the allegation said I was 17. It's hard at 17 to, like, groom a 27-year-old. So that would be, like, the allegation you could say is debunked. This, on the other hand, we've got you admitting to some, like, pretty not okay behavior. So, I don't know.
But then that's all I'll say.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I did see somebody mention Noah Samson did end up making a comment about you, and I thought it was really insane. What he said.
He called me a child rapist.
Everybody, Cameron is oh my God, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Cameron is.
I mean, if he did rape, if you're to believe that he raped, I don't think, if we're to believe her entire story is true, to be fair, the things he did, I don't think technically fall under the definition of rape. It would be sexual assault. And yeah, she was technically a minor. No, he's obviously a child rapist. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration.
Is cooking regarding that end of it. I'm not even gonna name it. That's such a disgusting thing to say to somebody. Like, and immediately actionable too. Like, not seeing Cameron Wood, he doesn't have the time or energy for it. And nor do I think any judge has it. But, like, that would
this
be
is the second time he's done this, by the way. He did it to Judge Logic.
Defamatory. It would, you wouldn't even need a jury trial.
Wait, why did he cross state lines? People keep bringing that up. Was it they lived in 2 different states? He's public about where he lives. He lived in Florida. She lived in New York, right? So you'd have to cross several state lines if it's a drive. What do you mean the state lines argument would be weird? No, it wouldn't even be weird. But no. I don't get the state lines thing. I actually don't even get that. What do you think about the future of the UFC, and will Netflix acquire exclusive claiming rights to their pay-per-views once their contract with ESPN runs out? Are you on the right channel? I don't think you're on the right channel. Why the fuck would I care about the UFC and Netflix pay-per-view of the UFC or anyone I know who's like a fan of UFC or WWE or whatever the fuck beats their wife, okay? I don't care about any of that.
The judge would be like, the law was clearly broken here, pay him money.
Pretty much.
The golden part about it is
what are your thoughts on the geopolitical conflict occurring right now in Botswana?
Cop, I criticized Noah Samson for making slanderous statements, and this is the second time he has falsely accused someone of being a pedophile because he did it to Chud Logic.
Yeah,
so
it's bad.
Hilarious.
It's bad.
Yeah, she sounds very skeptical. Obviously, Chud Logic, for those of you that don't know, had sexual exchanges, I guess, online with two people he believed to be adults because they had outright stated one of them actually was an adult, the other was 17, I think, and had lied about being 18. Obviously, in no world is that pedophilia or wrong in the sense of his like responsibility if they're claiming to be a certain age and lie about it. But in this case, right, we're not dealing with allegations of the age. Stop saying it. Nobody talk about the age gap anymore, please. Because he's going to do this disingenuous thing, which he did in his response of like, well, it was 16 and 19. Who cares? Nope. If a 16 and 19-year-old consensually had sex with one another, I'd be like, yeah, if you're 19, like, you probably, it's like good practice to get into the habit of like not fucking high schoolers anymore. But like, it's a 3-year age gap less, I think. So it's like not like a huge deal at all. The problem is that there are allegations of non-consensual acts that occurred, and that's the thing you should be focusing on.
So, yes.
Oh, yeah, apparently Chud slandered Starbase today. QQ, if you want to send that to me, please let me know. Apparently Starbase got accused of being a pedophile by Chud Logic.
I am going to use this for a grand layup, and I cannot wait.
Aiden, you're boring me? Well, your chats are boring me.
I'm so happy.
The stream's all about me. It should be your job to entertain me with your chats, which you're failing to do. And it's probably why you quit streaming, because of how uninteresting you are. So take 24 hours to think about actually becoming an interesting human being worth giving attention to.
Cameron is cooking, everybody. That's all anyone needs to know.
Yeah.
YouTube is fun again. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, I think there is literally nothing else for you to gain by coming out of this. Because again, the only people that really care to talk about this are going to be the content
you
individuals.
Provided far more facts in your defense than they have in your condemnation.
Oh my! The bat is like, I agree with what you were saying. I agree with what you were saying. It's all a legal frame, but like they're clearly not just speaking legally here. Like very obviously. Jeez, I'm so bored. Well, you're boring me. And you, my friend, are hidden for life until I don't want to hide you for life, because sometimes you have a good thing or two to say. I'll give you 24 hours to think about it.
Exactly.
Pretty much. Like
the worst thing against me here is what I did with Diesel, and I felt like it would be the honorable thing to own up to that for my credibility in the future, and I felt that was important. Even though
I set a new goal, by the way, people, make sure to like, sub if you're here, and I'm putting a poll out because I don't believe in this viewership is real. So I just want to make sure, are you real? So I'm just putting a poll out. There's no way we have 190 at night. I don't want my ego to get unnecessarily inflated. Although I am seeing some new faces in chat, so welcome.
I know it doesn't necessarily help my case. I feel like it's important to be straight up honest regarding everything.
Honesty
no matter
is the best policy. This is true.
No matter if it makes me look good or bad when it comes to that. So, yeah, I'm not gonna one guy, but nothing's been confirmed nor denied.
Nope. No milk.
Listen, don't focus. Don't focus on the chat.
This person might actually bought their streams because when I joined, they had 150 viewers, and there was like one person typing like every like hour. There was like one person typing like a year. First time viewer in chatter. Well, welcome. I hope you're enjoying it so far. I love when we have new people around here because it's always the same boring old losers. So it's nice to see some new people, new faces. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Take a joke, people.
Yeah.
Dude, for 1 second.
I know you do.
Curious why you've never said a word about Pat grooming Rose. I guess you're trying to stay in Dana's good graces after your disastrous coverage. Dana, why? That's UFC related, right?
No, I'm blocking you. I'm cop blocking you straight up.
Listen, like, you don't need to pay attention to the chat. Again, all I'm really going to say on this is the only people that care about this are the individual. Oh,
Boblack,
I don't really give a shit about him, but like legitimately, the only people that care about this are
this guy's whole life is actually commentary. So he, just like them, can only think in reference like commentary and lolcows. That's his like entire life.
the people that are going to be either stream sniping this or reviewing this later down the line. And
I just want to say to everybody, by the way, this clip, I'm being told, as Diesel told me, was taken out of context. So, I'm gonna try and look for the context later on, so don't take this as, like, definitive proof of anything. Yet. It looks really bad out of context, but apparently there might be more context, so.
and saying that you're retarded for doing this, or you're retarded just for whatever sort of the reason. Those are the only...
talking to a VTuber, for talking to a disgusting scum of the earth VTuber.
Listen, VTuber, listen,
Wait, no,
most
do you have
VTubers
that clip?
are...
The mommy milker octopus model.
I'm not gonna play that.
You
I'm not
have
gonna...
that clip, right?
I do have that.
He's with a bat. He's addressing allegations that he raped somebody after my interview, where he's supposedly never going to talk about it again. He's because he clearly thinks he's been totally vindicated, which is why he's hopping around to everybody's streams desperately. He's talking to a bat right now about an octopus with mommy milkers. This is what Diorio's rising star has been reduced to. This is what Diorio's rising star has been reduced to. Was Diorio in the stream yesterday? I think that guy might not be happy with me right now, but...
That clip, yes. There, no,
I want to play. Before I leave, I have 1 minute before I have to go.
Okay, I'll play the clip, sure. Just for you.
Listen, it's amazing.
VTuber with a jester/octopus mommy MILF avatar.
That was literally said...
Fucking what?
That was literally played as a response
to... The laugh, dude. The bat is laughing. The bat is laughing.
To a Grums call out video, and because I reacted to his first one.
From the Gunnernomicon Part 2.
Yes, it's a lot of context. I can give it to you later, but like,
it's so good though. If I knew you were gonna react like that, what the hell did I just hear?
Like legitimately, nobody of value actually really cares about this, and I'm saying that as somebody who cares about this. All right, nobody of value really cares about this. You're gonna walk on. You're gonna continue making content.
Nobody of value cares about this. That might be true, but trust me, Cameron, because I know you're watching this right now. I've heard from several people. I know you're here watching this at the moment. I'll make sure people that matter care about this. It's not an ego flex. I'm a 185 view streamer. The one thing on my side that people don't realize is I literally know everyone. I know everybody in this space. Like, literally everyone. Everyone will know about this, Cameron. I won't be quiet about it. Everyone you've ever loved and dreamed of talking to will know about this until you give me call 1. And that's not a threat, that's a promise. Aiden, when you gain enough followers, please resist when they make you a J handler and what the fuck does that mean?
There is some potential collaborators in the future that you like that may feel iffy about this, but if they are actually interested in getting to the bottom of this and they're actually level-headed individuals that know how the law works and know how like real shit works, I don't think that you really have anything to worry about. So stop going on people's shit because you're gonna keep confusing your story, and that's what they want.
I think I was extremely consistent.
Go on to somebody's strain and just shit, just literally shit.
Just spread eagle the asshole open and just take shit on the lawn.
Just right up against the microphone. Yes. No,
okay.
Seriously. You don't need to be going on anybody else's.
There are people who think the spasming PNG on screen is yeah, flamenco. Yeah, the person they were just talking about, that would be one of those people. Every day, dude, or Queeman too. Queeman is like a crypto like VTube enjoyer. I'm serious. He knows about like all these people. He's like in VCs talking about Gargagura or whatever the fuck this person's name is. He knows. I'm serious. Like with you people, Queeman is way more into VTubers than he likes to let on.
Stream, defending yourself. Your defenses haven't made.
Yeah, I don't think I have to worry
That being
about
said,
that.
though, I do have to go, so I will talk to you guys all later. Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah.
Yeah, have a good one.
You have a good one, Ava. Peace.
Okay, bye-bye.
The bat has
I will
left the
say-
cage.
I was extremely consistent though, so I'm proud of that.
You were not. No, you were not consistent at all. You've literally, so far, we've come up with 5 different reasons for why you couldn't release the precursor to Call 1. Is that like a joke? That has to be a joke. Even if you're innocent. Even if you're innocent, right? Even if you're innocent. The last thing you could ever fucking call yourself is consistent. You're the most inconsistent person I've ever met in my life because you lie about everything.
I will say, yeah, for the most part, you are. But again, like the problem is,
Why does a girl having deranged arguments with someone evidence that the other party wasn't abusive? God, they're so dumb. True.
the more you tell the story, people are going to look for minor inconsistencies in different ways
You're
that you,
calling me now.
like little ways that you reword things. Basically, I see what you.
Hello?
So that video of the girl getting like grabbed by the neck by Cameron, that's Craig's, right?
Yeah, I'm being told that's out of context. I have to look into that.
Well, I heard you say that, so I just went back and listened through the bit of the diesel call that I missed the first time around because I was away from my computer for some of it before. It didn't sound like you said that clip was already out of context. You said that one looks bad, even like no matter what.
Yeah, I'm not saying it is. I'm saying that's just what I think I thought I heard, but I'll have to look into it. I'm not discrediting it.
I think you said that one. I think you said that one just looks bad no matter what. But it seemed like he was saying that the context that you needed that makes Cameron look innocent of domestic abuse is that Crexer is like crazy and had these deranged arguments with Cameron.
But he says that about
It's like, well-
I think Diesel is like way too quick. This is my opinion. I think he's been way too quick to discredit like a lot of people believe this girl can't be trusted because when she was a kid, she was involved in like honeypot, like extortion of pedophiles or something. And it's like that doesn't bear a whole lot of relevance on these current
It just
claims.
feels like, once again, low IQ commentary YouTubers taking path of least resistance and being like, well, this is a crazy bitch, so I can't trust anything, so none of it's real. And then that just works with everyone.
I apparently accidentally I had you turn up to 200 volume by accident. I'm sorry, Chef. Sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah, it just seems like people take the path of least resistance and shut off and go, oh, well, she's crazy, so it's all fake. It's like, well, no, a lot of the time someone is crazy, but they've also had bad things happen to them.
Well, yeah, knowing what we know now, I really want to start looking into this Crexa shit.
Yeah, that's what I was calling to say. Is I'm never gonna look into that because I'm lazy. So you need to.
You think that's gonna be? It's gonna be. If anything, it's gonna be Parry's job. If anything, he's like the ability to like read and look into the most like boring shit, and then like only.
You need to look at the suicide video as well. It's very important.
I've been told that. All right, thanks.
It's actually key evidence. All right, catch you later.
Dude, Queeman and Parry are like, look at the suicide video, and it's like him talking about his suicide attempt when he was like 15. It's like, what am I supposed to? I don't. That's like all. That sounds like first of all, an optics nightmare. Second of all, that doesn't sound relevant to anything I'm talking about. If you want to watch a guy go like laugh at like a 15-year-old suicide attempt for like 3 streams, you could go watch Parry. That's not like my thing.
I see what you did there, but the more that you tell it, the more chances you can to mess up, because humans are infallible and humans are going to have opportunities to tell things in the way that they're not good. So that's all I'm trying to say is just keep it consistent. If people ask, say this is what it is, I don't know. You don't have to.
But I said before, and I'll still say this, even if the Crexus shit doesn't turn out to be true, in my opinion, I don't want you guys to take. I want you to assess all of this for yourself, okay? Because he is right. They are right in the sense of like, it's not like a slam dunk that he definitively did this. There is a hypothetical world where every scenario that could work in his favor is true. Okay, that's why I said I don't think he could be convicted. But based on what's been presented to me in my assessment of his character, I believe Jelly. I believe Jelly. But you need to take that and assess that for yourself, right? If a bombshell comes out tomorrow that proves his innocence, I'll totally retract that opinion or change that opinion. But as it stands, I'm convinced of his guilt. But not only am I convinced of his guilt, I personally believe that there are either others, if not in the future, there could be more. There is something very unsettling to me about this person, and it's not just that I'm inclined to believe he committed some form of sexual assault, right? That on its own is unsettling, but there's something about, like, him. The way he so casually lies. Like, I don't know what it is. I get very bad feelings about this person.
To give them my video, because again, I get it. VTubers are cringe and gay, but like
Hayden, new viewer here. Just wanted to ask a question. Are you Venezuelan? I am not. Why do people? I get like people. It's not like I'm offended. Oh my God, you accuse me of being Venezuelan. I'm not Venezuelan, but people have like DM me. They accuse me. They're like, hey, Hayden, I heard you. Are you like Egyptian? I'm from Egypt. I've been accused of being like every ethnicity.
Yeah,
That's
extremely. I think I got a lot of backlash actually for talking to one of these scum of the earth VTubers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I have like a little bit of Iberian DNA, so I know Venezuelans also are like what's the word, mestizo? It's like a mix of indigenous and Spaniard. So maybe we have some overlap.
And so
I'll be honest, that's the biggest criticism. It doesn't matter whatever you did, talking to a VTuber is the worst thing you possibly can do.
So that's why I'm back, because I frankly don't give a shit.
There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest though. I blame Flamenco for that. That's Flamenco's fault. All right, Flamenco set VTubers back by 10 years.
Oh, this is where we're just gonna watch up to this part. This is where it gets super awkward, and he's gonna give some context that's gonna like segue us really nicely into the next segment.
I forgot everything that Flamenco did.
Oh my gosh. So the biggest thing.
Hey, and I've been going through the Crexus stuff. His behavior is fairly damning. There's a number of abusive patterns he repeated with both these girls, regardless of what is alleged. Yeah, that's why I want to look into that, because I feel like Diesel was too quick to kind of discredit some of this. And I was kind of implying that in my conversation with him. I am not saying I don't believe her. I know nothing about her allegations. And I, myself, knowing what I know now, want to go back and look at that a little more closely. Apparently there's like 5 hours of context, so we're probably gonna have to do that in a separate stream. But I'm also now suspicious of this too. If you want to DM me some of the patterns you've noticed, I'd be interested to garner your opinions on it.
Thing is, he was a massive spurg, and because
wait, what? He's a what?
Massive...
Do you know what else is massive?
No, he was.
But also, like domestic violence, right? Domestic violence, I also wouldn't be surprised by. Okay, I yell too. I yell as well. I play it up for. I actually play it up for streams. That's the difference between me and Cam. If you knew me in real life or off stream, anyone who talks being about it's very rare I will actually yell at somebody. And I don't think like yelling is the biggest deal on earth. But like when his claims are being pushed, he goes from 0 to 100 and you get this like pure fucking rage. And I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if that manifests in real life with somebody he thinks he has some form of control over, i.e. like a homeless girl living in his house, in like some sort of physical violence. Not saying that's true. I have to look into these allegations, but would it shock me? Absolutely not. I have to open Discord because I was sent something else. We'll keep watching.
He was a spurg, and because he had gotten doxxed, he got doxxed on one of Ethan Ralph's live streams. And
Kill stream, baby, let's go.
Hell yeah. And if I remember correctly, after he got doxxed, people found his Pornhub account, and they found that one of the porn websites that he looked at, he had read a doujin that had lolicon in it, Now, just as a quick aside, chat. Not a fan of Lolicon. I have friends that are, but I don't care about it.
This is why she's clarifying, because she has a normie on her stream. He has a normie on his stream, and he doesn't. And obviously, the fan base of these VTubers are gonna be very like Lolicon coded. So to appease both Cameron and the chat, I'm not a fan of it, but I have friends who are. Like, you could tell what this person is doing. So now Cameron, a guy who worked on, like, Yandere Simulator for Yandere Dev or whatever, is gonna, like, pretend to be, like, super fucking shocked to maintain optics.
Not interested in it, so...
Because he's very, like, concerned with optics, and he knows he's previously gotten, like, optics criticism for his, like, interviews he's done with food shops. So now he is potentially gonna believe that something that occurred that, like, being seen on a stream with this person is going to be bad optics, so he's going to try to overcompensate.
What?
I have some friends that are into it, but I don't care. You know,
into it?
It's a funky, weird situation.
Yo, Will with the $5. Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate it. Doesn't say anything, but I appreciate it.
Like, not in the same way as like as you might think, but like regardless.
I don't know about that.
I don't know. It's just like. It's a weird VTuber thing. Like I said, I don't like it. I'm not into it.
I'm gonna need some clarification there. What do you mean they're into it? What does that mean?
Like,
He's trying to overcompensate, and she's trying to placate him by saying, "I'm not into it. I have friends who are." If you're in the fucking VTubing space, I have a very hard time believing you're like against Lolly. Hold on, I was sent this.
Do you want to clarify a little bit about what the information is?
Buddy, are you fucking retarded? Have you not listened to any of this conversation?
Like up the stream, by the way, people. We're close to 100 likes.
Can you be a little bit more precise? Because when you spoke to me,
I'll be a little bit more precise.
Blackmail was everything. It was ephemeral. Well, the blackmail covered so many tiny things.
Okay?
I just didn't want to like go through all of them. It would be too embarrassing. It would be too hard. And so that's apparently why you lied and said the blackmail was specifically about you having sex with her.
I didn't say that was why I lied. I said that I was...
and anything.
What?
Exactly.
What do you mean exact? Can you shut the fuck up for 2 minutes? You sound so fucking retarded.
So I said exactly.
Okay, it would make sense for him to get mad there. There were other moments during the stream though where he would just like get pretty fucking angry. I would be angry if he was innocent too. To be honest with you, that's not indicative of anything.
That's like the anime kitty porn, right?
Kind of. Again, I'm not like a research person on it, so I can't really give like the best.
Dude, this fucking mama, you're a VTuber. We know you know about Lolly. We know you're probably into it. If you're not, all your friends are, and you probably reposted it. Okay, this person sounds like a fucking Nazi at the Nuremberg trials. I have no knowledge of any of this. Like, fucking trying to placate this guy. Sad stuff, man. Sad stuff.
Explanation on it?
I'd reevaluate that friendship. I'm just saying.
No,
that makes me a little uneasy.
No, I get what you mean. It's something that's like not something that I can really explain, really. But like the easiest way to explain it is I know people that have some of that stuff. Again, I don't like it because of personal situations, but it's whatever. But anyway, getting back to Flamenco. Flamenco was discovered having reading it.
I've never watched Medicare. I hate anyone who skimwalks him, so I don't really know if I'm gonna like him. But like, yeah, those types just like piss me the fuck off. They're like, I'm laughing at the lol cows. I'm laughing at the lol cows online, and like all of them are like fat losers that like if we knew like the tiniest intricacies of their life would have like their own like June the King videos made on them, like.
And people have issues with it. And then he sparked about it, especially when people said that he they like said a lot of things about him, and so because he sparked about it, I think that he put VTubers back 10 years or so. But you know, it's
put you back 10. Flamenco's the one that put you back 10 years or so. So true. Nobody hates Flamenco more than I do. Flamenco had absolutely no contribution to you guys being put back. Most people don't even know who the fuck this guy is.
It's whatever. It's whatever. Whatever. My personal opinion.
I am blindsided.
No, you're totally fine. You're totally fine. Again, like
you're telling me you have friends that are into drawn child porn.
Well, yes, but I don't like. Again, it's a conversation that I don't have because it's not my thing. I consider it a red flag, but it's one of those.
I would consider that like a friendship ending red flag.
I guess it really depends. It really depends. Again, like hard to really explain when it's not your thing and you don't.
I would be friends with just about anybody. I'd be friends with just about anybody. Except if you have like a sexual like inclination towards children, I would just never like feel comfortable letting my guard down around you in the proximity. So that would probably be the one deal breaker for me. But like in any other context, I don't do like guilt by friendship unless your friendship is directly like supporting bad behavior. So like I would be okay being friends with a murderer. I would totally be okay being friends with a murderer as long as my friendship wasn't making them kill more people. This guy hooked up with a child in real... True, so true. I've tried to learn about flamenco, but every Nick video... The why I don't like flamenco TV video is pretty good. I make a cameo in it.
Don't defend it whatsoever, really. But yeah.
Right, but I'm not trying to put you on the spot here. I understand that. Like, I'm not trying to be like a dick.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
At the same time, like, very not something
I've had friends with abhorrent ideologies. I've had friends that under their own ideologies, I wouldn't even call them friends really, but people I've been acquaintances with that under their own ideologies would probably want me fucking dead. I don't think that, like, I'm okay with being friends with horrible people if there's something to gain or you feel like you can do something for them by being friends with them, like move them over to a more moderate viewpoint. So I don't really do like guilt by friendship shit. But with this person, I would not be surprised at all if there was more than friendship going on in regards to their relation with Wally.
No, I get it. Listen, I get it. Because again, I just it abhors me. Trust me.
It abhors me.
It's one of those.
It abhors me, even though you're like friends with these people.
Because I'm not an expert on it and because I don't talk about it, I don't really like. I don't know. It's not really my topic, basically.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm not really interested in that conversation because it's just not my thing. It's not my thing. So.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, no, like, cause it's strange because I had to like disassociate with another like streamer that I like appeared on that because like when I like the video.
Good morning, G's.
It first blew up. I was just like, I guess,
food shops.
Yeah.
Don't talk to food shops. Food shops.
I've learned this.
When I saw that, I was like, ugh.
So that's the part we need to watch up to. Keep with that last sentence in mind. They've just spoken about Lolicon and bad people and being abhorred, and he's now just spoken about his regret for associating with food shops. Please keep that in mind. Cameron, I doubt actually cares about Lolly. Cameron will lie if he thinks that something is gonna... He's like very anxious about getting into controversy, so he'll lie about situations if he thinks they're gonna be controversial for him. Like, before rape was even like a concern here, when it was just an allegation of two people having sex with a 3-year age gap, I've said this repeatedly, he lied about that because he thought people would look on it unfavorably, in the sense of like, he thought he would look like a pedophile for having a relationship with that age gap. So that's why he lied about them having sex. He got criticism behind the scenes for his going on Food Shop's channel or whatever, so he's now going to pretend like he cares about something, even though he apparently already knew about Food Shop's controversy prior to going into that interview, and is now just like pretending like that was a bad idea now that I figured out what this person did. But before we move on to that next part, I just want to show you how horrible this stream is. This Gator person who was calling me the most bad faith person in commentary earlier, he calls in, Cameron stays in the call, whatever the fuck this thing is calls in, and then like some robot anime child. And they all sit around and they watch a DSP video with the octopus man. This person corrected me, they're a man. The octopus man with breasts. They all sit around together and they fucking watch a DSP video because they're laughing at the lol cows. They're laughing at the lol cows, guys, as if like they all aren't lol cows themselves. And it's just an unwatchable stream.
Okay. And I feel like I do a good job of commentating on things. At least I hope I do. Yeah.
I hope I do a good job of commenting. Guy's like so insecure, he's getting like reassurance from the fucking stream in real time.
I'm not obviously as...
And then with all these people on screen, there's gameplay in the background too.
Like outside looking in sort of thing, I'm not really sure how much people are able to relate or take an interest in what I'm saying when I talk about things. But I mean, I would hope that at least what I'm saying is interesting enough.
There are 5 living people watching the stream, buddy. Nobody's responding to that.
Someone's attention for at least a little bit. The thing I worry about right now, though, is since I do have the podcast with Asta and Rada, and that's like on a separate channel, I worry that like if I start talking about like video game happenings and whatnot by like reacting to shit while I'm playing Monster Hunter or whatever.
Who gives a fuck?
Is the gun true and honest?
Oh, and then that's the other thing. They laugh at everything. They laugh at everything. The most like minor thing happens. Like they're like, by 3 years into his channel, Darkside Phil had made like 7,000 uploads, which yeah, that's like a ton of uploads. I agree. But the way they it's like fucking cackling hyenas. Like, it's like that's not that funny. It's really not funny to warrant like that amount of laughter.
Is it real?
There's pictures
It
of it.
might
What
be
do you
an
mean?
AI at this point. His account might be run by an evil AI at this point. Who knows?
Oh.
That's Gator talking, the fat loser, former co-host of the White Nationalist Kill Stream, who was crying about DEI in comic books, who I debated and he got wrecked.
Oh my goodness. Oh, but anyway, yeah, just to cap this off for you, Jazz. This is something you want to be professional at, you want to use as like a side hustle or something that you want to try and get some money going for you. Understand the algorithm, understand what people want to see, and find a subject.
What people want to see? Do you think people want to see 5 giant fucking avatars on screen with gameplay behind them, watching a DSP video in 2025? You think anyone wants to see that? I think I actually tuned back in at this point in the stream just to like see if they were talking about me, because I'm a narcissist, right? So I tuned back in, and there's like one person actively talking in chat.
That you are a expert in, or that you feel like you can become an expert in. For me, when I started doing content creation at the beginning of the pandemic,
What the fuck are you an expert in? You're a guy who streams behind an avatar of a lady octopus with giant tits. What the fuck could you be an expert in?
I really just play video games because like, oh, I like video games.
Usually if Hoi 4, I haven't done it for the last 2 streams. It's not happening again. Okay? And when I have Hoi 4 footage on screen, the only other thing is my fucking camera. Because what's the point of having gameplay if it's like 144p quality and being blocked by 5 avatars?
I'm going to start doing video games. I evolved into talking about things because I liked drama. I liked watching the drama people. I've always been interested in discussing things with people and study. And the main thing is studying the human condition. Because it's just like, yeah, it's very funny to laugh at retards on the internet, figure out where they came from.
Laughing at the retards. This is the shit Flamenco used to say. This is why I hate covering like the known lolcows like Chris Chan and Darkside Phil. And I don't even know what Darkside Phil has done to like Wings of Redemption or whatever the fuck, because anyone else who's like talking about this or covering this, they're all like total losers, like basement dwelling, like fucking like losers, all of them. If you go on a date with somebody and they mention any of those 3 names, it's a fail. Don't follow up.
But I want to understand why they made those decisions. Why did Chris Chan fuck his mom? Why did all of these people do all these really crazy, stupid things? And it's just like, are they crazy people, or is there like choices that they made that led them to this place? So when I cover drama, my thing is I like to say, okay, why are
that's an interesting mindset. I have that mindset too, but like when I want to understand like what motivates people to do certain bad things, that's why I got interested in like true crime for a little bit and like terrorism. I was interested in reading about terrorism, not doing it. Like, I wanted to assess the motives of the human psyche to do bad things, so I decided to watch 8,000 Darkside Phil videos.
Are they in this place? What got them to being as the way they are now? And that's kind of the thing.
I'm only bringing up Flamenco because they brought him up.
Try and carry with me.
Essentially, you like more of the Geno Samuel, where it kind of talks about like this is where this person started. This is all the stuff that happened to them. This is like the net result. So it's sort of like a cautionary tale situation.
Yeah, although I'm not going to make a documentary and then move to China. In my personal opinion, I don't.
Wait, if other people are allowed to say these slurs, why can't I?
Oh well, Jazz is black. He's allowed to say the N-word. You're not.
Thoughts on Madeline McCann? She got killed by that German guy with the van who was living in Portugal. Sad story.
It's a joke.
You know,
and I'm allowed to say I can scalp everyone because I'm Native American.
You're Native American, yes.
All I know is these allegations seem bad.
He's Native American. He's an ethnicity. I hate you. I hate every single one of you. And I won't be satisfied until I live in a world where I don't have to hear about or see people like you.
Just wait till the N-word clip comes out.
Oh goodness. Anyway. We're gonna continue here. Let all of you.
Thank you. Okay, Louis actually the only Native American I've ever known. I'm serious. I actually have never met a Native American, besides Louis. But Louis knows I'm totally okay with making a Native American joke if it's like contextually funny. But people are like, they learn someone's an ethnicity and they just randomly make like ethnic jokes, and it's like, what's the punchline? Like, I don't understand. Like, what's funny? It's like, look at this guy's Native American. He wants to scalp people. Die. In Minecraft. I thought Adia was part native, lol. I get everyone is fucking part native is not native to me, okay? Because like everyone is part native.
You're obviously welcome to sit down and stay, and we'll continue going for the next.
It is starting to get bad here, so if I drop out, it's the storm. So
Understood.
Inside, buddy.
But Style is Black, if you could, it's got to the point where anytime Mutahar comes up, there's like the same guy. He'll donate $10 and be like, "I bet his toilet's overflowing." Okay, that one was not the most unfunny. It's like way unfunnier than that. Shelby remembers. I don't remember what the joke was. Some super unfunny shit.
Please don't get carried off by the wind. All right, you're supposed to be tossing the wind.
If I do, I'll go out like Pecos Bill, open that tornado.
All right, well, no, you need to shoot the tornado first.
That would be pretty sick. You should get that on camera. That's
While Carry On My Wayward Son plays.
Yes, pretty much. All right, let's continue.
Actually do video editing on every fucking video that I put up, considering I put up like 30 a fucking day, unless you want to fucking stay home and do that.
I'm only watching this part for like a few more seconds. I just want to like put into perspective how boring this is.
At work, I don't think that's gonna happen.
It's PD? Okay, got it. Do you Shelby, do you remember, do you have an example of like one of the unfunny like 50 fucking Mutahar's Indian jokes that PD has made?
So shut your fucking face.
That, as would be understood, was the SP's long-winded way of saying it was because he did not want to put forth the effort to learn the technology, making it seem overcomplex to an audience that knew very little about video creation. From here on, he will label his videos as HD, inherent from the camera and not the game, as people would be actually searching for. It is difficult to say how much DSP was making from these donations, but he was earning something and realized he could be making even more. Not from gameplay, as YouTube was afraid to monetize such content and fear that the copyright strikes from the game companies would doom the platform, but from vlogs, as YouTube recognized it was all original footage. This new channel, once more promoting his new camera's abilities, going as the king of HD, shined a light on DSP's previously private life. There were videos of him making custom controllers with John Rambo and friends, sometimes videos of DSP and friends at a cookout, and sometimes the different competitions he would attend and not perform well in it. It was clear that DSP had a vibrant social life. DSP was attending midnight releases, freely interacting with strangers, and now, because his vlogging channel was successfully accepted into the YouTube partner program, we're impressed, but he seemed to be the advantage.
Hello everyone, DSP here. But you're probably shocked that
wait for it. They're gonna wait.
Face to face.
Oh, is this when he did like a face reveal on his? I mean, like his face was already out there because of like fighting competitions.
He played a lot of fighting games. And stuff,
yeah. I guess this is just like the first time that like he's revealing himself.
It was at this point in time that DSP did a face reveal. Wow, is this the first time he did a face reveal? Is this the first time he did a face reveal?
His actual channel.
Yeah, pretty much.
All I know is Destiny doesn't like me because I called him disgraced in my video.
Destiny or DSP?
I mean, it's the truth.
How do I make this about me, guys? How do I make this about me? Look, guys, Destiny doesn't like me. Look how cool and relevant I am. I'm hip. Destiny doesn't like me. Huh? To be fair, I make everything about me too, but when I do it, it's like cool. When he does it, it's just like super gay. There's nothing wrong with making everything about you if like your contribution is interesting. Okay? There's nothing interesting or appealing about this contribution. It's not semi-related to the conversation that's presently occurring. How does Destiny not liking you tie into anything that anyone is fucking watching right now?
Destiny. He has a tenuous grasp with reality.
Well,
yes, this Gator guy is so mind raped by that. This is the one like thing I hate about like not the one thing I hate. Obviously, what Destiny did is horrible, but like one of the worst outcomes, besides like the several women that are traumatized for life, is that there were many enemies that Destiny had throughout his career that are just like really like fucking bad people who are like really stupid, and like he was the first one to call it out, or what, or he's called it out. So like now they're gonna use this to like have some inflation of their fucking ego. No, you suck, Gator. You suck. Even if Destiny's, even if Destiny rapes somebody on 5th Avenue, you would still suck.
Destiny doesn't like me because I constantly call him cuck. So
he is.
Yeah. I mean, like here's the thing. Any man, listen, any man, I feel like would reasonably get up.
Was that like? I know everyone doesn't like Destiny here. Okay, I know everyone doesn't like Destiny here. Was that funny? Like remotely? Like at all? Oh, so we got a guy laughing. Was that funny? But did that warrant that much laughter? Personally, I don't think it did.
Upset if you called him a cuck, even if it is or isn't true.
It's true.
Even if it's not true.
There's video evidence. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's video evidence.
Even if it's not true, like people are gonna get upset and they're just gonna go because it's just like, it is a hurt to your manliness.
Alright, I'm done with this fucking bullshit. Let's go to food shops. Such a horrible stream. Five people watching. Incredible stuff.
But, you know, if someone is backstabbing me, I gotta know, okay?
I want to need some clarification there. What do you mean they're into it?
So earlier, Food Shops watches the clip.
What does that mean?
Why?
Call him a cum addict felcher. Okay, this is like President Sunday on an alt. You're literally President Sunday on an alt. Sunday thinks that shit, like when you say it 25 times, Sunday like thinks it's the funniest fucking shit on earth. I don't get it, man.
I would personally.
That's like the anime kitty porn, right?
Kind of. Again, I'm not like a research person on it, so I can't really give like the best.
It's funny. It's funny the first 5 times. It is. It's funny the first 5 times you hear it. But when every time his name is brought up, Sunday's immediate go-to reply is, "Destiny? You mean the cum sucking, guzzling, fucking penis munching?" Like every single time. Okay, my impression was the thing I was laughing at, not Sunday's joke.
Explanation on it.
I'm not defensive for Destiny. This is what people don't understand. I just don't like bad jokes. I just don't like bad jokes.
I would reevaluate that friendship. I'm just saying.
No,
that makes me a little uneasy.
No, I get what you mean. It's something that's like not something that I can really explain, really. But like
Food Shops was one of the Cameron went on for an interview of Food Shops because he's rarely, unless he's getting criticized, will he turn down an opportunity to talk about himself. So before he spoke to me, he spoke to Food Shops, and Food Shops was on his side. He's heard about previous allegations. I'm not too familiar with Food Shops. I know Food Shops was like allegedly into lolicon, and allegedly claimed that they had pedophile OCD, which, by the way, there's nothing wrong. Just so people know, because there's a big misconception about this. If you have POCD, there's nothing immoral about that, because that's literally you're having unwanted thoughts. Because intrusive thoughts in regards to OCD will like take the things that like most morally disgust you and like put them into your mind without you to cause you distress, right? So big misconception on that. There's nothing morally wrong on its own about that, right? But what the lolicon stuff, what Cameron's accused of, is way fucking worse.
Like the easiest way to explain it is, I know people that
people with POCD are the opposite of pedophiles. People with POCD are people who are disgusted by the idea of pedophilia, that have intrusive thoughts from OCD. So because pedophilia disgusts them so much, that's the intrusive thought.
That have some of that stuff. Again, I don't like it because of personal situations, but it's whatever. But anyway, getting back to Flamenco. Flamenco was discovered having reading it, and people have issues with it. And then he sparked about it, especially when people said that he they like
right,
said a lot of things.
Watching Food Shops react. I want to see the part where they have a conversation.
All of this shit. Listen to the full reputation. That was the point. I was like, I really just don't know.
I don't have to defend that part, because remember, I said to you specifically, it's understandable if you distance yourself from.
It's like if you have intrusive thoughts associated with OCD and you're like an animal lover, the thoughts that would distress you, like your intrusive thoughts could manifest as like you murdering animals, right? that doesn't mean you're more prone to murdering animals. It means you don't want to murder animals. Like, and the thought of doing so causes you psychological distress, which is why it's a disorder, right?
From me. What was not understandable was when you brought me up. It said that, you know,
Gay op. We're just kind of going over like how, you know, to say that for you.
Again, like, it's not a topic that I like talking about because it's, one, I know that there's...
POCD sounds like a good excuse, though. It's actually not at all, because what could it be excusing? If you have POCD, the notion of sexual attraction to children distresses you. So if you're caught actually having inappropriate engagement with a child, POCD wouldn't make a whole lot of sense, would it? If you present to your therapist crying, saying, these thoughts are popping into my mind and I can't control them and I hate myself and I want to die as a result, that's probably indicative of POCD. So that's not really excusing anything, because you're not going to act on it if you have POCD, because these are unwanted thoughts. Yeah, it's distressing, not exciting.
About
I mean, yeah.
Okay. Hello?
Oh, for some reason you were connected to my headphones. That was weird. Hi. So, first of all, I want to make it clear that I really don't know much. I haven't done much research into whatever happened with you. I don't know. I was getting a bunch of shit for it. I don't know what's going on, and I think it was unfair as someone who's currently going through bullshit accusations for me to kind of write you off like that. I'll do my due diligence. I apologize.
To be clear, according to food shops, Cameron has gone into this with the understanding, like with full knowledge of food shops' past. So it now seems like Cameron is playing dumb, and the disassociation with, I didn't know that, with this for the sake of trying to like optically appease people, because he thinks this is like going to reflect badly on him. So he's like totally throwing this person under the bus and playing ignorance.
Guys,
Allegedly.
it was shitty the way I said that, and I just wanted to say that for you publicly. I initially didn't want to call in because I just don't really want to call in anywhere right now anymore. Like,
That's
not for a
fine.
while.
I understand. Okay. I don't even. Okay. Listen, you realize. Okay. Do you remember when I said in DMs it's understandable if you distance yourself from me?
Yeah, and that's
Okay.
that's all I'm trying to do. But the reason, okay, let me explain like the conversation we were having before anything got brought up. So we were talking about a different call-in that was going on, and we were just kind of going over like how, you know, I felt bad about it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I was linked a 3-minute clip, right? It's not like the context was cut out or anything. I know what the context looks like.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, no, let me explain here. And then
You could tell he's trying to come up with a liar excuse right now on the spot. You could just tell by his voice. You can know exactly what he's doing. He's trying to appease this person. I think they've had private communications. He knows he's like totally bullshit. He lies to get out of things he thinks are going to be potential controversy. I've said this before. He thinks a 16, 19-year-old having sex, potential controversy. He'll lie they never had sex. He thinks going on a stream with someone he knows had admitted to being into lolly will be bad optics. He will deny that he ever knew about it and play dumb and be like, that's horrible. I'm not going to talk to this person, when he knew full well going into it, allegedly.
something then she brings up flamenco, and starts talking about flamenco, and then some Wally shit gets brought
It
up.
isn't that he lies. He is a lot. Yeah, exactly. When he's like saying to me, this girl is a pathological liar. I'm different. It's like, at this point, no. I think his lie, I think with the quantity and the frequency in which he lies, I think he's much more of a liar than anything I've been presented about this girl. It's actually that he was right. They aren't comparable. He's way worse. Because all I've seen is evidence that this girl lies to pedophiles to extort money from them. Which is like, yeah, that's super irresponsible, especially when you're engaging in it with other people. But that's way different than the kind of lies and the quantity of lies he's telling, and her lies have a much more like apparent motive that wouldn't always carry over. There's financial incentive to her lies. He kind of lies for several reasons that could just occur in daily life.
Up, and then like that was a really uncomfortable situation. Then afterwards, we get back to the original topic, and then I bring you up, and not realizing the
That's why
connection.
that's why your best way to catch him is to just, like I did in the interview yesterday, is to just keep asking him the same questions over and over again, obviously at an interval, so he's not catching on. Because with the just quantity of lies he tells, there's no possible way he can keep his story consistent.
Made there. However, I totally
why was
understand.
why was I brought up? Why was I even if you didn't say my name, why was I brought up?
Because we were talking about like, you know, past calls. We were talking about like the stupid fucking gay op, all that type of shit.
Did you know that if you even reference that people would think of me immediately?
What do you mean?
Because you were referencing me without actually bringing up my name, and then the person who was interviewing you said...
He probably was going to say Food Shop's name, because in the clip, what he does is, in the clip, they're talking about flamenco, somebody who got into controversy for Lolicon. He just had a discussion about Lolicon, and then he goes and discusses, yeah, I went on an interview with somebody who was into this or whatever, and before he's immediately cut off with Food Shops, right? So he very well was probably about to say this person's name.
Food Shops, and you said, yeah, that person, or something similar, right? So I guess the question is, did you think about beforehand that, you know, people were actually going to bring up my...
He also did great by being buddy. I laugh at, he thinks he's fooling you, like trying to play the wrong clip and saying, oh, this is actually the precursor clip. Yeah, because contrary to, I wanted him to think I wasn't taking it super seriously, and like I didn't think anything was like a big deal, and like I wanted him to feel, obviously he was never gonna feel comfortable with me giving him pushback. But I wanted him to feel like he had an out with me, and I wanted him to feel comfortable enough to talk.
My name when you made a reference like that, right?
I didn't even know that like I'm realizing how well known you are, and I had no fucking clue who you were until
Aspen Gold made a hit piece on me.
I didn't know all that. Look, I don't know about your situation. I don't know the validity of it. I'll have to do research into whatever. So this is not an endorsement, but I also can't principally sit here and act like what I did was cool.
What he's admitted to in a call is worse than anything Food Shops, as far as I know, has been accused of doing, right? Because isn't the main accusation against Food Shops that Food Shops was into Lolicon? Those are Food Shops' thoughts, not Food Shops' actions. He's actually accused of doing something that he's admitted to in a call that's just worse.
Because that was not cool.
But okay, it sounds like you're trying to have it both ways, it feels like, right? Like, if it sounds like you're trying to apologize to me, but at the same time you're trying to defend your actions, right? Like, it feels kind of weird, no?
No, I'm distancing myself from you. I think that's very reasonable of me to do, and until I figure out what the hell's going on. Wait,
hold on. You don't have to defend that part, because remember, I said to you specifically, it's understandable if you distance yourself from me. What was not understandable was when you brought me up by referencing me without the name part, obviously.
It's actually not understandable that he distances himself from Food Shops, because Food Shops was willing to give him a chance by interviewing with what he is, and even defending him, I've heard, when he's literally on record admitting to shit that's just way worse.
Yeah, I didn't name you or nothing, but I was just talking about, and listen, I'm not gonna be here long. I can't. I'm not here to argue or nothing.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just being honest, dude.
No, I get it, and I apologize because, you know,
wait, apologize for what specifically, right? You can't just say I apologize and be done with it.
Back for not saying, like, listen, I
self-diagnosed POCD. Yeah, that's obviously. I was having POCD in the context of like an official diagnosis. This person could just be lying about it. Especially with what I've heard they're into.
Really just don't know, and just saying instead of
going, exactly. If they're disgusted by pedo images, why are they into lolly? Exactly. That doesn't sound like fitting at all. For what POCD is.
Yeah, I don't know, you know, like,
apparently they said their therapist suggested looking at lolly as a form of... I don't believe that for like a second. I'm sorry. I don't believe that. There's no shot.
I kind of just sat there uncritically, and that was shitty. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. As well as, but I do defend, like, bringing up, because, like, that's what we were talking about beforehand. Like, I don't think that was a bad thing of me to do. But what I was basically trying to say there is, now that I'm new to this community, I need to like vet.
You're not in a community anymore. New to this community, you're out of this community. You're out of this community. There's no community you're in anymore. Quickest in and out of the house I've ever seen. This was the quickest time I've ever seen someone enter and get kicked out of the house. Obviously, it's not Diorio's fault for platforming him, but the final nail in the coffin, I would just love to see Diorio make a fucking statement on this to his audience. Because it seems like the H3 crowd has totally misinterpreted what Cameron is being accused of.
Who I call.
I will have a lot of respect. He doesn't have to, but I will gain a lot of respect for Diorio if he makes a statement in regards to this kid.
Into. You know what I mean?
That doesn't matter to me. You do your thing, okay? You do your thing. You don't have to justify yourself how you do your thing, okay? I'm just specifically talking about the situation, right? Like
that was just the point I was trying to make, and I was trying to very vaguely point to a situation that I could like.
Augie said they're doing it in the Mania stream. I don't want it on the. I want it where all the H3 active H3 fans are watching, which would be Diorio's stream. If it's on the Mania stream, that's a cop-out. The Mania stream at some point is having like 300 people watching. I want the broader pro H3 sphere to be entirely aware of the specifics of what Cameron has been accused of and what he's admitted to. Okay? The Mania stream is a total fucking cop-out.
Point to as like that example because
you might as well, honestly, if you're doing it on the Mania stream, you honestly might as well say nothing. You honestly just might as well say nothing.
I got shit for coming on and doing an interview.
And I'm not the guy. I'm not like the guy that's super telling him what to say, being super critical, whatever. But I'm saying he would be doing a good thing. He would be doing a good thing.
So like I was like I didn't know any of this, and I
Why don't you just post it to their? I'm not touching that subreddit.
Really don't know any details. I vaguely know a couple details.
Okay. Didn't I literally say that Ethan Klein was using his children as human shields? I honestly I don't think that I'm gonna be very appreciated on that subreddit if they do like a little bit of digging.
Do you realize that right now when you say you got shit for doing the interview, you're kind of also pinning part of the blame on me? I feel like unfairly as well.
No, I don't blame you for that. I blame myself. That was
okay. Okay, if you blame yourself, why did you bring it up?
Don't cut me off.
Okay.
That was the point I was making earlier. That like I need to vet before I go on to shit. Like I blame myself for that. I don't blame you for that.
Yeah, but it sounds like because of my bad reputation that you were careless enough to bring me on, right? Does that make sense?
My headphones are like cutting off circulation in my ear because the way I had them on, the second I took them off, fucking hurt like shit.
So you're still making a statement about my bad reputation.
I mean, yeah, kind of.
Okay, so.
Sorry.
So you. Did you bring it up?
Don't cut me off. That was the point I was making earlier. That I vaguely know.
Okay. Do you realize that right now when you say you got shit for doing the interview, you're kind of also pinning part of the blame on me? I feel like unfairly as well.
No, I don't blame you for that. I blame myself. that was
okay. Okay, if you blame yourself, why did you bring it up?
Don't cut me off. That was the point I was making earlier. That like I need to vet before I go on to shit. Like I blame myself for that. I don't blame you for that.
Yeah, but it's.
I need to vet before I go on to shit is implying that he has some sort of like grievance with food shops, or like the implication to the person you're talking about is going to be very negative, right? And my assumption is, unless I've misheard, he already knew about this shit when coming on.
It sounds like because of my bad reputation that you were careless enough to bring me on. Right? Does that make sense? So you're still making a statement about my bad reputation.
I mean, yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Hoi 4 after this. Solo. Yeah, it's like 2 a.m. So probably solo.
Okay, so
until I fall asleep.
So you were still you were still like you're still bashing me right now. That's what's going on. No? That's how I interpret it.
I disagree. I just saying like optically it wasn't.
I need to do what Queeman does. I need to make like a kick, and then when the streams are done and I go to like play video games and shit, I could just send everyone to kick.
Like I probably should have fucking vetted. I like that's all that's all point I was making. I wasn't trying to like be shitty. But I understand that like sitting there uncritically was probably not smart because I really don't know.
God, I'm gonna get accused of skimwalking him again. Why would I say that? Why the fuck would I say that? Anything Queeman does, I need to do the opposite. We need to start making documents, list of things Queeman does, so I could do like the exact opposite. Or like on takes and shit, I need to start becoming a Queeman contrarian.
Know your situation. I just know that bad reputation. Probably should have vetted. That's all I was saying. And
Wait, hold on. I again, the issue was not the vetting. You realize that, right? The issue was the fact that you referenced me without mentioning my name, which caused the other person to bring up my name. That's the problem that we're talking about. We're not talking about vetting. No one's talking about vetting.
So, but is it a problem if I bring up Aiden or Falgi or whatever the fuck that guy's name is?
Food shops. Do I have your permission to bring up Aiden?
Like,
I don't know who the fuck Aiden is. I don't know who any of these people are.
Excuse me, bitch? You don't know who the fuck Aiden is? Everybody knows who the fuck Aiden is. Stop the cap. Stop the cap, okay? Stop the cap.
Those are the other interviews I did. So for me referencing those, like, no, that's the conversation we were having. If you listen to the full entire interview, it would make a lot more sense instead of like the clip.
Is he just lying to her right now? Is he trying to claim that he was referencing the other people he did interviews? What a fucking Weasley little liar. This guy's a total liar. Oh my god. So let me explain to you what's going on here, folks. That was a little gay what I just did. Let me explain to you what's going on here, folks. Okay? Let me explain to you let me tell you what's happening. In the course of his discussion with the big-tittied octopus man, okay, what he did in the course of that discussion is they started having a conversation about flamenco and lolicon. And then, within that conversation, he's like, yeah, I did an interview with somebody I should have had to vet, whatever. And then they reply, food shops? And he's like, yeah. So, a person he did an interview with that he didn't vet that's related to lolicon. Yeah, there's only one person that could be about, and that's fucking food shops. So is he now trying to claim, oh, it was a conversation about everybody? I should have vetted Aiden. I should have vetted this other person. Is that what he's really trying to do right now? What a slimy person. Just fucking own it. Just own it. If I were in his shoes right now, what I would say is, you're a disgusting, pathetic freak that looks at disgusting, pathetic images and defends yourself about it to 5 viewers. I think you're fucking disgusting, and I regretted doing an interview with you because I didn't realize how disgusting and how much of a freak you were. So, yeah, I just wanted to let you know that. I'm not sorry. You're a rapist. And then hang up the call. That's how he should have done it. But he's like a little bitch. He's like, can I ask, do I have your permission to bring up Aiden? Do I have your permission to bring up Aiden food shops? Yeah, this is your next content cop, people. This is your next content cop. Dude, ever seen the Black Panther movie when Killmonger and T'Challa have a fight for who becomes king? We need to see that happen between... Ian needs to have a comeback arc, and then have a fight with Cameron, and Cameron's like T'Challa, and right before he throws him off the cliffs. Like, is this your content cop, people? Is this your... I'm sorry, I love Black Panther. I want to reference it. My bad. Autistic movie references. This is just like my... yeah, Soy Jack. This is just like my goy slop.
Chimp. So
the
like,
clip chimp of 3 minutes?
Yeah. You could still cut shit out for 3 minutes. Like the entire
It's out of context. Yet like he's perfectly like fine with his vindicating evidence being like the shortest fucking clip I've ever heard. You know, folks, just to like give everybody a quick reminder. We waited for like 30 fucking minutes yesterday. We waited for 30 minutes yesterday for the full call in context. And I just need to give everybody a reminder, just to like demonstrate how insane this was. This was what we waited for.
Allie is the queen of content.
Wait, no, this is the...
I know. Did they like say I raped you or something, or...
This is the full
I
call.
don't know. It was sexual abuse. I don't know what the hell that means. It could be anything from touching a titty to forcible rape. Like, they're so vague with this stuff so that they investigate it all. I'm fine.
I picked you up, and they're trying to make that sexual. I literally I didn't know you didn't like being picked up. I put you down. It's not sexual.
Reminding her of the story, what he wants to hear.
I had like a spurg freak out, and they're acting like I had a rational response.
And we settled it in private, and then it got public because you were upset at me over something else completely.
I just realized something. The whole point of us going for call 1 is because there's a clip where she's... Wait, how did I not pick this up? Wait, how did I not pick the... Wait, do you guys realize what the epiphany I've just had? The whole reason we went searching for call 1, the whole entire reason we went searching for this call is because of the clip of her saying, "You didn't sexually assault me." And this is apparently the full context of that clip, the full call, minus a precursor that just has irrelevant information. If this is the uncut full context, all he recorded, where is the clip that led us to go look for this? Where is, in this clip, where does she say, "You didn't sexually assault me"? So clearly, the conversation about sexual assault did not end here like he claims. Because the relevant clip that he used in his video isn't here. So this is not the full context. This is not the full call. Well, I know it's not the full call. But this is not what you've... No, it was call 1.
Entire crux of the conversation.
I mean, I don't
was
disagree with
really
that,
about-
but
You're free to, but the entire crux of the conversation was about interviews I had. However, I recognize that sitting there uncritically was shitty. I shouldn't have done that.
wait, hold
But
on,
I
hold
don't
on.
know.
Hold on.
I
Did you
don't-
realize the person who was interviewing you brought up the lolly thing in the first place, and then you were the one that made like exasperated like noises at how they were, friends with people who like lolly? Like you were the one that dug into it deeper, no?
Yeah, that shit's disgusting.
Okay, so you established that it was disgusting.
And then
you were
he
literally
proceeds to sit on the fucking interview with this person and like react to a Dark Side Phil video. It's so performative, man. This guy's so fucking disingenuous.
setting up the other interviewer to bring up my name, no? Without you actually bringing it up.
What?
Yes. Come on, don't play stupid.
No.
No. Oh my God.
You had nothing to do with that conversation. It was about flamenco. If you're really that
The
fucking
gaslight. Oh my. Wait.
paranoid, maybe I should look more into you. What the hell? Like,
You had nothing to do with that conversation. The conversation was about flamenco. Then why did... Oh my god. Where was it, dude? I don't have the timestamp. This guy is... This is just total gaslighting. The conversation had nothing to do with you. It had to do with flamenco. This guy's such a this guy's insane. I'm gonna say it. Okay, I said we shouldn't say it for Boblax. I'll say it for this guy. It's not just lying. This guy is fucking insane. You're paranoid. They proceed to talk about flamenco and how he liked Lolicon and how that's disgusting. And then Cameron says, I did an interview with somebody recently who I should have vetted who was into that. And someone's like, food shops? He's like, yeah. He introduced food shops into the conversation about disgusting lolicons. And now he's saying, that was about flamenco. It had nothing to do with you. He's right. It didn't until Cameron introduced him into the conversation.
if you didn't do anything, you shouldn't be worried about that.
I don't even know what to say anymore. This is like, I didn't expect it to go this way. Like,
I apologize for sitting there uncritically without knowing your situation that well. I have like a really vague thing that apparently like you allegedly endorsed Lolly in the past or some shit like that.
You're not actually apologizing for the wrong. You realize that, right?
What is the wrong? We have maybe different definitions there. What is the wrong?
The wrong is that if it
was.
Hold on, let me finish.
You know what, Kevin? You make a good point. Let me send Cam a DM. Are you willing to release Call 2 in its entirety? Alright, I sent him a DM.
The wrong is that if you say in public, if you say
$5 from Joe Savage, character looking really impressed, saying, whoa.
In public, in a way that references me without actually mentioning my name, and you have enough
intelligence. Joe Savage, that's very generous.
Intelligence to know that the other person is going to bring
Wait, so Call 1, he didn't actually record, he didn't record the full thing. Okay. So let's move on to Call 2, Cameron. Let's move on to Call 2. Are you guys ready for the 50-minute Call 2 conversation? I know I am. What do you think his excuse is going to be for Call 2? For not releasing that? What do you think his excuse is going to be for that one? Because he's already used up his big excuse on Call 1. And apparently, Cameron was recording her so much. Apparently, Cameron was recording her so much that his hard drive was just filled with irrelevant calls of them goofing around. Apparently, it was just routine to record her. So why wouldn't he have Call 2?
Got my name. Technically, it is a smear.
I didn't think that. I genuinely, I didn't know. I don't know how well. Well, now I fucking know. I guess you're pretty fucking infamous.
Okay, let me ask you a question then. If somebody was drunk and they ran,
I can't get in contact with Jelly. Nobody has Jelly's contact information. Somebody, if anyone knows where I can find this fucking Jelly person who's now married and possibly pregnant at 3 months into being 18, please let me know.
Ran over like 2 small children, do you think that they should still be held guilty?
Where's the Hoi 4 gameplay? I was told to not do that anymore.
Just because, even though they weren't entirely thinking at the time?
No, well, they still fucking did. Like, okay.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm the 2 small children in this example.
I didn't. No, that's an extreme over-exaggeration, and I think you know that.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then. If somebody was drunk and they ran over like 2 small children, do you think that they should still be held guilty just because, even though they weren't entirely thinking at the time?
No, well, they still fucking did. Like, okay.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm the 2 small children in this example.
I didn't. No, that's an extreme over-exaggeration, and I think you know
hate
that.
when people do this hypotheticals. Well, that's so extreme. Okay, that doesn't make it. That doesn't mean you can't compare it. Because the point is, should somebody be culpable for their actions if they weren't thinking about it? So that example can be carried over regardless of how extreme it is.
Okay, so I'm just no. Okay, so let's make parallel. It's a perfect parallel. Okay, let's just say. Oh no, hold on. Let's just say you weren't thinking straight because you said you weren't thinking straight, and you did all of that stuff. Would it not be the same example?
What?
Yeah, because you said you weren't. You said yourself that you weren't thinking about it when you referenced me without bringing up my name, right? Do you think that you should still be held accountable for it?
Yeah, and I apologize for like making it seem like I was trying to like, can say that like, oh, I believe these things. I don't know. I haven't looked enough into it because the day I learned about it.
Wait, stop. You're again. You apologize for the wrong thing. You started bringing up. Wait, hold on. It's like you can't. It's like you can't stop. It's like you can't stop bringing up the fact that you didn't look into me or enough, right? The point is that that's.
I want the call. No, Kevin, you're talking about the wrong call. I want to know what call it is. Where she's, it's just, did I sexually assault you? And she says no. Or she says, you never sexually assaulted me. So that might not have been called 2. That might have also been call 1. I'm not talking about that clip, you fucking moron. So you've just had me go and reach out to him for something that might not even matter. Thanks. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You're so intelligent and smart and bright. And your life really, really matters.
That's still your fault, right? The fact that you haven't looked into me is your fault. You haven't vetted me is your fault, right? Does that understand? Do you understand?
That's why I referenced you.
That's just my way of showing my love and appreciation. That's not part of the... What is that a part of? We played this on... We're not talking about the video. Wait, if that wasn't a part of the video, we're talking about what was linked in his document. We're talking about what was linked in. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're so stupid. Oh my god, you're a fucking moron. That's not what we're not talking about specifically the. Oh my god. That statement was the statement that was a part of his document. Okay, what call was that statement made in? Because you're saying it wasn't call 1, but you're not saying it was call 2 either. So which call was that?
Because I didn't know you. Like, I didn't know you, and now I'm getting shit for this. Oh, I'm getting shit for this interview. Like, I didn't know what was going on.
That's fine. This is why I told you. This is exactly why I told you in private. I told you. I told you in private. Okay, all right.
The point I was
Yeah, keep
making.
going.
The point I was making was that I was stupid for not vetting whose stream I got on. That's the point I was making.
Do you also not vet? Like, you're still not vetting, FYI. Okay, I just want to say that because the person that you were being interviewed by is a person who is friends with lolicons. So you're still not vetting. It sounds like you're trying to make convenient excuses. You're inconsistent. You're a hypocrite.
I called them out for it publicly, and they're not the one doing it.
Okay, great. Because you're in an interview with them. But I wasn't a third person in that fucking interview. I wasn't a third person in that call. But you mentioned me anyway. Do you understand what the issue is?
I didn't mention you by name, no. So.
Oh, and then we just go back to the very beginning where I say, well, you still reference me in a way where somebody can easily bring up my name, and then you confirmed it, right?
Listen, the point is, I apologize for sitting there uncritically about something I don't know. That's the main thing. Okay, I still want to distance myself because I don't know what's going on. Maybe if it comes out that you're a completely innocent person, I'll reject anything. I don't know. And also I find it kind of like weird to compare our situations in the sense where it's like.
Is there any way if somebody sends you a file on Discord, you can like actually figure out what date that file was created on their end? If they uploaded the file? Will that be in your properties? I don't know how computers work, guys. No, it doesn't. But don't files have metadata? So it doesn't say in the properties. You could if you were so there is Wait. Wait. I know exactly. I know exactly. I know someone who could help.
Like, I don't know your situation.
Cameron, I'm not talking about being weird anymore. I'm talking about the facts of the situation, clear and simple. You realize that, right?
I'm not done.
Okay.
I find it weird to draw like a comparison between the facts versus the fact is my entire.
I'll have somebody look at the. If Rita is awake, maybe I could have Rita go through the file's metadata before he deletes it from our messages because he's just realized he didn't think of that, and I have. But you know what his excuse is gonna be? Oh, I just re-exported it using Premiere. So it got recreated, even though he claimed that he needed Premiere to find the linked file. Supposedly. Oh, Cameron. Discord's... Are you serious?
Situation you saw it unfold, and you know that there's clear.
And your situation is more extreme than mine.
Yeah, that there's clear cut.
By far.
Excuse me, that there's clear cut evidence that I'm innocent, and I don't know your situation, and all I know is you like. I'm not saying that your situation is comparable to mine. That's what I'm saying. Is
Okay,
I don't
Cameron,
like
Cameron,
that.
you want to do a little comparison? Okay, wait, hold on. So I'll tell you what my situation was. You can dig into me. You can feel free to dig into me. But I promise you, my only failure on that front is that I admitted to liking lolly and was a lolicon. That was the only thing. But for you are being accused of raping a 16-year-old.
It's true. It's true. Food Shops is being charitable, and the allegations against him are worse. But he's gonna cope, and he's like, but the difference is my allegations are completely deep. No, they're not. No, they're not. He's gonna get very angry. He's not gonna like that one.
Okay, so don't make it the equal. It's not equal. It's not even remote.
My allegations are completely debunked. Stop pretending like they're real. Stop pretending like there's potential credibility to them. There is, Cameron. There is, because we have a call where you kind of like admit to engaging in not rape, but you admit to not really respecting consent in regards to an exchange like kissing.
Totally the same, okay?
That's what my point is, and you're the one who compared it on stream and like talking about your green.
There's been a recent update on Discord, which is stripping out all text metadata on images. Does it do that for audio? They only apparently do it for images. But is that the same for audio? Discord strips EXIF, but the authors still the unredacted images they posted there.
Grievance. Okay, like that's what I have a problem with. That's why I brought that up. You're the one who compared it, not me. Like, I appreciate you defending me. Yeah, I would hope so. I'd hope anyone with a brain would, because it's very obvious those allegations are false.
Do you know how frustrating it is for me to defend you this hard, put my reputation on the line for you against Morale Live, somebody who is an orbiter of Queenman, and to have you do something like this to me? Do you understand how maddening it is?
Well, first of all, this is not a hard defense to make, okay? It's very clear. Like, you even said it yourself. It's very clear these allegations are false.
It is not clear.
Bug. Is Bug Squander here? Bug, hypothetically, if the data wasn't stripped, would you know how to access it?
When I talk to Morale,
is oh, the Russians here. Now we've got real help. Is it an MP? It's an MP3.
We basically concluded that both you and the other girl is like, it's inconclusive, right? We don't even know what happened because both people are unreliable. That is the conclusion that we reached.
True. This is all very accurate.
Okay, so it's not very clear, actually.
No, it's...
Okay, Bug Squander, if I'm going to send you... I don't know if you can figure out anything about my computer if I send this to you, but I trust that you'll not do anything. Why would you have my information if I didn't create the file? Okay, I'll send you the file, and will you just check if there's any metadata on it?
It's clean cut, okay? When you take into consideration this person's... It's clean cut, okay? And she said it multiple times.
It's clean cut. He just wants you to think that it's like a closed case.
Herself, she's confirmed my narrative, she's confirmed my context, and she has done nothing but change hers, okay? I have been super consistent on that this entire time for the past year and a half.
She actually hasn't, she's only changed her opinions on this. As far as we know, her version of events actually hasn't changed once. We've had no, you're the only one who's, like the facts of what actually occurred, the only person we've evidence of changing their story is you. You're the only one. So it's clear cut that you've lied and you've admitted to it. I've yet to see, we've no evidence she lied. We just have evidence that her opinion of what happened changed.
Clean cut, slam dunk, no comparison, okay? And I appreciate your defense of me. If you said you admit that you like, I find that disgusting personally. So if that is true, I don't want.
It's not clear cut. Not clear cut.
Told you this in DMs. I don't know
if he has a Wikitubia page. Please on his Wikitubia page, Wikitubia editors who actually are genuinely editing. Please make sure he does not edit his page to say that the allegations are disproven. Please say the allegations are still something like that. They're still open. Not open. Open would be the wrong word.
I don't know why you're pretending to hear it for the first time. I told you this in DMs.
And I didn't look into it because I was just like, oh, okay.
If it's those that I listed, you can see the record. Go to VLC Media Player, go to Tools, and go to Codec Information. Dude, these Russians, they just know everything. All right, let's try it. Let's try. I could do that. I can handle it. I didn't even need to send this to Bug Squander. I could just do it myself. It's good to learn how to do things yourself sometimes. All right, let's give this a try. VLC, wait, I just want to make sure. All right. Got it. All right. One sec. We're going to VLC. We're going to open this in VLC. Open with VLC. And then you said Tools. Tools. Codec Information. And where would the information be? That would be in the metadata section, but it's totally empty. I don't have a date or anything. So it looks like the metadata was stripped. What is that? I don't know what that means, Bug.
Hold on.
You told me you were being accused of that.
What is that? Yeah, I told you on May 16th. I told you on May 16th. Oh, the confession with, oh, I enjoyed Lolly on stream years ago. I literally told you.
Okay,
I told you.
So you can't get the genre and year, but you can get the day, right?
You wouldn't be ambushed by it.
I mean, that was a little too late for that, but
What do you mean? It was.
I don't know anything about how any of this works. I'm an idiot when it comes to files and computers.
Like,
I already was
more than a week
ambushed by
ago. And you were the one that brought it up.
I was ambushed by it afterwards, first of all. And second of all, you have to understand that all of this shit, like that you're describing, is not at the top of my mind at like that point in time, okay? I had a million other things going on, all right? So if I blindly like respond to like some fucking message, that's on me, all right? But I didn't know that. Now I do. Now I'm hearing it from the source. So I find that disgusting. I always have. I still do.
Is my DMs not the source? When I DM you something like this, is it not the source?
I don't remember you fucking saying that, but I guess.
Wait, when did their interview happen? Wait, I totally missed this. This guy's a total liar. Was this was prior to their interview, right? Yeah. Go to tools. I'm in media information. The genre is blues. It just says call one. I have codec. I don't have date or anything. There's no date. There's no metadata. There's nothing.
Yes, you did. So you have to understand.
So Cam knew before. So yeah, this guy's a disingenuous piece of shit.
That at that point in time, I much.
We had a whole conversation in private about it. I was sending you voice messages, remember?
I do remember you sending me voice messages, actually, yeah.
Oh, now that I remember.
Took me a second.
Is there any?
Yeah, I remember that.
I was.
Is there anything this guy doesn't lie about? Like anything?
I was really happy to have first found you because I was like, oh my gosh, this is somebody who maybe shares a similar situation as mine, although not by magnitude, but by similar like accusations and whatever. And honestly, I really wish I hadn't met you at all.
Oh, okay.
Because why the fuck?
Dude, Cam is making me feel bad for the pedophile right now. I actually feel bad for food shops. Cam is such a piece of shit that I feel bad for the pedophile. Wait, I thought you were just making up a random wait, Bug, send me that. Wait, how could you just skip over that, Bug? That's incredibly fucking relevant. Wait. I thought you were just using that as an example. That's what the actual date... That's what the date... Bug, you realize we talked on the 24th. Okay, I'm gonna test something. No, we can't test it. We'd have to test it tomorrow. If I was to make an MP3 file today and send it to you on Discord tomorrow, your time and my time, would the date just be the day it got sent on Discord? No, it wouldn't, because that makes no sense. Because I downloaded it on the 26th, and it's the 26th where you are. And it gave so that... Wait, which file does it say the date of creation is the 24th? Both of them? Is it on both of them? Bug. So wait, but is the date for both of them? My fucking god. He was... You know what he was doing? Because I wasn't supposed to see the precursor. The precursor that he wouldn't send me was a longer version of the call. And when he sent it to me on Discord, I should have looked at where he had marked in and out, because that was probably the portion of the precursor that he had exported while we were talking. Which is probably why the segment of her saying, "Did you sexually assault her?" isn't there. He lied about dude, what? How did we not do this sooner? Can I just ask, like, why we didn't do this sooner? Send me the screenshot. What the fuck? And Kevin was wrong, by the way. I think hold on. Show the screen. I am, one sec. So it's now the 26th of May, and I've sent this to Bug on the 26th of May, and I don't know anywhere on Earth where it's still the 24th. So this is not relating to the Discord. This is not relating to the date it was sent on Discord. This is relating to the date that the file was created. And this was, he supposedly went onto Adobe Premiere Pro so that he could find the original file for the video that it was made months and months ago. That's what he spent 30 minutes doing, finding it. So he sends me the media that he already has, right? Because why would you need to go and find the original media if it wasn't related to media you already have? So if that were true, why in the name of God himself would your fucking date of creation be the same day we're doing the interview? Is it because there's a longer version of the call? There's context that you don't want me listening to? You cut out portions of this unedited audio recording? Could it be that? Would renaming change the date? Oh yeah, would it rechange? That's actually a very good point. You make a very good argument. Wait, this just totally might have been nothing. You know what I'm gonna do? Bug, I'm renaming the file to lol. I'm gonna send you the exact same file. Lol. I'm gonna send you the exact same file. What is gonna lol. Alright, changed it to and then I'll send it to you. And then tell me what the IP3 data is for the why can I not rename it? Oh, it's open in VLC. Alright, I renamed it, and then I'm gonna send it to you. Okay, I just changed the name of the exact same call. So will you just test it out and see what the date is on the call I just sent you? We'll test it right now. Sent. All right, let's try this. Sorry. So we've changed the name And the date of the 24th remains intact. So merely changing the name would not change the date on the IP. Wow, dude. He lied. He just lied. He just completely lied. Changing the name does not change the date. When he was screen sharing, no, I'll tell you what he did. When he was screen sharing, he wouldn't pull up the properties himself. For that file, because what he does is, I say pull up the properties, he exits out of media player and then stops screen sharing entirely and then pauses for a little bit. And then clicks and then pulls it up again and properties is already open. So what I wanted to see him do is exit out of media player, click on the same file so I know it's the same file that's being played, and then in real time click on properties, and he didn't do that. Send the... Oh, wait, you know how to do that. You're like an audio freak. This Russian guy sent me this, like, weird, like... What is your Discord? DM it to me. This Russian guy is the guy who sent me, like, the weird, like, audio signal that you could decode into an image. And it was just, like, a meme of me. Wait, Russian guy, DM me, I'll send it to you. He's gonna analyze it on a spectrogram.
Why the fuck should I have defended somebody who just backstabs me later on? Why the fuck should I do that?
I don't think I backstabbed you, but I regret sitting there uncritically, and you can accept my apology or leave it. But
I do not accept your apology. Absolutely not. Unless, because you are being so defensive, you're undermining your own apology. Do you understand?
I'm just giving you the facts.
Russian, I don't know. What is his name? I cannot pronounce his name. What is his name? I can't read Russian. I'm sorry. He has a name. His name is like fucking Elon Musk's child. Like, how am I supposed to say his name?
You're downplaying. You're downplaying your decision making. You're downplaying your autonomy. You're downplaying, other people. You're downplaying the way that I communicated to you. You're downplaying this conversation right now. So you're pretending as if you're trying to downplay my intelligence when you know I'm not that stupid. When you know I'm not mentally retarded when it comes to situations like this. I review allegations. That's what I do.
You do ultimate rape review?
Before my hiatus, yeah, it wasn't called that.
So listen, I stand by my
just drink.
I shouldn't have just sat there incorrectly, but yeah, that's as far as it's gonna go. I don't
He
want to.
knows he's lied. He knows he's been caught in a lie. And he is trying to appease both the person he's talking to and the world.
Associate with you. I'm not trying to backstab you. You know I don't want to associate with you. I told you that I would like to distance myself. I do wish you the best. However, I'm gonna look into this shit. I guess that is an admission that you gave me just now.
I admitted this to you more than a week ago in private. Do you understand the words in private?
I thought you were saying that this is the allegation. I didn't know that that's the admission.
I know it's called Cyrillic or whatever. I know.
I can't. I don't know. How should I have? I can't. You're like dying on every hill. You're every single point. Hold on. Every point that is being brought up, you're acting defensive.
Do you stand by that? Do you stand by that? Do you still like that shit? Like, no, I don't like that.
Welcome, Icarus. We're about to end. Sorry, it's been a long fucking stream, but I appreciate it.
I told you that I stand by it. Yes, of course I do. But you still continue to associate until it's convenient enough to backstab me. Okay.
True. Right. Now he leaves. He got caught in a lie. He knew that Food Shops was into lolly. He continues to associate, and then when he gets controversy for it, he's gonna pretend I didn't know this. I'm gonna disassociate. Oh my god, this is just what an insane fucking freak. We're gonna analyze the audio, but for those of you that don't know and have seen my interview with Cam, we're just tuning in. The IP3 data has revealed to us that the original audio file that he was looking for. Why would you need to look for something that you created the day you were looking for it, right? Which is why, oh my, how are we so stupid? This is why he didn't want to show me his recent files. Because everything is contextualized now. Everything is contextualized now. The reason he didn't want to show me his fucking recent files scroll down beyond the 4 I had seen from that day is because if he scrolled down one more, I would see the new and the original. Dude, this guy. What is wrong with this guy? No shit, I know, but it's all being contextualized. Now we have definitive proof of it. The file that he sent me was not the original file. The file that he sent me was exported from Premiere, which is why he was looking for it for so fucking long. The file he sent me was created the same day of the interview. We've just tested it. We've tested if changing the name changes the date. It doesn't. We've tested if sending it on Discord changes the date. It doesn't. This is on the 24th. Up for a second interview, Cam? Are you up for another one, Cam? I've got a few more questions. Hope you don't mind. Oh my god, man. This is not the last we're going to be hearing of this guy. Trust me. We have more shit we got to go over. I think I'm probably going to be live tomorrow. I don't know if I am. If not, I'll be live some point later this week. But this is not going to be the last time we hear his name. We're going to be hearing much more. And I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. This is like one of the worst liars I've seen in like the online space since John. And honestly, in hindsight, John's lies were bigger. But John's lies were not as numerous. How's the structural integrity of the CameronF305? I mean, he still has me added on Discord. His cope will be that he spliced out the silence of the audio, but that's not the way he portrayed it. He wasn't portraying it like, wait, I found it, let me go edit it. He portrayed it like he was looking for it. And then he sent me the original file. And the 5-minute recording was a totally different recording that he accidentally... by the way, the only reason I saw the 5-minute recording is because he was on his screen share, showed it to me, and you can hear me say, wait, this recording's 5 minutes. The one you sent me is 1 minute and 44 seconds. So what's this one? He's like, oh, this was the precursor to call 1. But he's totally unwilling to send me the precursor because within that 5-minute call, she's apparently talking about... She probably gives her full name. She apparently talks about her father raped her, which he's like totally okay with revealing to the whole stream, even though it's private enough to not send the precursor. So, I don't know, man. Did he tell you his reasoning for... I don't remember if he told me his reasoning for supposedly recording calls with her. And I'm now... I don't know if I can read this one. I'll read it anyway. I don't think Diesel will care. Diesel said he heard my conversation with Queeman, and he thinks the points that Queeman made were actually good. And he's going to be looking back into the old allegations against Cameron. So apparently, folks, the cam tent does not end.
What the fuck?
More to come. More to come. More allegations to review. And, yeah, that's about it. Well, thank you guys for watching. And I think I want to end this stream. I think I want to end this one with a song. Where is it? We gotta end this one with a song. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know.